Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had the power of ice manipulation? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is El Nuevo Maestro del Frio by Josue Master Gohan 21. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Mom. Do you think I can become a hero? A green-haired boy asked through tears to two silhouettes that were next to him. One of them was his mother, who looked at him disappointed, along with the boy's sister, 1 year apart. A girl also with green hair, a little taller than her brother and light green eyes. Do you really think that you, without a peculiarity, can be a hero? The sister said with a malicious smile. Yes, I believe it, the child repeated through tears. His mother only responded to the child in the following way. You are just a disgrace to this family. Since your father left, you have been nothing but a hindrance. You don't have a peculiarity like your sister. With his skill, he attracted a vase and threw it at his son's forehead. Why? Blood was dripping slightly from the boy's forehead due to the impact, so he just went to his room and locked himself in while he cried. Flashback. Doctor, does my son have a quirk? Said the mother of the green-haired boy, Inko Midoriya. Sigh, I'm afraid not. The boy suffers from a strange condition that lowers his body temperature, and this could be due to an injury to the central nervous system or from not ingesting enough calories for his body, said the doctor in a neutral tone. But, I can be a hero, right? The boy asked through tears, as his dreams faded. Kid, I won't lie to you and I'll be honest, you won't achieve it. It's better that you don't continue with that goal. Leave that to other people, the doctor told him with a slight tone of sadness in his words. You see, I'm better than you, and remember, you'll never be at my level. She mockingly generated fire in her hands. Daughter, you are the best. Her mother proudly applauded her daughter's demonstration of her quirk. While that boy would remember these words to this day. End of flashback time. Skype. 9 years later. In those 9 years that have passed, the green-haired boy, now a 14-year-old boy, remembers those words with pain. Give up and leave that to other people. That boy is dedicated to looking outside his window with a look of little emotion and little desire to continue, while thinking. This will be over soon, thought the green-haired boy as he got up and headed to the same park where he sat on a swing watching the sunset. As he walked, he always asked himself the same question. Would the idea of being a hero really work for someone like me? He sat down upon arriving and just stared at the sunset. As the sunset faded, the boy had made a decision he had been thinking about for so long. He really deserved to be a Quirkles. No way, I'll never know. While he left the swing and walked through that place. As he took a few steps forward, the temperature of the place dropped drastically, and a man in a rather unusual suit appeared in front of the boy. Perfect, now they'll give me my last order of business, he thought with clear annoyance and a bored face. The stranger approached him and with a serious, deep voice that conveyed respect asked him. Hey kid, are you Izuku? The boy politely nodded to the stranger and the stranger spoke. Nice to meet you, my name is Kue Liang, I am known as Subzero. The boy stood thinking and analyzing the strange man but noticed something. This cold that comes off is similar to the one I feel every moment, he thought without taking his cold gaze away. I came for the promise I made to my brother. He always talks about how one day you would inherit great power, but sometimes fate is confusing and gives you a harsh truth. The boy listened attentively to the stranger's words without missing a detail and did something he didn't usually do anymore. He began to babble words. What do you mean by destiny? Father. But that would give me several options of who it could be. He could be. Blah. 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 Izuku spoke quickly. The stranger, now known as Sub-Zero, just looked at him calmly and said to him. You are just as you described me. You may wonder why I am here. I will be brief, and the reason is because your father was killed by a subject known as Scorpion, member of the extinct Shirai Ryu clan, said the stranger known as Sub-Zero seriously. The young man continued listening to the strange man's words as if he were going to find some answer. That's why I'm here. You'll have what's necessary to train and awaken that power that because of your lack of confidence you can't awaken, that coldness that so characterizes our clan. You will inherit the name of the great master and the alias of Sub-Zero. The stranger spoke to the boy who was trying to process what he had heard until now. Assassin. Power. Clan. Sub-Zero. This doesn't make any sense, Izuku thought with his face downcast. I took the alias after learning of your father's murder 9 years ago. Since then, I have dedicated myself to training with the sole purpose of avenging my brother's name and finishing off my brother's murderer, the man said with his serious look and tone. At that moment, Izuku understood everything. His father's absence was due to him being dead. All this time I thought Dad would come back. Everyone despised me for not having a quirk. I lost my confidence because of them. That boy who kept an emotionless face shed tears with his hair covering his face, while the tears fell. I just tried to keep the promise I made to Dad to take care of them, but they just despise me and treat me as if I were the one to blame for him not being with us. What did I do wrong? I'm tired of continuing like this. In a shout I unleashed a great stream of cold along with some ice pillars. Flashback to Subzero. Scorpion, listen to me. That's not me. A guy in a blue ninja suit was trying to stay on his feet. Sorry son, I won't be back this time. Become the great master and be the best, thought the blue ninja. Go ahead. What are you waiting for, Scorpion? Finish this and kill me once and for all, the wounded and defeated blue ninja would say. This is your end. While a guy took off his mask and revealed a burning skull, releasing a large blast of flame from his jaw to end that fight. Kuai Liang, I'm leaving it to you, were the last words of the blue ninja who was consumed by the flames. End of flashback. If you want to avenge your father, you will have to train and accept your destiny. Now you can't just cry and regret something that already happened, so get up at once. The man shouted at the boy known as Izuku. Izuku would fall exhausted by the excess of his ability. The man would approach and notice a scar on the left side of his forehead. That woman with a grimace of disgust would think about everything that boy must have gone through. On his first visit, Izuku's mother seemed like a nice person when he met her. What a mistake. So he decided to take the boy to an abandoned place where he was now. A few hours later, when Izuku woke up, he noticed that he was not at home, so he decided to get up, and when he went forward he would see that man meditating, so he decided not to bother him. I see you're awake. Go ahead and drink this. The man would give him a cup of tea. The green-haired man would accept and be grateful. Why am I here? He asked with his cold tone. Your father always mentioned that you wanted to be a hero, and on my way to this place I heard about an academy for heroes that would give exams for new promises, the man said calmly. That exam will be in 10 months, but I can't get in without any particularity, he would say without any emotion in his words. Don't worry about anything, I'm here. I'll be your teacher and I'll teach you all my experience and knowledge, said the man known as Subzero calmly. But my mother, won't she suspect? Izuku asked with doubt. You worry too much, and besides, once you're done training you can go home, the man said to Izuku. So the training began. At first it was complicated. He thought about giving up and even once decided not to go, but he put a great determination and little by little he was improving. When he finished his training he was heading home, but... I'm here, Izuku shouted in a dry and bored tone. At least I hope this time there are no leftovers. He walked towards the kitchen but saw nothing. Everything was clean. It's you. Mom didn't leave anything for you. You better go look somewhere else since Mom won't give you anything again, said a girl's voice that slowly appeared, revealing green hair. It's you. Can you at least give me something? He asked without much enthusiasm. You wish, but you'd better leave. You won't get anything done here. She said this as she grabbed an apple and went up the stairs. No way. Well, at least I'll drink water, as she grabbed a glass of water and left her house. As he progressed, his skill and control of the ice improved, and with what he ate from his teacher, he saved and distributed it at each time of the day. He decided to improve his academic performance as normal to avoid problems. In addition, his attitude was sometimes explosive with the bullies in the classroom and clowns. When he arrived at his room, his temperature was similar to a freezer thanks to the better control of his skill. But this change didn't do anything good to someone, and it was his sister who suspected this change in him since he had never done anything good. Now it seemed that he had improved, and although the truth is that she didn't care what happened to her brother, in a moment all that changed, when she saw that he mercilessly left some boys from his class on the floor. He became curious to know the reason and sudden change of his brother. Even without Quirk he could maintain a fight against 4 boys of higher grade than him in 1 day less expected. He decided to follow him. Hey Izumi, aren't you going with us? Asked one of her friends from her class. Come on Izumi, are you thinking about your brother's change, right? Asked one of her friends. I have to do something my mom asked me to do. I'll see you later, she said as she walked away to follow her brother. On her way she thought, where would that good-for-nothing go? Although it's not like I care what happens to him, while Izumi followed him without him seeing her until she arrived at a place somewhat far from the city center. This was not of much importance, and seeing that her brother would not do anything important, she was going to leave until she saw how he generated ice with his hand and opened the entrance to the place. Hey, how did that idiot get a quirk? He wasn't supposed to have one, and now where did he go? Asked Izumi, who decided to enter that place where he saw nothing. As she moved forward she felt a strong current of cold that made her sneeze, and to avoid catching a cold she decided to activate her fire quirk and generate a flame to warm herself up. But as she went on, the temperature decreased and she started to feel tired, so she gave up and left the place. While leaving she mentioned, I don't know what the useless guy is doing, but I'm going to find out. I won't let a useless guy without a quirk surpass me. While Izumi walked away with an annoyed look. Once the green-haired girl got far enough away from the place, she caught a glimpse of a green-haired man inside the structure, sighed, and said the following. She doesn't even know how to hide her presence and smell. With that perfume, who wouldn't recognize her? She almost discovered me, although she shouldn't care. Why did she follow me? The green-haired man thought and asked his teacher. Time goes by pretty fast, and in these 3 months you have shown great talent. You are talented like my brother. His handling of power was at an early age. I wouldn't be surprised if you managed to be better, Subzero would say with a flattering tone. Thank you, teacher. The green-haired man would bow. The man just gave a slight smile to his young apprentice and continued drinking his tea. 9 years ago. Damn, what a tough guy to kill, mentioned the yellow-suited specter. I hope you feel better with your revenge. You're a born warrior now, a white-skinned man with a tattoo of a mark on his forehead would tell him. No, not yet. I have to kill the son of my enemy. That brat has the power of his father, and if I don't finish him off I won't be able to avenge my clan. Now I must be alert of that other Lin Kuei, Sub-Zero's brother. I must finish him off and prevent him from meeting the brat and training him. I can't allow it, Quan Kai Scorpion mentioned in an annoyed way. Spectre of hell, my loyal servant, find that child and bring him before me, dead or alive. That is your order, Scorpion, the one now known as Quan Kai would say. The spectre would only withdraw from the place with the given order and with a new objective. On the side of the Lin Kueis, a young Lin Kuei is seen upset and sad upon learning of his brother's death at the hands of the being known as Scorpion, a member of the now extinct Shirai Ryu. You bastard, I'll kill you with my own hands, Sub-Zero's brother said in a very annoyed way. This young brother of the already dead Sub-Zero of the Lin Kuei clan only had one notion in mind, and that was to kill his brother's murderer. At first he would not decide to use his brother's alias and would become known as Tundra until after a good time, when he decided to use the alias in honor of his brother. Days passed and this young man trained his martial arts, so his freezing power would be more efficient in combat, and as time passed the Lycoris clan became smaller. The days passed in 9 years, and now being older he had better control of the ice with his friend Smoke, with whom he trained, but then he remembered something he promised his brother. Sub-Zero flashback. Brother, said the first known Sub-Zero. If anything happens to me, I'll ask you to find my son and teach him everything you know and protect him from any threat, understood? He ordered his younger brother. Understood, Kuai Lian, Sub-Zero's younger brother, would respond. I'll introduce you to my family before my trip, Sub-Zero, Bai Han would mention. Kuai Liang would nod and travel with his brother to where his elder brother's wife and nephew lived. After arriving at his destination, Sub-Zero greeted his wife and daughter, whom he hugged, while in the other room was his little son, who had clearly inherited his characteristic hairstyle and freckles. Nice to meet you, Kuai Liang would say, bowing to his brother's wife. Nice to meet you, come in and sit down, Inko would say as she invited them in. Both would enter, sitting down and be served with cups of tea. I'll be away from these places for a while. I have a very important mission, Bai Han mentioned. Mr. Kuai Liang, how long do you plan to stay? Bai Han's wife asked her younger brother. I just stopped by to visit Inko-san. I'll leave just as my brother goes on his mission and I'll go train the clan, he would say while he saw how his brother's daughter approached where little Izuku was and she carried him while smiling at her brother. Inko would just nod. After that Kuai Liang went to the patio of his brother's house and sat down to meditate, but then he saw that little girl with green hair looking at him with a questioning face. "What do you want?" What's your name?" Kuai Liang would say politely but with a serious tone. "You are my dad's brother. You are Uncle Kuai Liang," with a happy tone. "Yeah, if you don't have anything to do you can go while trying to meditate." "Why?" Izumi asked in a confused way. "I want to relax and be at peace," trying to continue his meditation. "You are boring. I'm sure my dad is more fun," said Izumi with a bored face but with the intention of having fun. "Bored me?" As he left his meditation aside. "Dad does funny things with ice. I don't think I can beat my daddy," she said with a fun tone and a face of comical malice. Bai Han can't do this while he joined his hands and formed an ice bird. "Wow, how fun," as she followed the ice bird. "He's finally gone. I can continue with my meditation. It's not like something else might appear," said Kuai Liang as he tried to return to his meditation, but out of nowhere Izuku was in front of him. "It seems that you like your nephews, so keep him. I have to go get something. We'll come back later," Bai Han would say while leaving Izuku with him. "Hey, but I'm meditating to improve my ability, trying to give the baby back to her. I'll help Inko with the shopping, so have fun," as he walked away with Inko towards the center. "I don't like children. It's an order," while looking at Izuku. Water while smiling at Kuai Liang. "You looking at me? Okay, let's go inside," while carrying Izuku into the living room of the house. "Uncle Kuai Liang, let's play," Izumi would say, as he would find himself throwing things around. "I train, I don't play," Kiao Liang would say seriously, having Izuku on his arm. "Let's go," Izumi insisted to his uncle. "I already told you no and don't insist," Kuai Liang would say with his bored face. Party pooper as he walked away towards his room. Children. The day would have passed and it was time for both of them to leave for each place. "I'll be back, I promise," Bai Han would say, giving his wife and daughter a hug and looking at his son, giving him a small smile on his serious face, and once this was done, they left the place with his brother. End of the flashback. Now I remember Smoke, I have to go look for that brat. I promised my brother that I would train him, Kuai Liang would say to his friend Smoke. "Well friend, if that is your wish I can do nothing but support you in your mission, let's go for that child," Smoke would respond enthusiastically. Thus, both members of the Lin Kuei clan set out in search of the boy named Izuku Midoriya. Since he did not receive his father's surname because he did not know him, his mother chose to give him her surname. "I'll go inspect the place to make sure Scorpion isn't following us, and if I see him I'll inform you," while the black ninja walked away. At that moment they both separated, and while he was walking to the green-haired boy's house he decided to go to a park that was nearby, so he saw someone with familiar features, characteristic green hair and eyes like his brother's. He would walk with the intention of approaching the green-haired young man who was about to leave that park, and to get his attention he would say, "Hey kid, are you Izuku?" In the green-haired boy's arduous training, he already knew how to control the ice, not perfectly but well enough to create some defensive and offensive weapons such as swords, very solid shields and pillars, but he couldn't maintain them for long. "I see that your disciple learns quite quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years he became the Grand Master of the Lin Kueis," the ninja known as Smoke would comment. "I'm not going to deny that, Smoke, he's moving forward quite fast and is only a few months away from entering and becoming a hero, although for my part one like his reasons for helping others, since our clan has always been characterized by doing jobs for the highest bidder," Kuai Liang would say to Smoke. While they were both talking, the green-haired boy would have already finished his training and was heading towards his teacher to request a new training, and thanks to his determination plus the hard work that he continued, he would achieve a good physical condition that did not even seem to have a young age. Izuku would be sighing from tiredness. "I've finished my training, could you assign me a new one?" the green-haired man would ask in a bored tone. "Now you will enter into practice with Smoke, who will become your new teacher from now on. Maybe you can learn something from him, and only maybe you will learn Smoke's techniques," Kuai Liang would answer his student. The green-haired boy, despite his expressionless look, was so excited by the news that he began to murmur as he usually did every time something excited him or caught his attention. Smoke looked at him strangely and with comical fear when his friend's student did that. From now on I will teach you everything I know, and if you are able to learn something extra, it will be a great surprise, Smoke told his student. Thank you, bowing to his teacher. Since when do I start my training? The green-haired boy said with some enthusiasm in his cold words. Right now, Smoke responded to his student. So he proceeded to teach him some things that the green-haired boy already knew, but he decided to improve when he noticed that the time for the tests was getting closer. About 9 months had passed and he only had 2 weeks left to train. Smoke taught him his skills so that his body turned into smoke, although the boy tried hard and achieved nothing, but this did not disappoint him. Instead he decided to try harder, and with his will he studied the techniques of his teachers. Without too much difficulty he could keep up with Smoke and defeat him. The latter never ceased to be surprised by Izuku, who in combat proved to be a great strategist. Boy, I assure you a great future, Smoke mentioned to his student. Elsewhere, 1 hour later, a girl was heading towards her house while in her thoughts was her pathetic childhood friend Izuku Midoriya, or as she named him, Deku. That idiot has changed a lot. Before he always asked for forgiveness, and despite the fact that he was suffering he had that stupid smile that always bothered me, but it seems strange to me not to see it in all this time. What the heck am I thinking? She blushed slightly, and as she continued on her way she saw a familiar figure, a boy she knew well, returning from his training. This training was more complicated. I need to improve and take a shower, thought the green-haired boy, while he adjusted his uniform. The girl had a feeling of happiness that she wouldn't let go of. Because of her personality, she intended to go and bother him as usual, but as she advanced she saw his cold and emotionless face. So he decided to hit him, while shouting, "Deku! Pathetic nerd! Where have you been?" The girl would approach to hit him, but she wouldn't expect him to dodge her easily and continue without turning to look at her. "Damn nerd! Where the hell are you going?" asked the girl to the green-haired boy, who decided to keep moving forward. "I'm talking to you, Deku," the girl shouted to get Izuku's attention. "I don't care what you think of me, whether you hate me or not, that doesn't interest me, and stop calling me Deku because we're nothing anymore," while he continued walking without looking. The boy walked away from the place, leaving the girl known as Katsumi with her face shocked and upset. After all, he was right, they no longer have anything and she can't say anything else. Deku. She walked away and continued on her way home, remembering that he never behaved like that with her before. Usually, he always apologized or just greeted her with his smile despite everything she did or everyone else did to her. Now his smile wasn't present. Upon arriving home, Izuku just went up to his room and without saying anything lay down on his bed, remembering those moments from before. "I'm already tired of being that useless one and always being the one that people criticize for not having a quirk," all this time with a serious look to give a grimace of hatred. The entire temperature of the place dropped suddenly and some ice stalactites formed as his attitude worsened until this quickly stopped. Being more relaxed, Izuku closed his eyes to fall asleep. There was 1 week left until I had to take the tests to enter the UA. The next day, as a routine, he decided to go to his school, and as he walked along, he noticed at the entrance that girl from yesterday, who seemed upset and with explosions in her hands. She was waiting for him. "Deku, we have something pending," shouted the girl known as Katsumi. "Whatever you say," advancing to his living room without paying attention to her with his bored face. "Don't ignore me, you damn nerd." She was going to rush towards Izuku, but the entrance bell rang just then. The day progressed normally, being boring for the green-haired boy. However, despite his attitude at that time in which he decided to improve everything, he advanced with his academic performance and was now quite smart, so he decided not to pay much attention to the class and just waited for it to end to go train. At the end of classes he gathered his things and left before Katsumi confronted him. While he walked towards his teachers to continue with his training, he remembered that it didn't matter if he returned home. After all, his mother didn't care if he would return, and sometimes she left him without food. "Good afternoon, teachers," Izuku bowed. "Hello, brat," greeted his master Subzero in a polite and imposing manner. "Hey kid, ready for your workout?" Smoke asked enthusiastically. "Yes," Izuku replied to prepare for his next training. The training was intense, but he didn't care. He just wanted to be a hero and help no matter what happened. This time he would face his 2 teachers, something that left Izuku quite surprised, who didn't hesitate and got into a fighting stance. "Fine, I'll win and get more experience," he said with a serious face and a determined tone. "Well, Get ready, brat, I won't let you rest, said Subzero, his master in battle pose. Give it your best, boy, said Smoke with an enthusiastic tone. Yes, the green-haired man responded. Are you ready? Asked Smoke and Subzero. I always am, said Izuku with enthusiasm in his words. It was a very tough battle for Izuku, attacking and defending against two opponents. He tried it anyway. Although he had several strategies, he only used one, and it was the best option, as the battle was evenly matched for a few moments. Both masters decided to end it, with an attack from each, since the battle was very even. You didn't do badly, and for a moment it looked like you could win, but you still have a lot to improve, Subzero would tell him, sighing with exhaustion. It was a great battle, I have no doubt that she will be a great warrior, Smoke congratulated his student. Thank you, Izuku said with a bow in his classic expressionless face, as he left the place. Sub-Zero, don't you think you're sometimes too hard on the kid? Smoke asked his friend Sub-Zero. Discipline makes a good warrior, also. Remember that we won't always be there to help you, Sub-Zero would say. After a few minutes the boy returned after relaxing. It was an honor to have fought with you, you are amazing, with his calm gaze. Brat, you really have me amazed, I didn't even believe you were capable of facing us both, Sub-Zero praised his young apprentice. That's right, kid, you're talented. With that ability, you'll be the Grand Master of the Lin Kuei clan in the future, but I also know that you'll be a great hero, as he grabbed his student's shoulder. I appreciate your comments, but I have to go, the green-haired man grabbed his things. See you tomorrow, brat, Sub-Zero said goodbye to his student. Rest, Chico, said Smoke. On the way he felt encouraged when he got home, but he still felt that loneliness that accompanied him most of the time. He stopped by a store, bought a soft drink, and continued on his way. When he arrived, he went into his house and went up to his room. When lying down he remembered that he only had 3 days left before the entrance exams began. I have to get ready. It would be better if I rest and go to the beach to clear my thoughts, so the green-haired man would close his eyes waiting for the next day. The next morning, it was Friday and the last day at his institute. It wasn't as if he cared, he was always alone, and he wouldn't say goodbye to anyone. Why am I supposed to go? I won't say goodbye to anyone, it's a waste of time, with a bored and listless tone. Who are you going to say goodbye to, loser? I don't think you'll say goodbye to anyone since you don't have any friends, haha, said his sister Izumi mockingly. I won't waste my time. What a pain, Izuku said in a bored tone, while scratching the back of his neck. Anyway, you have to attend, loser. I'll see you there, would be the words of his sister as she walked away towards her school. As much as he didn't like his sister, she was right. He would gather up his things and leave. He would get up, grab the first thing he could reach, and head off to school. As he walked along, he would see his sister and her friends saying goodbye, so he wouldn't be bothered. He walked off to his classroom, where a blonde girl was annoyed and bored by the farewell speech. Does this never end? The girl known as Katsumi would think until she noticed the green-haired man's presence. So she decided to slowly walk away to bother the boy who was away from the rest, while a hood covered his face, and when she was close, the speech would have ended and everyone began to say goodbye, so in a moment she would lose track of the boy, but the girl would manage to get away from the others and would go out of her classroom, where she would see her classmate walking away, so she would scream at him. Hey Deku! Katsumi would shout to the boy to get his attention, but when she saw that he didn't stop, she decided to stop him and tell him the following. Aren't you saying goodbye to anyone, nerd? As she grabbed him by the shoulder. No, and if you don't mind, you can let me go, Izuku would respond in a dry tone as he let go and continued on his way. Leaving the girl behind and heading for the beach, he found debris and waste that blocked the sunrise. With his ability, he froze the debris and waste and then destroyed it. After a few minutes, the sunrise was visible, relaxing the boy. The ice fragments that rose in the air created a unique visual effect, so he decided to relax. After all, he would take the entrance exam tomorrow, and he needed to relax and plan everything. I need advice for the upcoming exam, the green-haired man thought with a thoughtful face as he headed out to see his teachers. Upon arrival, he greeted me in his serious but respectful manner. Good afternoon, Masters, Izuku bowed. Hey kid, how did it go? Subzero asked his student calmly. This surprised the green-haired boy. After all, he had gotten used to being treated in a serious and rude manner, but this made him happy in a way. Teachers, in 2 days the entrance exams will be. I ask that you let me stay here to train and rest. After all, back at my house nobody is waiting for me, Izuku said to his teachers in a slightly muffled tone. No problem, and have hope that everything will turn out well. After all, I am the most understanding teacher, said Smoke. I don't think so, and by the way, he is in my care. He is part of my family, Subzero responded to his friend Smoke. This last thing surprised Izuku when he heard that from his teacher. Whatever you say, Kuai Liang, he said with some grace in his words. The day was coming to an end and the green-haired boy was finishing his meditation in the company of his master Subzero. Since it was late, he decided to sleep early. He would rest tomorrow to be ready for the day of the test, but before that, he would stop by the beach to watch the sunrise. What am I supposed to do today? The boy asked while rubbing his eyes. Hey kid, how are you today? Smoke greeted his student. Okay, I guess, I'm just thinking about what to do, that's all, said the green-haired boy in a carefree manner. Okay kid, good luck. Smoke wished him luck. After a while the boy decided to leave for a very special place for him. Why am I here? He said, somewhat confused as he remembered the place. I remember when I used to come to this place just to escape from my mom's screams and my sister's humiliations, sitting down in a swing and looking at the sky to reflect on what has happened in this time with his bored face. It's pathetic to know that I always trusted others. I knew how to strengthen myself and leave my old self behind, and yet many times I feel that he hasn't completely left yet, the green-haired boy thought with his face fallen. I hurt myself to make myself stronger, or is that the only lie I want to believe? If only I had met good people, maybe, just maybe I wouldn't have ended up like this. Standing up from the swing. The boy moved away from the swings and went to sit on a bench far from the park and watch how everyone was having fun. He no longer cared, he just wanted to remember the life he could never have, and once done that he walked away from that park towards his training. Upon arriving, as always, his master Subzero was in meditation, and upon feeling the presence of his apprentice he asked. Where did you go, brat? Subzero asked while he was meditating. Nothing important, I just went to relax, that's all. I'll go train, he would say this with his expressionless tone. Come on, you know you can't fool me, Subzero asked his student in a relaxed manner. I already told you, nothing important, it's just for tomorrow's test, that's all, Izuku would respond without enthusiasm. If you say so, brat, you can go train, Subzero would say. Thank you, bowing to his teacher. After this he went to train all afternoon until night fell. The green-haired boy was sitting resting in silence, and in the other room his teacher in a low voice said the following words. You can't fool me, brat, life hasn't been fair, has it? He said in a low voice. The green-haired man stood up and wiped the sweat from his face as he walked to a room where he lay down to rest. Tomorrow is another day, the boy closed his tired eyes on his serious face. The next morning, in a room, the figure of a boy with green hair got up very early in the morning. Without making a noise he left the place where he was, and while he was walking towards the exit he heard a voice saying to him. Are you going somewhere in particular? Subzero asked, while he was meditating. I'll go to the beach to clear my thoughts, that's all. After all, if I don't pass, the training will have been in vain, Izuku would respond in a subdued and polite tone. You know that patience is always the key to success, you will achieve it, Subzero would tell his student. The boy would thank him and proceed to leave to head to the beach. While he advanced he would think about what to do on this day. When he was arriving he would see how the dawn slowly rose, and to be able to appreciate it better he sat on a rock and proceeded to watch the sunrise. It's beautiful, although now that I remember catch, tisk, I always have that word. Anyway, she'll also take the entrance exam, the boy thought while he watched that sunrise. Well, I'll hurry up and get changed, thought the boy in a bored and half-hearted way. He stood up from that rock, and before leaving he took one last look at that sunrise, and once he did that he trotted off towards his home. Minutes later, I'm here, now I have to concentrate on passing, said Izuku while muttering. As he was walking toward his room, he ran into the person he least wanted to meet. Well, but if it's my useless brother, I suppose you'll also take the tests, asked her sister Izumi arrogantly. She will also take the test. More problems, thought the boy when he saw his sister. Where were you last night? Izumi asked. I peeked into your room and didn't hear anything. Look, I'll give you some advice, little brother. Ahem, don't try to take the test. I want to avoid the teasing of you if you fail. After all, between the two of us, we know who's better, the girl said, quite confident and conceited. I'm not interested, and move aside because I'll be late, Izuku would tell him with his bored face and expressionless tone. When he went up before going to his room, he took a quick 3-minute shower. It didn't take him long to get dressed and go down to the kitchen where he would find remains of toast and a half-finished juice, which he considered lucky since there was usually nothing to eat. At least this time they left something. I must hurry. While he looked at those foods neutrally and without any other option, he had to eat that. When he was leaving, he heard his mother say the following to his sister. Good luck, daughter, you'll be the best in the test, with a cheerful tone. Of course, Mom, I'll be the best, she shouted as she raised her thumb and left her house. See you later, Mother. Izuku said goodbye, but he didn't receive a response and watched as she returned to her room. As he left the house heading to the UA Academy, and without his sister hearing him, Izuku said in a low tone. As always, heading towards the UA Academy. I don't know, why does Mom make me go with you if you're so boring, Ash, he said in an ironic tone and with bored gestures. I preferred to go alone. He would continue moving forward without turning to look at his sister. You hate me so much, for being better than you know that you are only alive because, Izumi would say to his brother. Shut up. He stopped dead in his tracks for a moment and continued on his way. Did it hurt? If you don't want me to continue, stay away from me, do you understand? Izumi said sarcastically. They walked away from each other until they reached the UA, and when they were close to entering, the young green-haired man did not notice and stumbled. What I needed when I was about to fall, I thought about stopping the fall with my arm, but I noticed that it had stopped. A girl's voice would be heard and the green-haired man would turn in that direction. It would be bad if you started tripping. Sorry for using my quirk on you. Release, lifting the boy with his quirk. The boy would see her and he would thank her quickly and without much enthusiasm, but then her sister commented on that scene. You are so stupid, even when walking, ha ha ha, Izumi commented and laughed. I didn't ask for your opinion, Izuku said in a dry tone. Well, ahem, I'll see you inside. The brunette, seeing this, a drop of water would fall from her forehead in a comical way and she would head inside the place. The two brothers went their separate ways. Distanced inside the place were a man with yellow hair sticking up with glasses, better known as the professional hero present. Mike gave the instructions regarding the examination and equivalence of each enemy. The pair of green-haired brothers separated Toset far apart from each other. Welcome to this great moment in your lives. So, I'll say, are you ready? The pro-hero shouted to liven up the crowd. Absolute silence was what manifested in the place, causing the hero to finish saying. How boring, with a face of comical disappointment. So this is one of the professional heroes of this place. The green-haired boy wondered in his mind in a bored way. As you know, the entrance test will be written, but now we will talk about the practical test, the professional hero would say, and would continue with more information. So pay attention, listeners, since we will test your spirit in this practice of walking 10 minutes in our replica city where you can choose the one you want. Each one go to the presentation area afterward, okay? The hero would proceed to show a table indicating the types of robots and information about them and their scores. We're going to spread a large number of villains across the battlefield. Each villain will have a different rating, and there will be 3 in total depending on the difficulty, the pro-hero explained to the new aspiring heroes. Suddenly, a young man wearing glasses stood up from his seat to complain about a mistake in the flyers handed out at the entrance. Excuse me, can I ask a question? The pamphlet gives information about 4 types of villains. We were supposed to come here to make professional heroes for the future, and a type of mistake like this in a prestigious academy like UA is something shameful, the boy with glasses would comment politely and hastily. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. Thank you, applicant 1764. The 0-point robot is considered more of an obstacle and it would be best for you to avoid it if you don't want to end up crushed. I would answer the question of the boy with glasses. I understand and thank you very much. The boy with glasses would thank me and sit down. A green-haired boy, upon hearing all this, only gave a slight smile on his bored face, something that the young man with glasses did not miss. Also, what's wrong with you? Yes, you, the boy with the messy hair. You find this funny? We're supposed to be heroes. You shouldn't take this lightly. It's disrespectful. The boy with glasses would complain to Izuku. Mind your own business, Izuku would respond quickly and sharply. Whoever gets the most points for defeating the most villains will get a higher place and more chances to pass, the professional hero would say. I apologize for my lack of respect. The boy with glasses would apologize politely and sit down. From the seats of the aspiring professional heroes, the following was heard. It seems like a video game. Well, if that was all, we're moving on to the main event. As the hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero never fails to overcome bad luck in life. Plus ultra. I would give a loud shout with that last phrase to all the aspirants. The event's hero presenter gave the order to go out and prepare on site to take the test. You could see the silhouette of the green-haired boy, relaxed and with his usual bored face, and the other participants preparing. Good luck, loser. Even if you didn't manage to beat me with that, you get it, loser, ha ha ha, his sister Izumi spoke arrogantly. The green-haired man didn't care and kept his hands in his pockets, taking them out and scratching his head. Begin. Huh, what are you waiting for? In the life of a hero there is no countdown, this has just begun, shouted the professional hero for the aspirants to leave. After that last bit, all the participants quickly went out in search of points, while a green-haired man came out behind everyone with his hands out of his pants. Okay, I'll try this attack I've been practicing. Izuku would take his hands out of his pockets and launch an attack of his ability in the direction of the first robots that appeared. It would be something like the attack but on ice. All the participants who were taking the test would stop and watch as the green-haired participant destroyed 4 robots in a single move and would begin some comments. He finished them off in an attack, commented one participant. It would be better to move away and look somewhere else, another participant would respond. The place began to lower its temperature due to the attack generated, while the silhouette of a green-haired girl watched the scene in astonishment and with a grimace of annoyance thought about how her brother was surpassing her and above all how he obtained that power. Since when did he get that ability? How did he become strong? Izumi wondered when he saw all that. Until steam started to generate from Izumi's body, which ended up clearing all the ice that surrounded her. You won't beat me. Izumi cleared the remaining ice from around him with his fire. In another quadrant, a blonde girl in a black t-shirt with explosions on her hands watched this in amazement. Even though she wasn't in the same sector, the attack could be seen, and this bothered her, because the one she considered useless for not having any skill was surpassing her. Hey, how can that useless guy be surpassing me? I won't allow it, Deku, said Katsumi with an explosion in one of his hands. All the other participants were still trying to get points. Time was running out, and in the UA surveillance offices the professionals were watching the fights and determining all the areas of a good hero candidate. A small silhouette spoke to that hero who was considered number 1, All Might. Don't you think that young Izuku Midoriya is a great promise and a great hero in the future? Asked the small silhouette to the number 1 professional hero. Yes, this young man would be a good successor to One for All, and he also has a great spirit to be a hero. What do you think, director? The professional hero asked the small silhouette now known as the director. We need to keep monitoring the young man's performance, so don't worry, Toshinori, the director said calmly. You're right, Director Nezu, I shouldn't rush into such an important decision that involves everyone's future, said the number 1 professional hero. Smontos releases the 0 points, the director asked the other hero present at the scene. Understood, Mr. Director, replied the other hero on the spot, pressing a button. A loud bang was heard in the field, and everyone turned around to see the 0-point robot approaching. Everyone backed away or decided to move away. As the green-haired boy started walking away, he heard screams. Now what? Izuku would say, turning in the direction of the screams. When he looked, he found that brown girl from the morning who had helped him before entering. She was stuck in the rubble and very close to him. 0 points. Please, someone help me. The brunette girl would close her eyes when she saw the 0 points about to crush her. Everything went silent, and the brunette girl, not feeling anything, decided to open her eyes, seeing the robot's foot being stopped by a boy's figure. Can you move? The silhouette asked the girl seriously. Huh, the girl would be confused until she saw green hair. I said, can you move or not? Asked the silhouette that would slowly become clear to be the green-haired boy. Ouch. My ankle is hurt and I can't get up, the brunette girl would respond to the green-haired young man. Let me finish this. Izuku with his hands would generate a pillar of ice that would make the robot retreat. The robot managed to recover from the attack, and upon noticing the boy's presence, it used one of its arms to try to crush him. Without much hesitation, the robot generated an ice spear and, in a blind attack, struck the robot in the head, ultimately destroying it. The green-haired boy returned, and the robot picked up the brown-haired girl in his arms. I'm fine. You don't have to do this, the brunette would say nervously with her red face. I'll take you to the infirmary, Izuku would respond dryly and would head towards the infirmary. When they were on their way to the infirmary, that boy with glasses from a moment ago approached Izuku, who was not in a good mood. Do you have something to say? He said directly and dryly to the boy with glasses. No, I came to apologize for what happened a while ago. I misjudged you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tenya Iida, the boy with glasses now known as Iida would say. Anyway, I'll go leave this girl in the infirmary, Izuku would respond as he continued on his way to the infirmary with the girl in his arms. Where are you going with that girl? Izumi asked his brother jealously. Author. Don't ask me why. Some things have no explanation, or it will be unrecognized sibling love or just sisterly jealousy. The silhouette of a blonde girl approached, and upon seeing the green-haired boy she decided to speak and complain about what happened a while ago until the following happened. What the hell did you do there, Deku? By the way, where and who is she? He pointed at the brown-haired girl in an annoyed tone. I'm taking her to the infirmary, Izuku would answer the two girls as he walked away with the brunette girl in his arms to the infirmary. An hour later, in a room in the infirmary, a brown-haired girl began to open her eyes, trying to recognize the place and remember how she got there. What happened? Asked the girl while she opened her eyes. She slowly turned her head and saw the boy who had saved her sitting next to her with his eyes closed. Hiya! The girl would shout upon noticing the green-haired man. Huh, you're awake now, said Izuku coldly. Wait, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Nice to meet you, I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thanks for saving me, the brunette would say with a smile on her face. See you. Izuku would leave the room apparently ignoring the brunette. By the way, what's your name? I mean, if you don't want to tell me, no problem, the brunette would talk until she realized that he was no longer there. He's gone. I guess it'll be for another time, said the brunette, somewhat sad for not knowing the name of the person who had saved her. I'm Izuku Midoriya, the boy would say this, and now he would leave the infirmary. It is he had to return home where they would send his approval email to the UA. Even if he didn't want to, he would have to go. A few minutes later, the green-haired boy had finally arrived home and was about to go to his room. I'm here, Izuku would speak but would not receive an answer. As she closed the notary's door, her mother was standing in the living room of her house congratulating her sister. Congratulations, daughter, on the test. You are the best and you are destined to become a great heroine, Inko congratulated her daughter Izumi. When she turned around and saw her son, she said nothing and simply ignored the green-haired boy, but her sister didn't miss the opportunity to tease her brother. Hey idiot, what's your girlfriend? Izumi shouted mockingly. She's not my girlfriend, Izuku said neutrally. While he went up to his room he would have a slight blush that would disappear quickly. I knew the mail would arrive in about 3 days, so I would take advantage of this time to relax and read some books. 3 days later, the day finally arrived and the green-haired boy received the message from the UA, and in order not to be disturbed he took the letter to his room. On his way he heard his sister happy because he had passed, and without giving it importance he finally arrived at his room where he activated the message. I am a hologram of All Might after all. Young man, you proved your bravery and determination in becoming a hero, and although you had points necessary for your approval, your actions showed. In the hologram, a video was shown where the brown-haired girl entered the UA facilities and, in her lack of information, she tried to give her points to the boy who had saved her, and so All Might spoke again. Your actions reach people, and despite your great skill, the judges see beyond the destruction of robots and points. You proved to be a great hero. What I will tell you from me is congratulations, you were first place. Come on, Kid Midoriya, UA is your hero academy, so the hologram said that and turned off. All that training and years of suffering were worth it. His dream was getting closer and closer, and with a gesture of slight happiness, he got up from his seat and headed to his teachers. I have to warn you, the green-haired man changed his dull expression to a more relaxed and motivated one. He slowly came down from his room, but he couldn't help but hear his sister ask him something that he already knew would happen. Did you get a better score than me, you idiot? Ha 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 ha, her sister asked arrogantly. I don't have to tell you, said Izuku, and was about to leave when he heard. I bet you didn't even pass, ha ha ha. His sister started laughing. If you're suffering so much from it, take it and check it out for yourself. Izuku would throw his admission letter and leave the place. The green-haired boy walked calmly, breathing the air of that day. He thought about everything he had to suffer to get to that moment and what would have happened to him without his teachers. While he thought about all that, he would have reached that place where his teachers always wait for him, to give him good news. Teachers, I'm here, where are you? Izuku asked in a relaxed manner. Before following this, he noticed a note that said the following. Use. Chico, we know you passed with the highest score. After all, we have our tricks, and this note is to tell you that we had some news in the Link Kuei clan about Scorpion, so that's why we left, but from our part we wish you luck and remember that you always have our support. I would have liked to tell them personally, but at least they know, said Izuku with the note in his hand. While checking, he noticed a box with some strange symbols, and when checking, he read the following. Registration. Do not open until you need the suit or have to do something important. He decided to rest for a moment to think about something he had been planning for a long time, and at his sister and mother's house the following happened. He was first place, Izumi said, surprised and annoyed, repeating that hologram. Don't worry, you'll do better next time. Besides, since the useless guy could have been in first place, he probably cheated, or that academy isn't as prestigious as they say, said her mother. That useless brother of mine, tisk, he was lucky, but it will be the last time, said Izumi in an annoyed tone. While Izuku was meditating calmly, he had a slight sneeze, which he didn't take seriously and continued with his thing. Tonight will be the time, the green-haired man thought, while meditating. At night, the green-haired man with a balaclava and black sportswear went to his house and quietly entered his room stealthily, where I would take out clothes, books, and his UA uniforms, stuffing them all into various bags. Before leaving, he took a photo with his father. Tomorrow would be his first day at UA. The next morning, a green-haired boy would wake up little by little. After all, today was his first day at UA. What time is it? The young man with the dark hair would open his eyes and notice that there were 2 hours left. He would jump out of bed and start his workout with sit-ups and push-ups that kept him looking good. So once he finished the brief training, he put on his uniform, and before leaving he grabbed a bottle of water and headed off to the UA. It's going to be a long day, Izuku would think in a bored way and with his serious posture. As he walked along, he decided to put on some headphones and continue calmly, until after a few minutes he saw his sister in the distance, and, in order to avoid running into her, he changed direction when he remembered he had something else to do. I'll go ahead, he would say in a low voice, changing course. After a few minutes, Izuku would be seen returning to his classes, and as he walked towards the room that had been assigned to him, he would take off one of his headphones upon hearing noises inside the room. What a big door. I hope it's a quiet day, Izuku thought in a carefree and bored way. When he opened the notary's office door to a girl he knew, she was standing with her feet up on the table, and the guy with glasses he met at the entrance exam was complaining because he thought the girl was being disrespectful by putting her feet up on the table. Hey, get your feet off the table. What you're doing is rude and disrespectful to your classmates and heroes who trained here, repeated the boy with glasses known as Iida. I don't care what you consider right or wrong. Damn extra, the blonde girl responded in an annoyed manner. My name is Iida Tenya, from the private school, Sume Junior High School, said the young man, introducing himself to the blonde girl in a polite manner. So you're part of the damn elite, right? I'll have fun crushing you, the girl known as Katsumi responded proudly. Do you really want to be a heroine with that attitude? Iida asked about the behavior of that blonde girl. The young man with glasses resigned himself, annoyed by his companion's attitude, and when he turned together with the girl towards the door, they would see the silhouette of the green-haired boy entering seriously. The blonde girl, remembering that he had passed her in the entrance exam, annoyed, threw herself at the green-haired boy, who dodged her and, sweeping her, subdued her. What a quick reaction, Iida thought in her mind, surprised to see her partner's reaction. Damn you Deku, I swear that when I get loose I'll make you pray for your life. Tisk, the girl shouted, threatening Izuku, who tried in vain to get away. His partner listened, ignored being with his headphones and continued pressing. In the hallways outside the classroom the figure of a brunette girl appeared. Upon entering she noticed the green-haired boy and the blonde. It's you, the green-haired boy from that time, I remember you, said the brunette happily when she saw that the boy was now her partner. Hello, Izuku said dryly without turning to look at the brown-haired girl. The brunette girl was about to enter until she saw another girl who looked very similar to her green-haired companion enter and say the following. Do you want to leave her alone? You're not much of a gentleman, let's say, Izumi said to his brother to make him stop. I was going to stop anyway, someone else is here, or didn't you notice? Izuku would say calmly and with his bored face. He would release the girl and sit down in one of the seats in the room. Everyone would be confused by the last comment he had made. Midoriya, what are you talking about? Iida would ask until she heard a voice and turned around and saw a man in a sleeping bag. Impressive. You noticed me, the man mentioned from the sleeping bag in a dull but slightly impressed tone. That man would slowly get out of the sleeping bag and in a threatening tone would say to the entire class. If you're going to make friends, you can go. This is the course for professional heroes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shota Aizawa. I know this is sudden, but put this on and go outside, the man pointing at some practice uniforms would say. The students would nod, and after all the students in the locker room had put on their PE uniforms, they would go out to a large courtyard where they had been called. Minutes later, we'll do launch tests with their quirks, the master now known as Aizawa would say in a discouraged manner. Hey, isn't there an entrance ceremony? Asked the brunette girl known as Uraraka. In the life of a hero, there is no such thing, so today we will do that test. Another question, the teacher would say to the rest. Among the majority I would answer no. Midoriya, you got first place, what was your best shot in high school? The teacher asked the green-haired boy in a discouraged manner. It was 56 meters, Izuku would respond politely. This time try using your quirk, his master Aizawa would say. Understood. The green-haired man would respond in a bored manner, placing himself in the launching position. While preparing this he would say in his mind. Let's do this right away. He would prepare to throw the ball. When he threw the ball with force, it was with such power that it generated a small ice storm around the ball, covering everyone except for a two-colored boy who looked at him seriously. Your throw was, better see for yourself, his teacher would say, while cleaning the ice from his shoulders. The whole class, out of curiosity, would come closer and see the result that the machine would record. 1,800 meters. This is fun, shouted a girl with a pink test. I thought it would be something more complicated, said a blonde-haired boy with a black lightning bolt. How fun. Then let's make it more interesting. The last one in the tests will be expelled instantly. It is our freedom to judge the students as we please, so welcome to the UA Academy, said the professor with a dark look and smile. The tests began, and the green-haired boy stood out in most of them, except for the speed test, where, due to an oversight, he finished seconds behind the boy with glasses better known as Iida. In the strength test, the ice generated by the meter shattered like rubber. Damn, that kid is breaking all the records, the whole class would respond upon seeing the results. That bastard Deku is surpassing me, but you'll see our big difference, said Katsumi in an annoyed way. How is it possible that that useless person is surpassing me? This shouldn't be happening. I was supposed to enter to be the best. Since when did she get so strong and skilled with ice? Izumi wondered in his mind with a grimace of clear annoyance and envy. At the end of all the tests, a student named Mineta was in second to last place along with a girl named Hagakuri and awaiting his imminent end. Oh, by the way, expelling the last one was a joke, it was just so they could bring out all their ability and potential, responded their teacher Aizawa in a carefree manner. The class shouted in unison, what? From the class a dark-haired girl appeared, giving an explanation of what was happening. Seriously, Did you believe the expulsion story? It was obviously a lie, the brunette said quickly and concisely. I don't agree with her, but in the end no one was expelled, the green-haired man would respond coldly. That raven-haired girl glanced slightly at her green-haired companion leaning against a tree, while he relaxed and watched the rest. At this moment, you should review your subjects and schedules, Aizawa would tell his students as they left the place. Everyone would answer yes, and as the teacher walked away, he had an encounter with the number one hero who would come out of who knows where with his characteristic optimistic attitude. I really don't understand your way of doing things, have you noticed young Midoriya? He has a very useful peculiarity and also knows how to use it very well. In the future, I have no doubt that he will become a great hero, the hero known as All Might would say optimistically to his hotel partner Aizawa. In part, I'm surprised that the boy is very perceptive to what's happening around him and that he has great control over his quirk, but that's all, Aizawa would respond in his discouraged way as he continued on his way. The students and the green-haired boy walked towards the schedules until the brunette girl approached the green-haired boy to talk to him. What do you want? The green-haired boy asked his companion in a bored manner. Nothing, I just wanted to meet my classmates. By the way, you said that girl wasn't right, what did you mean? The girl known as Uraraka asked the green-haired boy with her lively tone. He was going to fail the last ones, although I don't know why he didn't do it, said Izuku in a carefree manner. Hey, she said seriously, but luckily that didn't happen, right? Hee. While she was scratching her head after not receiving a response from her partner. See you later, Uraraka would say goodbye to her green-haired companion. As Izuku advanced, a bicolor stood in front of him, preventing his advance, so they both exchanged glances. Do you think you're better than me? The two-colored man asked the green-haired man coldly. I don't believe it, I'm better than you, Izuku responded dryly and quickly with a sarcastic smile. They both stood face to face, until by luck or bad luck their entire class arrived. What does that idiot think he's doing? Katsumi asked as he looked at his friend. Seriously, not even a day has passed and it's already causing problems, Izumi thought. It would be better to separate them, Uraraka said to her companions. That's true, I'll separate them, Iida would say while using her quirk to get closer and separate them. As he stood near them both, his feet suddenly froze and a blade of ice appeared in his direction, rendering him immobile. Don't interfere, Izuku said in a bored tone as he put his hands back in his pockets. From among the students, a boy with spiky red hair approached to help his immobilized classmate. What's going on? Asked a pink-haired girl when she saw her entire class gathered together. As both prepared to make their first moves, the bicolor intended to attack quickly, but Izuku placed himself on guard and taking a hand out of his pockets he carried ice, but the firm voice of a girl would be heard. Todoroki, that's enough, stop right now, the raven-haired girl would say firmly. Midoriya, you and I, we'll see each other later. I've already told you Yaoyorosu not to get involved in this. The bicolor would withdraw after saying this with an annoyed expression. The whole class would start to comment among themselves. On the part of the green-haired boy, he was confused and without paying more attention, he asked the girl the following. Note, I asked you to interfere, Izuku would say in his cold tone, moving away. The Asabache girl would be upset to hear that, and in her thoughts she would say the following. What a disrespectful boy, thought the brunette, annoyed by her classmate's comment. Thus, the students of Class 1A would leave to go to the next math class, which would be with the professional hero present Mike. Does anyone know the answer? The hero present Mike would ask the students to find out if anyone had the answer to the operation. How boring, thought Katsumi with his hand resting on his cheek. Maybe it could be the result, but I don't think so. I need one more calculation, Iida said in a low voice while she continued doing more processes. Everyone was thinking of an answer, and a black-haired girl known for her intelligence was thinking of an answer, and after thinking a lot she finally found the answer, and when she was about to say it she was silenced by the voice of one of her classmates. It's 64, right? A green-haired boy said reluctantly. That's right, present Mike replied with his thumb up. Everyone was surprised, even the brunette, by his quick response and intelligence, although not for everyone since one girl did not look at him favorably. Damn, at this rate he'll leave me behind, How did he get smart in this time if I was always the best in my class? Izumi wondered with a grimace of clear annoyance. After the math class with present Mike ended and due to Aizawa's absence, the figure of someone very well known would make an appearance in the classroom of Class 1A. I'm entering normally, like a normal person, said the number 1 hero entering in a conspicuous manner. Class 1A would shout. All Might. Near the back of the room, a boy was reading a book, and upon hearing the hero's voice, he closed his book. But without paying attention, he continued reading another book titled, The Silence of the Lambs. Unbeknownst to him, a girl was watching him curiously as she listened to All Might speak. I've been wanting to get that book, but I can't, and besides, he doesn't have bad taste in reading, the dark-haired girl murmured, unaware that she would catch the attention of the hero in front of her. Miss Yaoyorosu, are you okay? The hero asked the girl. Yes, I'm sorry, the dark-haired girl said, embarrassed, returning her attention. But he wouldn't stop looking at what the green-haired man was reading, who had little or no interest in what was happening around him, although he clearly noticed that girl's gaze. Why is he looking at me so much? Izuku wondered in his mind, without paying much attention. Today we'll do hero practice, the professional hero would say positively. While he was talking about what they would do in the heroes and villains practice, the final parts would catch the green-haired man's attention. This time we will let you use your hero costumes sent by yourselves, the hero told the students. This last thing said by the hero generated a slight smile in Izuku, who closed his book, remembering that he could use the suit he wanted to see so much, which made him remember when he deviated from his way to his classroom. Flashback. Before entering classes, he decided to leave the box with the professional heroes, but first he would have to request to see the principal. I request to see the director, said Izuku calmly. Wow, this is unusual, I don't think you should be here. Your classes start right now, a professional hero who was there at that moment would say. I want to leave something, so I request to see the director, Izuku would respond again in a dry and polite manner. What's going on, Smontos? A small figure would ask. Mr. Principal, this student wants to talk to you, the hero would say to the small figure, now known as the principal. Okay, Smontos, let him in and tell me, boy, what brings you here? The director asked in a relaxed manner. I need to talk to you in private, Izuku would say politely. Okay, Smontos, let me talk to the boy for a few moments, the director would say to the professional hero. Okay, Director Nezu, replied the hero as he left. Okay, let's go in, the director would lead us into his office. Good morning, Mr. Director, excuse me for this interruption, Izuku would say politely with his serious face. Hello young Midoriya, what do you need? Asked the director with complete calm. I understand you do hero training, and I want to save something for some future time, he said, lifting a large box with unusual symbols. Wow, you're clever, kid, so you want to leave, that the director would respond calmly but with curiosity about that box. I assumed they would make them, after all it is an academy to train heroes, or not, holding the box in his arms. Wow, that's really getting ahead of the game. You're cautious, kid, and by the way, what's in that box? The director asked the boy curiously. At some point, they'll be requesting suits for practice here, right? Izuku asked in a bored tone. Yes young man, I suppose that is why you are asking, the director would say, understanding the reason why the boy was here. So you could keep it and give it to me when necessary? The boy asked in his serious tone. Sure, kid, we'll give it to you when you do hero practice, the director replied in a relaxed manner. Thank you for your time, Izuku would say, bowing, and before leaving in a somewhat more intense tone he would give a warning, by the way, I would be grateful if you did not review its contents. With that last thing said, Izuku would continue on his way to his classroom. If that's your decision, that's fine, the director would say as he returned to the things he had to do. End of flashback. That reason why he didn't go straight to his class and the reason for his smile from before was present. The big moment of opening the box. The hero practice of heroes versus villains began, and all the students in the class proceeded to go out to the place designated by the professional hero. All Might, what is the best way to make groups? Iida asked curiously. Among the students, a girl with frog-like features asked a question about the training. I can't answer everything immediately, This will be an indoor battle rehearsal, and as you know there will be random teams of 2 where one will be villains and the other heroes. The heroes will have to recover the bomb and the villains prevent this from happening. If the heroes recover it they will win, and if the villains prevent this they will win. If they knock out their opponents they will win, or if they can no longer move. By the way, before starting, what about young Midoriya? The hero asked the students. There it comes, Uraraka pointed to her green-haired companion. Everyone was surprised by the boy's style of dress, as his hero outfit was very strange and dull in color compared to the rest. Some were surprised, while others were thinking about the exercise. Flashback. The green-haired boy opened the box and found 2 suits. One very similar to the ones his teacher used and another stranger one he had never seen before. Wow, that's weird, said Izuku, confused, but inside he found a note. When I pick it up and check what the note said. Note from the box. Boy, here you have 2 suits, one is for combat and the other is for training. Try to keep the combat one stored away because Scorpion might be watching you, and try not to draw attention to yourself if you don't have to. End of flashback. Wow, Izuku-kun, your outfit is great, said the brunette girl known as Uraraka excitedly. Thanks, I guess, he said, adjusting his suit in his characteristic tone. On the other hand, mine is a bit tight and a little uncomfortable, she said, somewhat blushing and nervous. If you say so, he said in a serious tone but with a very slight blush. Both young men went to take out a piece of paper where the teams would be randomly decided. Izuku and Uraraka, heroes. Todoroki and Kazumi, villains. After the groups were decided, the professional hero and the students would go to a surveillance room where cameras would be able to observe the interior of the building and its surroundings. The team that was selected as villains would be inside the building. This time, I'll crush that bastard Deku, Kazumi claimed in an annoyed way. The other two-tone participant would be seen with his serious and thoughtful expression. Let's see how strong you are, Midoriya, the bicolor thought with a slight tone of annoyance. I'll crush that bastard Deku was what the blonde girl repeated. Could you go check, by the way, is your obsession with Midoriya because of something that happened? The bicolor asked unimportantly. Hey, you're not interested in half and half, Katumi shouted at him, blushing slightly. By the team of heroes who were advancing into the building. Izuku was thinking of a plan on how to defeat his opponents as quickly as possible with his teammate Uraraka. Izuku-kun, what are you thinking so much about? Uraraka asked curiously. In a way to finish quickly, he answered in a calm but bored manner. I understand, you're very smart, hee. Uraraka laughed nervously, waiting for an answer from her teammate. Let's go in, Izuku would say, noticing something as he moved forward. As they both advance into the building, Izuku's suspicion became true, the place was frozen thanks to the bicolor that had advanced. Achoo! Izuku. Brr, don't you feel that cold? After all, you have your arms exposed, said Uraraka, who covered her arms because of the cold of the place. At least he would have made an effort to stop me, thought Izuku with his bored face. As they continued to advance quickly, Izuku would place himself in a combat position when he heard someone approaching them quickly. What's wrong? Brr, Izuku, asked Uraraka standing behind her partner. He's here, Izuku responded calmly and expressionlessly. Who's here? Uraraka was about to ask when a girl's annoyed scream came over her. Deku! Kazumi propelled himself with an explosion towards Izuku. Without much difficulty, Izuku would dodge the attack and, covering his hand with ice, would hit the girl against a wall in the place. Arg! Since when? Cough! Did you get strong, you damn bastard? Cough! She would have difficulty recovering. I'll make you know the difference between us once and for all. Kazumi would launch a strong explosion in anger. The explosion would apparently hit the opponent, creating a smokescreen from the explosion. Deku! Uraraka would shout for her partner. Ha! I told you, I told you, Deku. Kazumi would give a superior smile. The smoke would make seeing practically impossible and the girl from the explosion would still be cheering. I told you, Deku, you are inferior to my damn trash, said Kazumi, while breathing tiredly. A voice would be heard from the smoke screen that slowly disappeared and revealed the figure of a green-haired boy. I thought you would be a bigger challenge, Izuku would say, coming out with slight scratches on his suit. This time I'll make sure to finish you off, Deku, said Kazumi, charging explosions in his hands. In a quick movement the girl launched herself with the intention of defeating her opponent, but with his ability to generate ice he evaded the explosions without problem. "Stop, there's no point in continuing," said Izuku, dodging one of the explosions with his bored tone. "You're underestimating me," Deku Katsumi shouted at the boy. The latter would step back a few steps and proceed to show him one of her grenades that were on her wrists. "Well, as you should know, Deku, my explosions are unleashed with the sweat of my palms. It's like secreting nitroglycerin that is then detonated when touched," explained Katsumi while a smile formed on her face. The voice of the professional hero and symbol of La Paz could be heard over the communicators giving an order. "Stop, Miss Katsumi." Bakugo gave the order, the symbol of peace all might. "If you don't hit him, he won't die." He would release the trigger of one of his grenade gloves. Boom! A huge explosion was heard and observed in the surveillance room, destroying part of the building. "Phew, did I do it?" Katsumi wondered, agitated by the explosion. "I told you, this is nothing personal." Bakugo, in a quick movement he would knock out his opponent. Between the two members of the hero team, they will continue their course to the bomb site without first leaving the blonde girl tied up, when Uraraka asked her partner the following. "Don't you think you were too rude?" Uraraka asked her partner. "It's my way of acting," said Izuku with his face bored but somewhat saddened. On their way to the bomb, they were attacked by ice attacks and blasts, but Izuku dodged the attacks without problems, although his partner did not end up the same and was slightly injured when protected by Izuku. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked with a tone of slight concern. "Yes, although I'm a little hurt. I can continue and tell me, do you have any plans?" Izuku-kun while standing up. Her partner approached and while he helped her, she told him about her plan. "Attacking from the back. Interesting," Izuku would say in a dry tone. "What you do is annoying," the bicolor would say while launching another attack at his opponent. Izuku would dodge the attacks without much difficulty, following the plan he had just told his partner. "It seems your partner won't be able to help you," the bicolor would say, approaching and observing the girl apparently out of combat. "You lost." Izuku would create an ice sword and cut it without caring about anything. The cut would be dodged with difficulty by his opponent and would destroy that wall of ice that prevented the passage to the floor where the bomb was located, without waiting for a more serious attack launched by Izuku, which would be repelled by the bicolor, and when both attacks hit it would generate a curtain of cold. "Do you really think that will work?" asked the two-colored man who was preparing an attack for his opponent. "Let's see if this is your size," Izuku would say neutrally, throwing the cut towards the two-colored one. "That won't work. You won't get any further from here. What are you trying to do? Creating a pillar of ice?" "Should I try or not?" Izuku would say in a dry tone. The two-color player would respond, annoyed upon noticing that his opponent was not taking the confrontation seriously. "My patience is running out." Midoriya generating ice spikes on his side. The bicolor would be ready to attack when giant spikes would form on the walls of the place and the ambient temperature would drop sharply. "What did you do?" asked the bicolor, who was beginning to feel the sudden change in temperature. "How boring. I'll finish this once and for all," Izuku would say, not even bothered by the drop in temperature. "I will emerge victorious and defeat you," Midoriya responded, the bicolor who was breathing more agitatedly and with his right side trembling. The first to respond would be Izuku, who would throw a punch at the bicolor's face at great speed. The bicolor after the first punch would respond with pillars of ice to repel the blows of his opponent who had increased his strength. "I'll win, do you hear me, Midoriya?" said the two-colored man, who stepped on the ground and generated pillars of ice in Izuku's direction, annoyed. Izuku's hard hours of practice gave him a superiority over his opponent. His skill and strength were such that he landed a kick in the stomach that left his opponent kneeling on the ground. "Ooh, you are inferior to me," said a pained bicolor who was spitting saliva and some blood, while trying to recover from that blow. The two-tone would generate peaks and more pillars from the walls with less force, while on its left side its temperature increased, generating steam. "Do you think that will work?" Izuku would say, destroying his opponent's attacks with his strength. His bicolor opponent would get up with difficulty and create a sword that was going to be embedded in one of his sides, but Izuku with his previously created sword destroyed the bicolor's sword and with a kick to his right side left him kneeling. "That's all," said Izuku with his bored face. Through the communicators and speakers that were still active, the voice of the symbol of peace could be heard announcing the heroes as the winners. "The team of heroes wins," said All Might from the surveillance room. "There couldn't have been any cattle, he didn't touch the bomb," said the wounded bicolor. "Miss Uraraka has touched the bomb," the peace symbol would respond to the bicolor's question. But as if she were, the bicolor would turn to see where he thought he had seen his opponent's partner defeated, but he found an ice statue in her shape. "You were so focused on defeating me that you didn't notice when my partner climbed onto the bomb floor. That cut I made was meant to open a path for her through that place that I assumed you had blocked by a wall of ice," said Izuku dryly and with his face bored. "Create a decoy of her and make you believe that I would be the one to advance to the bomb. Lower the temperature of the place to cloud your vision and force you to use your ability more. After all, your other side was activated to maintain your body heat, wasn't it?" Izuku asked calmly and expressionlessly. Tisk the bicolor would make a face of annoyance remembering that moment. "By the way, you entertained me, so next time try to be more than just a warm-up," said Izuku, stretching. "Warm-up?" thought the bicolor with a face of frustration and astonishment. "Stop thinking you're better than everyone else, they'll be your worst enemy," Izuku would say while looking at him in a bored and expressionless way. "Why didn't you fight seriously?" asked the bicolor in a frustrated tone. "I would have taken away the excitement." "Good battle," Izuku would say in a calmer tone. "Next time I'll beat you, Midoriya. You better go get your partner and the other girl before they freeze," the bicolor would say as last words before leaving. On the pump side, "How cold? Brr, couldn't it be a tropical fight?" while Uraraka shivered from the cold of the place. "You better go," a voice that would be Izuku's would say. "But Izuku-kun, we have to take Katsumi to the infirmary or he'll get hypothermia." "Achoo," Uraraka said to her partner. "Anyway, cheers," Izuku would say, carrying the unconscious Katsumi in his arms. In the surveillance room, young Midoriya and young Todoroki are good with their quirk. Although almost nothing could be seen of the battle, it was possible to hear through the communicators that young Midoriya did not fight seriously. "I have to tell him after classes, if he wants to be my successor and the next symbol of peace." In one of the infirmary rooms, a blonde girl woke up with severe pain in her abdomen and neck. "Where am I? Here. Deku, what are you doing here?" shouted the blonde girl known as Katsumi when she saw two figures sitting in the room. "You finally woke up, Katsumi. You had us worried, especially Izuku-kun, right?" Uraraka said to the green-haired boy known as Izuku. "You finally wake up," Izuku said in a cold and unconcerned manner. "You really cared about me?" Deku Doriya Katsumi in a calmer and somewhat embarrassed manner. "Maybe," Izuku responded neutrally, while reading a book. "What is she doing here?" asked Katsumi pointing at Uraraka. "She asked me to bring you and stayed here," Izuku replied calmly while continuing with his book. I just accompanied him here. If you want I can leave," Uraraka would say nervously and somewhat sadly. "You don't have to leave," Izuku said in a calm and bored manner without taking his eyes off his book. "But, I'm in the way here," Uraraka responded somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, do you have something against her?" Izuku asked Katsumi in a dry tone without taking his eyes off the book. "Of course not. Why would I care, and by the way Deku, since when did you two become so close?" asked Katsumi with a clear tone of annoyance and sadness. "I have no idea," said Izuku, who continued reading his book. Flashback. After practice ended, the boys who were selected as partners were talking, or rather, the brown-haired girl was talking more. "Hey Izuku-kun, don't you think you went too far with that? You almost sent Todoroki to the infirmary too," Uraraka asked Izuku. "It was a fight, and besides it's their problem, not mine," Izuku would respond without expressing anything on his face as he continued walking. "By the way Izuku-kun, who gave you that suit?" "Well, I mean, if you want to tell me, it's not like you have to answer," Uraraka asked with doubt and a nervous murmur, while following the boy. "You're curious and annoying, you know, but well, I'll tell you. Have you heard of the Lin Kuei clan?" Izuku asked neutrally. "Maybe, but it wasn't just a legend," Uraraka responded. "Let's just say that some guys over there earned my admiration and respect," said Izuku, confusing Uraraka. "I see, but what does that have to do with anything?" Uraraka asked with a comically confused face. "If you didn't understand it, then bad luck," Izuku would answer without removing his bored and serious face. "Please, I just didn't understand. Uraraka begged for the answer in a comical way. Let's just say they became my teachers, Izuku would respond quickly and dryly. Oh, so they gave you the suits, that was it. He sorry sometimes I don't understand, said Uraraka, scratching her head. You must have had some good teachers to have become so strong, he said animatedly. Anyway, let's take her to the infirmary, Izuku would say while looking at Katsumi in his arms. Izuku, sometimes you are very cold, Uraraka would say as she followed her partner to the infirmary. I guess you'll leave now, said Izuku without removing his bored face. Why should I do it? After all, I really like you, Izuku-kun, the girl told him with a smile. Just don't be annoying, said Izuku as they slowly arrived at the infirmary. Does that mean we're friends? Said Uraraka animatedly. As you wish, we're here, Izuku would say calmly to Uraraka, thus entering the infirmary with his blonde companion in his arms. End of the flashback. Since you're awake, I'm leaving. After all, classes are over. Closing his book, Izuku would get up from his seat. You're not serious, Deku said Katsumi, impressed by the time that had passed. It's true, classes ended a few hours ago, Uraraka would say. Stupid Deku, next time you'll pay, I'll defeat you, said Katsumi more relaxed. Whatever you say, Izuku would answer without looking and leaving the place. Before the brunette girl left, she would hear the blonde girl say in a threatening manner. Don't you dare do anything with that nerd, do you hear me? Katsumi would threaten with a death glare at Uraraka. Of course, whatever you say, Katsumi, Uraraka would respond nervously. The next day, the silhouette of a boy with green hair listening to music was heading towards UA Academy, but on his way he ran into his brunette classmate known as Uraraka and the boy with glasses known as Iida. Izuku-kun, how are you? The brunette ran cheerfully towards Izuku. Is you, Uraraka, right? He said coldly to the brunette girl. Good morning, Midoriya, Iida would greet in robot form. Good morning, I guess, Izuku replied dryly, putting his headphones back on. A small group of 3 students continued their way to the academy, but a horde of reporters were blocking the entrance as they tried to get in for interviews, and when they received no response they decided to interview the 3 students, starting with the brown-haired girl. Hey, miss, what are your thoughts on the peace symbol? A reporter asked the girl with glasses. I think he's strong and muscular, answered Uraraka, who imitated the All Might pose in her own style. You, the boy with glasses, what do you think about All Might becoming a teacher? Another reporter asked Iida. That increases my awareness of the fact that I am in a place where I can reap the rewards of the highest in hero training, not to mention that their authority and thoughts are a source of aspiration. Now that we students will be with him, I think he would be a great role model, so we will be willing to study to become great heroes as well. Iida would be cut and ignored. Hey, what do you think of your green-haired boy? The reporter couldn't finish asking when she saw the green-haired boy's expression. The boys would enter the academy through their student permits, and then Aizawa would come out to expel the reporters. Leave, you are disturbing the day, Aizawa would ask, signaling for them to leave. They couldn't bring All Might to tell us what. The reporter wouldn't finish when she saw how the entrance door would close in her face. What the fuck? The reporter would exclaim. Inside. Once the above was finished, Aizawa would give his points of view to the students and would start with his student Katsumi Bakugo. Katsumi, I think you should let yourself be carried away by your emotions for the next one. You are quite skilled, but if you continue like this, you will fail, said Aizawa in his disinterested and serious tone. Since I took the trouble to check your notes and scores, did you? Aizawa to the students. Having said that, he would turn to look at his green-haired student. As for you, Midoriya, congratulations. Aizawa congratulated Izuku with his discouraged attitude. Me? Izuku asked himself with his characteristic face. You had very small mistakes, but you did well in everything else, Aizawa would comment with total calm. Thank you. Izuku would thank me and bow. Well, today we will hold the election for president and vice president, Aizawa commented to the students. The class would comment. Finally something normal. Elect me as president, a red-haired boy would comment. I say my proposal would be that girls should show 30 centimeters of thigh, commented a short student with grape-shaped hair. I'd like to do it. A blonde boy with a lightning bolt mark in his hair raised his hand. I'll be the leader, exclaimed a girl in a pink test. Out of nowhere, a young man with glasses would stand up and exclaim to give his opinion about the representative positions. It's a huge responsibility that someone capable and willing to take on the role should assume, so let's do it democratically. He'll be the best person for the job, Iida exclaimed, gesturing with her hands. How will we know they won't vote for themselves? Hiro asked a girl with frog-like features. That's true, we don't know anyone, said a red-haired boy. Do it quickly and quietly, understood, Aizawa would comment in a sleeping bag. After a few minutes on the board the results were there. Midoriya Izuku, 5 votes. Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. Iida, 0 votes. Of course 0 points, I already knew I wouldn't hold this position, Iida exclaimed with a frustrated and listless face. A red-haired student asked his classmates. But who voted for Midoriya? With his hand on his chin. Whistling. I hope Katsumi didn't notice. I can't imagine what would happen if he found out it was me, he thought in his mind, trying not to draw attention. At the end of the seats, Izuku sat reading a diary about the history of the Lin Kueis, left behind by his teacher. A raven-haired girl approached her classmate to inform him of his position as president, since it seemed like her classmate wasn't paying attention. However, as she moved forward, she saw the diary her classmate was reading and was amazed by what it said, since her classmate was reading with his back to her. Hey, Izuku Midoriya, exclaimed the dark-haired girl better known as Momo Yaoyorozu. But something he would notice was that his partner would be wearing headphones, so he would approach to tap him on the shoulder and inform him of his position as president and that wearing headphones was prohibited, but Izuku would close the diary and turn to look at his partner. What do you need? Yaoyorozu, that's your name, isn't it? The boy asked in a bored manner, getting up from his seat. Izuku's way of speaking would leave the brunette girl amazed, as it was the first time someone had spoken to her like that. Izuku Midoriya, you are the new representative of our class, the brunette would say as firmly as possible. Really? Izuku asked with irony on his serious face. Your duty and mine as new representatives is to guide our class on the right path, so if you would be so kind as to come forward and introduce us to our classmates, the brunette would say in a firm tone. Okay. Izuku who would go to the front with his partner. At the front of the class, Izuku and the raven-haired girl better known as Momo Yaoyorozu introduced themselves as the new class leaders. How did this happen? Izuku thought with a confused tone. In the courtyard after school, all the students were heading to the food court, but Uraraka and her new friend Iida would notice the absence of their green-haired classmate, so they would decide to look for him after they had lunch. Where has Midoriya gone? Iida would ask. Let's finish quickly so we can look for him, Uraraka would answer. Away from everyone, Izuku would be outside the dining room relaxing under the shade of a tree, but he would be noticed by one of his classmates, a raven-haired girl. Noticing him alone under one of the academy's trees, would decide to go talk to him without first giving an excuse to her friend who was accompanying her. This Jiro, I remembered I have something to do, I'll see you later, said the girl known as Momo, slowly walking away from her friend. It's okay, Momo, the brunette's friend, now known as Jiro, would respond. When the brunette got close to her partner, she decided to hide and approach slowly, but her partner's voice would make her stop. You're the vice president, right? Izuku asked with his eyes closed. How did you know it was me, and why are you alone here? Momo asked his companion. I wouldn't get a response and she took it as if I didn't want her there, so she was going to leave. I'm sorry if I bothered you, please just ignore that I was here, Momo would say as she was about to leave. So you were the vice president, Izuku would say calmly, while opening his eyes. Sorry if I interrupted you, I'm sorry, said Momo in a sorry manner. I'm just following someone's advice, Izuku responded in a relaxed manner. Whose? Asked Momo confused. From someone I admire, Izuku would say in a neutral but calm way. I see, but hey, you haven't answered my question. What are you doing alone in this place? Momo asked his partner. You're very curious, Izuku would respond coldly. The moment would be interrupted by hearing a noise and screams. Following the sound of those screams, they would see their partner Iida stuck above the exit. While he tried to calm the rest, asking them to remain calm and informing them that they were only reporters. Thanks to the warning, the place would calm down, but Izuku would notice that at the entrance, a man with disheveled hair and a hood had destroyed the entrance, and the stranger, noticing Izuku's gaze, would disappear, covering his face. Izuku, noticing that at a high speed, would try to confront him, but he would not succeed, and when he turned around he would hear his partner tell him that they better go back. "What's wrong, Vice President?" Izuku asked with a slight tone of annoyance. "Midoriya, we have to go back before we get into trouble," Momo would warn her partner. But upon realizing it, the professionals were already there, the professional hero and symbol of peace All Might, Director Nezu and Aizawa, their teacher. Upon noticing the young people, they took them to the address to question them. In the direction, both boys would be sitting in the principal's office. The principal and All Might began with the questions. "Well, young men, would you like to explain to us what you were doing outside the recreation facilities?" The symbol of peace asked both boys. "You'll have to give a good explanation, guys," Principal Nezu mentioned. The jet black girl was somewhat nervous and annoyed about being in the principal's office. Izuku would be calm with his bored face until Momo decided to speak. "Principal, there was a loud bang and we saw the students out of control, but our friend Iida Tenya managed to calm them down. Then I noticed that my friend ran away, so I followed him and watched him outside the academy," said Momo politely but somewhat nervously. "Young Midoriya, what do you have to say in your defense?" the peace symbol asked the student. Everyone expected him to try to deny the facts, but he calmly responded as follows. "Director Nezu, could the girl leave? She has nothing to do with it." Izuku would respond neutrally and politely. Everyone thought the boy would be upset with his classmate for her confession, but his response and calm manner surprised them. "Yes, that's true, you young Yaoyorosu can go back to your classes," the director would give the order to the girl. The latter would only nod, and after asking for forgiveness with a bow, she was about to leave, but before leaving, Izuku would ask her to have a moment. "Vice President Yaoyorosu, tell the guy with glasses that the position of president is his." "Director, could you lend me a sheet of paper and a pen?" the boy asked in his neutral tone. "Sure, son, but what do you need it for?" the principal asked in confusion, giving him the sheet of paper and the pen. When Izuku received the sheet of paper and the pen, he quickly wrote something down and gave it to his partner. The symbol of peace, All Might, managed to read something and knew what it was about. "Here, give it to the guy with glasses," Izuku would say dryly. "Okay Midoriya, I'll do it," what her partner said would leave her confused. As we walked through the corridors, the following question was asked. "Who are you Izuku?" "Midoriya," Momo would ask. In the principal's office the situation continued, and now it was Izuku's turn to give his version. "Now let's hear what you have to say in your defense," young Midoriya said, the symbol of peace with a rigid tone. "At the entrance of the academy there was someone no older than 19, but I could be wrong. He was leaving just as the doors of the facilities were destroyed. My partner only warned me that we would get into trouble. That would be all, so I will take the charges," said Izuku with his characteristic tone and look. "One question, kid, could you give me a little more description of the guy you saw?" asked the director in a slightly more serious tone. "I didn't see much, just a light blue hair color and a hand on her face. That's all I remember." Izuku would tell everything in a neutral and unimportant way. "Young man, this time I'll let this go. Next time you'll be punished and possibly expelled. By the way, All Might wants to talk to you," the director would say with a somewhat serious tone but in a calm manner. How unusual, Izuku would respond calmly. "In class 1A. The girl finally arrived at her class, and before entering she sighed, and when she opened the door her classmates were in class. Quickly everyone paid attention to the brunette and there was no shortage of questions. "What happened, Momo?" asked her Jiro to her friend Momo. Others whispered the following to each other. "I heard the vice president and president were taken to the principal's office," a student commented. "Momo Yaoyorosu, I understand that you and Midoriya were taken to the principal's office, is that correct?" Iida asked seriously. "That's right," Momo would respond nervously. Two girls would have a grimace of annoyance and doubt, but they decided not to say anything. "By the way, where is Midoriya?" Iida asked curiously. "He's talking to the director and All Might. It's true, Midoriya told me to give you this." He would take out the note. "What is this?" Iida asked when she saw the note. "Midoriya, he told me to give this to you." So Momo would give the note to Iida. Upon receiving the grade Iida, he would read the note, and once read, he would ask his teacher for permission to give the warning. You have 5 minutes, Aizawa would say in a discouraged manner, placing himself inside a sleeping bag. According to this, it says that Midoriya is resigning from his position, Iida would say in a tone of astonishment. You know, being in that position of leading others is not to my liking, so I resign and congratulations, you are the new person in charge. I wish you luck in the position. I'm sure you'll do better than me. So from now on you are our president, said the girl with the pink test animatedly. The class would remain silent until the class applauded, but a green-haired girl felt very upset and that bicolored boy decided to ignore all this. My stupid brother did it again, said Izumi with a grimace of annoyance in his mind. From now on, Iida-kun will be our president, Uraraka would say while clapping. Returning to the address. Young Midoriya, I see a good future in you as a hero, and that's why I wanted to ask you. Do you want to be the next symbol of peace, inherit a great power that is transmitted from one bearer to another bearer like a torch? The professional hero would ask in a serious tone. The boy would remain silent for a few moments upon hearing those words, since as a child he had a great admiration for All Might, but time gave him a different way of seeing things, so his response was, I won't do it. I have other plans and I'm sorry if that wasn't the answer you were looking for, Izuku would say in a dry and cold way. I understand, young Midoriya. It's never too late to change your mind. After all, even if your attitude is like that, you always worry about others, or am I wrong? The hero would tell the boy. Well, if that's all, young man, you can go to class. Thank you, Director and All Might, Izuku would say politely as he said goodbye with a bow. That was weird. What did All Might see in me? Izuku would ask himself in his mind, as he arrived at his class and opened the door. The whole class would set their sights on the door where they would see their green-haired classmate. Izuku-kun, you're here, Uraraka said to her companions in an animated manner. Midoriya, I thank you, Iida would say politely to her partner. The voice of a red-haired boy approached the green-haired boy and said to him. Hello, old man. I introduce myself. I'm Kiroshima, nice to meet you. Midoriya, right? The boy with spiky red hair introduced himself and asked. Whatever, Izuku responded neutrally with his characteristic face. You were the one who gave leadership to Iida. That's what men do, the boy now known as Kiroshima would say. As Izuku advanced to his position, his blonde companion would stand in front of him. I'm not in the mood, Izuku would say in a somewhat annoyed tone, believing that his partner would try to bother him. Deku. Thanks. For the infirmary, Katsumi would say, hiding her blushing face. Again another girl would stand behind Izuku and comment to him. Idiot. You're already attracting attention, I'll tell mom, that voice would say mockingly, referring to Izumi. You know I don't care, you can tell him whatever you want, said Izuku, who sat down in his place. When he was taking out his headphones, this would catch the attention of his partner Asabache. Hey, Yaoyorosu, Izuku would say, calling his partner. The girl who was in her place would respond instantly. Yes, Midoriya, Momo asked, confused by the call. Thank you, Izuku would say, putting on his headphones. Okay, I guess Momo would respond, even more confused. But in the girl's mind she wondered why she would thank him, but her teacher's voice would pull her out of her thoughts. Everyone take a seat. Today we will have rescue practice, and by orders it has been allowed that you will wear your hero suits, and since we are far away, we will go by bus. Also it is your decision to wear the suit or not, Aizawa would say to his students with his discouraged tone. My suit is somewhat damaged, so I guess I'll have to go with the other suit, Izuku would say to himself as he remembered how the suit was left by his partner's explosions. Midoriya, Aizawa would say, getting the students' attention. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku would respond dryly, taking out one of his headphones. Take off your headphones or I'll punish you, Aizawa would say threateningly. The students would go out to the locker room, and once ready they would head to the bus, while at the end of all those from Class 1A Izuku would come out with a different suit, and which would draw everyone's attention, so his curious brunette companion would approach him and ask him. Izuku-kun, why are you wearing that outfit? Uraraka asked, confused upon seeing her partner wearing another outfit. It's another suit I had. Something else, Izuku responded dryly. Not this one, I just thought you looked great in this suit. I mean you're great, but don't get me wrong, I mean you look good in the suit, he said, Uraraka nervously. Line up in order, you will enter in 2 columns, Iida shouted to her companions to follow the orders. On the bus. Ah, so this was the bus, Iida would say with a downcast face from what happened before. Further ahead on the bus, a girl would ask her companion who had little or no interest in her. Hey, your outfit is really weird, Hiro, a girl with frog-like features, would say. Do I know you? Izuku asked coldly, while listening to music without taking his eyes off the window. I'm Suyu Asui, the frog girl would say in a carefree and calm manner. Further back on the bus, a dark-haired girl would call her green-haired companion. Hey, Midoriya, can you come here for a moment? Called the Momo to her partner. I hope you have a good reason, Izuku would say, getting up from his seat reluctantly. Oh, why did I call him? Momo Momo thought nervously in her mind. What do you want? Izuku asked in his bored tone. Midoriya, your outfit has a lot to do with the ninja style. Were you inspired by someone? Momo would ask her partner curiously. Sigh, it was given to me by someone who earned my respect, that's all, Izuku would answer, while putting his headphones back on. Oh, I see, so that person is a teacher for you, asked Momo. Now I see why you're the vice president, Izuku would respond dryly but with a touch of irony. You are someone skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and you also have great strength, Momo would say. It's hard work, if you don't have anything else I'll leave, Izuku said as he walked back to his place. That's all, thank you, said Momo in a polite and calm manner. As the green-haired boy was returning to his seat he would hear someone else calling him. Now what? Izuku would say, taking off one of his headphones. Oh, hey nerd, come here, Katsumi would call him with an embarrassed tone. When Izuku headed to where he was called, he would see as someone had put their foot on him so that he would fall, noticing that it was his sister's foot, but he decided to continue. He always falls for the same thing, ha ha ha, I want to see his expression, he would think in his mind, showing a grimace of amusement. But he would feel like his foot would lose mobility and he would feel a great pain. When he turned around he would see how his foot had been frozen and with an angry tone he would be about to complain about what had happened, but we're here, Aizawa would say. But this won't stay like this, Izumi would think with an annoyed face. All the students proceeded to get off the bus and enter a huge structure. Incredible, the class would exclaim. Is this USJ or what? A student asked. A local voice mentioned the following aspects of the place. Fires, landslides, floods. This is an entertainment practice area that I have created to simulate all kinds of disasters, and their name is Ultimate Space Jams, finally exclaims that voice from the place. Oh, but it's the heroine who works helping in accidents, Uraraka would exclaim animatedly upon seeing whose voice it was. Heroine N13, it is a great honor, Iida would say making robot gestures. Hey 13, where's All Might? Aizawa would ask the heroine now known as 13. He's in the hero's room, resting, or so I've been told, the heroine would respond calmly. Well, before we start, just 1 or 2 things, I'm sure everyone already knows my quirk, black hole, I would say 13 to the students. The students would be attentive to what the heroine said, but a green-haired student stood with a face of concern and slight worry. What is trapped will turn to dust, the 13th heroine told the students. The class commented. Wow, that's great. Yes, but it can also kill someone. This lesson will serve as a starting point. We are going to study how to use our quirks for the good of humanity. Your quirks do not exist to cause harm, explained 13 to the students. Bravo. Bravo, Iida would say with gestures of wanting to applaud. It's amazing, Uraraka would exclaim positively and happily. That's all. You have my gratitude for listening to me so attentively and patiently, the 13th heroine would say, making a gesture of reverence. All the students were excited about the place, except for their classmate Izuku Midoriya. They're here, I must be alert, said Izuku, changing his bored expression for a serious one. What's wrong, Deku? Have you gone crazy? Katsumi would say when he saw his partner acting like that. Out of nowhere a portal would open and the same guy with light blue hair, with a hand on his face, would appear through that portal. Gather in one place and don't move, Aizawa would give the order to the students. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa would exclaim to his fellow heroine. As this part of the entrance exam training, Kiroshima would ask his teacher. Don't move, they are villains, Aizawa would say to his students. From the villains, the voice of the guy with his hand on his face would mention. Where's All Might? We've been through a lot of trouble and we brought a lot of us, the leader of the villains would say. Damn, I have to help Aizawa, Izuku would think, remembering something. The symbol of peace must die, the leader of the villains would mention again. Sensei, aren't there any intruder alarm sensors? Momo would ask the 13th heroine. We have them, but someone must be interfering, the heroine would reply to her student. Aizawa, are you going to fight alone? Izuku would ask when he saw his teacher preparing to face the villains. Kid, get out of here now, Aizawa would say upon seeing his student. I won't leave, even if it's an order, Izuku would respond in a dry tone. Midoriya, I gave you an order, Aizawa would say with an annoying tone. I had a vision where you will die, 13 will be disintegrated by your own attack and almost everyone will die, before Iida arrives with the professional heroes, that is to say we will all die if we do not do something, he would mention to his teacher with a tone of concern. That was just a coincidence, go with the others, it's an order, Aizawa would order, launching himself against the villains. If I don't do something, that vision will come true, although I can get out of here and avoid my death. I'll think about it, Izuku would say dully, remembering that vision again. Flashback. The green-haired boy was meditating, until a very strange dream or realistic vision presented itself to him, where he could appreciate a warning of his death. They were at the place they would visit tomorrow, but it was in complete ruins. Midoriya, we must help Sensei, at this rate that thing will kill him, his partner Kiroshima would mention with some injuries. Izuku, we must resist until help arrives, mentioned Uraraka with fear in her words. A small student with a head shaped like a bunch of grapes said with great fear. This is the end, we will all die. The student exclaimed in fear. Midoriya, let's help the teacher, the bicolor known as Todoroki would mention. Okay, Izuku would say, while charging an ice attack in one of his hands. So both of them, along with their explosive partner and their red-haired partner, would rush to help their master. Die bastard, shiny, Katsumi would shout with a loud explosion. Hey, wait, Todoroki would say to his partner. I didn't expect this, but it seems to have worked, Kiroshima would comment, but he would see how that thing remained intact and it would hit his partner. The girl from the explosions would fly away after being hit by that thing in full view of the others who were trying to help her. Bastard, that's not manly, Kiroshima would say annoyed, trying to move forward to help his partner. As they tried to move forward, I saw the planes would launch themselves and prevent the others from advancing, although Kiroshima remained standing. Due to the multitude of villains he was getting tired after receiving quite a bit of damage, although his partner was slowly regaining consciousness, she was staggering as she tried to get up. Shit, this is bad, while we eliminate them they keep appearing, Izuku would say, freezing several villains. I don't want to use his power, but if I don't we'll all die, Todoroki would think, unconsciously activating his fire side, which would help keep the villains at bay. As they continued to battle, the sound of the thing crunching something would be heard. When everyone in the class turned around, they would be confronted by the unpleasant sight of the thing holding their already lifeless teacher. The whole class would shout, Sensei! Ha ha ha, splendid! Nomu finished them off, the leader of the villains would say in a crazy tone. The creature upon hearing that phrase would rush towards the 4 students and the first to be hit would be Kiroshima, who was already exhausted and his hardening quirk would break. Bastard! Katsumi would say, trying to attack the Nomu. When she realized it, the creature would be in front of her, and she would receive a blow to her abdomen, which would leave her on the ground, out of combat. Hey, bastard, I won't let you hurt a woman, Kiroshima would mention, barely able to stand. The Nomu at great speed would appear in front of the wounded red-haired boy, and would begin to brutally beat him, until he simply couldn't go on. The entire class was horrified as they watched him take the life of their classmate, first their teacher, and now their classmate. The Nomu would be frozen, but as if nothing had happened it would be released at a high speed. A green-haired boy would stand in front of him. Bastard, Izuku would say, trying to cushion the impact of the blow would put his arms in a cross. But the beast's strength would be too much, so it would send him flying away from there with his arms about to break. his bicolored companion before all this would launch a fire attack at the Nomu, and it seemed to have worked, since the Nomu's arm would be torn with burns from that attack. Haha, they won't be able to defeat my Nomu, since it is made to defeat the symbol of peace, the leader of the villains would exclaim in a mocking tone. So he's as strong as All Might. This is bad, but at least I burned him, the bicolor would say, seeing that he had caused great damage to one of the Nomu's arms. But the bicolor's face would change to one of total concern when he saw how the Nomu would regenerate and in an instant would stand in front of the young bicolor, although he would quickly make a thick wall of ice. This will block the blow, Todoroki would say in his mind, but his face would change when he saw how that beast had no problem breaking it. The half-and-half boy would be sent away, thus falling next to his unconscious partner, who would be slowly waking up. What the hell happened? He would ask himself, waking up for a moment. But being injured, she would fall again, losing consciousness due to the blows, but before falling she would see her red-haired companion lying inert. Her two-colored companion would approach to try to make her react again. React. Come on Bakugo, react, damn it, Todoroki would tell him with a worried tone. In those facilities, most of the students had fallen at the hands of the villains that Aizawa had defeated. Some were badly injured and others with their last strength were fighting to stay alive. It can't end like this. Arg, Todoroki would say in his mind with an angry grimace. Come on, get up, Izuku would shout to his partner, who had a paralyzed face. While he was charging an attack and was launching himself to attack the Nomu, but as he approached, a portal opened and Izuku would see the subject with the hands appear from there. Izuku would shout in an annoyed manner, trying to attack, but without warning the subject would touch his arm. The green-haired boy would cry out in pain as he saw his arm shattered, revealing damaged skin and some muscle tissue, while bleeding. At that moment, his companion would regain consciousness, seeing the scene. Midoriya, getting up and trying to help his partner. Arg, get out Todoroki, pick up Katsumi and go, Izuku would ask him, while holding his torn arm, which was bleeding. Don't be an idiot, you can't beat them all, said Todoroki, complaining about what his partner was asking for. For that reason, if you stay you'll die anyway, so go, I'll freeze most of them with what I have left and I'll stop them, Izuku would say, seeing his partner with his determined face. But, Midoriya, Todoroki would try to say something. Didn't you hear? Get out of here, Izuku would shout angrily to his partner. Thus, her two-colored companion would carry her other unconscious companion to leave. Nomu, don't let them escape, the leader of the villains would give the order. When he was going to say something else, his feet would freeze and he would see the green-haired boy, who was all hurt and with his arm destroyed, giving a smile, and in a sarcastic tone he would say to him. I see you still have some strength, huh? Ha 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 ha, the leader of the villains would say, while he would laugh sarcastically. The remaining student with his face covered by his hair would answer the following. I will not die, no matter if my body is destroyed, my wishes will lift me up because they are very great. So I will defeat them no matter what happens, Izuku would shout in a determined manner. The leader would order the Nomu to finish off the boy and the latter would stop the wound on his arm with his ice ability. Without saying a word, that boy covering his wounded arm with ice would launch himself to attack the beast. Although the boy managed to dodge the Nomu's blows, everything would get complicated when the leader of the villains also decided to attack, but the will of that boy helped him to continue attacking and dodging despite his damaged arm. This did not let them advance, but it did not last long. You've amazed me, kid. I didn't think you were capable of standing up to the Nomu and me. I'll give you a round of applause for this moment, the leader of the villains would say, while with a round of applause he would disappear through that portal. That boy would sigh with exhaustion, as he fell to his knees holding his arm that would bleed again. Sigh, they left, Izuku would say, trying to get up but couldn't. Midoriya, help has arrived, the voice of his bicolored companion would exclaim. What is this? Ow, would be the last thing Izuku would say. Being taken by the Nomu from his neck and the leader of the villains who would appear through the portal that apparently closed, thus being pierced through his chest. Slowly Izuku would close his eyes, watching as the villain pierced his chest, and before closing his eyes he could see his bicolor partner and the professional hero All Might trying to help him. Out of nowhere, when he opened his eyes again he realized that it was all a vision, while his heartbeat was exalted and cold sweat ran down his forehead. In his mind he wondered. What the hell just happened? Izuku wondered with a confused tone. End of the flashback. If I don't do something, everything will happen again, Izuku would say in an annoyed tone. The green-haired boy would see how his teacher attacked and erased the quirks of several villains. Are you really planning to take us on alone? Asked a villain. What an idiot. Hey, why can't I shoot? Asked the villain who was trying to activate his ability. Idiots at first glance, you can see that he can erase Quirk's eraser head, but let's see what you can do against mutants, would say a villain with the appearance of a four-armed mutant who would try to attack Aizawa. It's true, my power only works with emitter and transmission type quirks. Ranged combat is where I excel, which is why I've devised a countermeasure, Aizawa would say, activating his quirk. How annoying professional heroes are. If we were just any mob we would have already lost, the leader of the villains would say, scratching his neck. His hand-to-hand combat is truly admirable since he hides his gaze so they don't know what quirk Izuku would think in his mind. Stupid nerd, this is not the time to analyze, we have to get out of here, Katumi shouted at her partner. I don't think it's going to be possible. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. I apologize for the introduction, but we took the form of entering this place, the UA. You will be tortured, killed, every one of you, a villain of Mists would mention. Not this time, Izuku would say, launching an ice attack. Do you think that will work? The villain would ask, slowly destroying the ice. Get out of here, Izuku would shout to his companions, generating more ice. Don't give me orders. What the hell are you trying to do, Deku? Katazumi asked, confused. We must help Midoriya, Kiroshima would exclaim to his companions. The villain managed to destroy the ice and covered some students, teleporting them to various places in the USJ except for the green-haired boy who was out of his reach. He, seeing that there were several villains against his teacher, decided to help him and confront them. Go with the group, it's an order, Aizawa would say, annoyed, dodging an attack. I won't do it, I also want to help, Izuku would say, attacking the previous villain who attacked his teacher with an ice attack. At the academy, calm down, the director would say to the symbol of peace. Mr. Director, All Might would ask upon seeing the director enter. Yes, that's me, the guy who can't be recognized as a dog, mouse or a bear, Director Nezu would mention calmly and sarcastically. I see, your fur is very soft today too, All Might would say to the director. Humans can't reach this level, it's keratin, the director would say with a gesture, raising his arm. All Might, you must be careful with your hero activities, because of your way of acting your limit will be your defeat if you don't rest, the director would say to All Might in a more serious tone. But, Mr. Director, he was about to say something. All Might, you should rest, after all there are many heroes patrolling, the director would say calmly, starting to prepare tea. Is she really making tea? All Might would think with a confused face. On the side of Class 1A, I trust you, 13 would mention, pointing to Iida. Iida would exclaim, confused. Go to school as quickly as you can and tell them. Somehow the sensors were disabled. Our infrared and alarms don't work, I would mention 13. This same man would return to see his classmate and that green-haired student face the villains and would comment the following. Although Aizawa continues erasing quirks and fighting alongside student Izuku Midoriya, we know that they won't be able to defeat everyone. So please inform them of our situation, maybe some villain is interfering with communications, 13 would say to the representative of Class 1A. But, Iida was about to say something. Relax, we'll hold on, Uraraka would say with her thumb raised. Boy, use your quirk to save the others, 13 would say to the class representative. You are our hope, President, a student would exclaim. I'm really surprised that there are idiots who believe in hope, what else are they going to do? The fog villain asked in a sarcastic tone. It's not obvious, we won't let you advance, 13 would say in his most serious tone. On the other side of the USJ, 3 students were seen on a boat being cornered by villains. A small student, shaped like a grape head, desperately told his classmates. They are idiots, these villains are capable of killing us, your idea is contradictory, Midoriya, exclaimed the student with grape hair. Idiot, think. Why did they send us here? They don't know our quirks, I have an idea. Suyu, You will take us out of the water in Mineta. You then with your quirk will throw the spheres from your head into the river. That way we will catch them. I will try to burn them, Izumi would say with a worried tone. While in another part of the facilities, 3 students are reportedly cornered. We are cornered. What do we do? A yellow-haired student with a lightning bolt mark would ask worriedly. A villain would be about to attack the student but would miss by a few inches. Die! Shouted a villain trying to attack the student. Ouch! I can almost see the gates of heaven, said the student, dodging the attack. Tell us the details later, the girl known as Jiro would say to her companion. Now we must know how to defeat them, a dark-haired girl would say. But in the mind of that ebony girl known as Momo Yaoyorosu, she would think. Yuo Midoriya, things are getting worse, Momo would think, covering herself from the villains. I can't communicate, something's interfering. The blonde boy exclaimed to his companions. Can you do something? Jiro would ask the student. Well, I can only throw lightning carrot. The blonde boy would respond, generating small rays from his fingers. That will work. You will be our shield, Jiro would say, grabbing his partner by his jacket. Hey, wait, you're not thinking about, hold on, shouted the blonde boy as he was thrown against the villains. When it hits near the villains, it would give a shock of electricity, thus defeating some villains. I have a plan, Jiro would exclaim to his companions. Say it already, her friend Momo would ask. Momo creates a big blanket, Jiro would say to his friend. Count me in, the blonde boy with some wounds and scrapes would say. Yes, we heard you. Now, Jiro would exclaim, making a loud sound from some speakers that were on his ankles. My ears, arg, shouted a villain covering his ears because of the sound. Taking advantage of all this, the ebony girl would begin to create the blanket, although it took time. That's it, Momo would exclaim to her companions. Okay. Now Pikachu, Jiro would shout to his partner to follow the plan. Hey, first of all, I'm Kaminari. Now, 1.8 million volts, the boy now known as Kaminari would shout, touching the ground and generating a strong shock to the villains. All the villains who were there would be hit by the discharge and would shout, arg. After a few seconds the girls will come out seeing the villains defeated and their camper in a state of idiocy. Did it work? Momo asked, getting out of the blanket. It seems so, Jiro would say that he would see the villains defeated. I think the others are doing worse, Momo would think. In the distance in the central part of USJ, Aizawa would be seen attacking the leader of the villains. -20, 19 the leader of the villains would say in a low voice. What are you trying to do? Aizawa asked angrily, continuing in the direction to attack. -18, the leader of the villains would say again. Tisk, Aizawa would exclaim angrily, hitting the leader. -17, for you to do that action and in shorter intervals, you must keep your eyes open for a long period of time. Don't boast so much, Eraserhead, the leader of the villains would say, touching the hero's elbow and trying to disintegrate him. Shit, my elbow is broken, Aizawa would say, giving a blow he would separate himself from the villain. While the heroine 13 and the students would have serious problems, since 13 trying to catch the villains with his quirk, Black Hole, this would open a portal through the heroine's back. Damn, 13 would say, wounded as she failed and was being disintegrated by her attack. 13, your combat experience is less than that of a professional hero, the villain would say. The small group of students that was with 13 would be shocked to see this event, but a boy stopped the attack by countering it. Ice Breaker, Izuku would say, freezing the villain. A storm of such penetrating cold that it seemed to cut through the air would make the portal behind the 13th heroine disappear. But what? The villain would exclaim, releasing 13. I have no choice but to apply this technique. Ice burst, Izuku would say in a bored tone. So that a strong explosion of ice would paralyze the villain and drive away other villains who were approaching. That should be enough. Now I must hurry to stop Aizawa's death, Izuku would think with a grimace of annoyance and a dry tone. Turning towards his teacher, he would see him being grabbed by the head and slammed against the floor. Artificial humans, Nomus, the anti-symbol of peace, said the leader of the villains with a mocking face. On the side of 13 and the students, they would be blocked by the fog villain. There's no more time, go Iida, Uraraka would exclaim to her companion. Didn't you hear? Run, run, a student would shout. You're not going anywhere, the villain would exclaim, slowly recovering from the ice explosion from a moment ago. Go away, President, a girl with a pink test would shout. Wait guys please, hold on, Iida would say if she could get out. Once the student left, he started running faster towards the academy. In another area of the USJ, two students were inside a ruined building finishing off some villains. Is everyone here? Asked a red-haired boy known as Kiroshima. Gosh, they were really weak, a blonde girl known as Katsumi would say in a bored way. We have to go help the others, since we were sent, that means the others are in the USJ, Kiroshima would say to his partner. Do whatever you want, I'll just kill that bastard from the portals, Katsumi would exclaim with an arrogant tone. Out of nowhere an invisible figure would try to attack the girl, but she would react without flinching. Die, an invisible villain would say as he was sent flying. Boom. These villains are incompetent and weak, I say they are fine, Katsumi would respond calmly to his partner. So that's why you're calm? Kiroshima would ask in a calm and animated manner. I'm always calm, you damn brainless idiot, Katsumi would exclaim angrily. It's okay, Kiroshima would say with a smile. So go, I'll see you later, Katsumi would say to his partner as he walked away. Coming from you to our classmates, that's very feminine of you, Kiroshima would respond calmly. In the center of the USJ, Aizawa could be seen seriously injured, being tortured by that beast. He's twisting me like a branch, maybe if I can see him I can eliminate his quirk, Aizawa would think without being able to do anything. What do you think so much, Eraserhead? Ha ha ha, the leader of the villains would say in a mocking tone. Yes, this is his base power, should rivals All Might, Aizawa would ask himself again with more injuries. A few meters away, near the water, there were three students watching such a terrible scene. This is bad, we're all going to die. Tell me you have a plan, Midoriya, the student now known as Mineta would ask in a scared tone. Unfortunately, I can't think of anything, Izumi would respond with a worried tone. As the beast beat and tortured the pro-hero, a portal would appear next to the villain leader. Portal appears. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? The leader of the villains would ask the fog villain. That hairy boy didn't let me finish the job, the fog villain, now known as Kurogiri, would respond. Damn it, just because you're essential to this, I won't do anything, the leader of the villains would say in an annoyed tone, starting to scratch his neck desperately. Tamura, the villain known as Kurogiri would say. If more professionals come, it's game over, the leader of the villains, now known as Tamura, would mention. Nearby, the three students who were hiding would hear that. You heard us, we're saved, they're coming to rescue us, the little perverted student would exclaim, grabbing the breast of one of his classmates who was keeping him afloat. This is a little disconcerting, don't you think, Izumi-chan? Asked the frog girl as she sank her companion. But if they said they came to kill the symbol of peace, something doesn't add up, that means, game over, Izumi would mention with a face of confusion and concern. I will destroy the pride of the peace symbol, Tamura would say, returning to see the three students in the water and with a quick movement trying to touch the frog girl's head. Move, Izuku would shout, knowing what would happen if he touched his partner. The whole time was paralyzed, and when the villain's hand was about to touch the girl, a pillar of ice stood in between. Huh, that brat is driving me crazy, Tamura would exclaim furiously. Get out of here, now, Izuku would exclaim to his companions. Nomu, finish him off and kill him, shouted Tamura pointing at the green-haired boy. The beast, hearing the command at great speed, landed a strong blow, almost sending the green-haired boy flying, but the latter managed to create an ice shield. Todoroki, Katsumi, and Kiroshima arrived at the scene and only watched as their companion fought with that thing. Frost hammer, Izuku would say, creating an ice hammer that would hit the Nomu, pushing it away. This brat, the villain Tamura would think. But when he turned to look at the green-haired boy, he would notice that he was no longer there. Where is it? The villain would say, turning to each side. In a moment, out of nowhere, he would receive a blow that would send him a few steps back. Aizawa-sensei, are you okay? Izuku asked his badly injured teacher. The green-haired boy took his teacher's vital signs, thus confirming that he was only unconscious. He's just passed out. Hey you, he would call to his red-haired companion. Hey, old man, I have a name, you know, the red-haired boy known as Kiroshima would say, as he walked towards his partner. Listen, I won't repeat it again, go upstairs with the others and take the teacher, Izuku would say dryly to his partner. Huh, but you won't be able to fight that thing, so let's go right away, Kiroshima would complain to his partner for what he said to him. If something goes wrong, just run away and get away from the place, understood, Izuku would say, getting up and heading towards the villains. But, Midoriya Kiroshima was about to say something. But the red-haired student, seeing the look on his green-haired companion's face, the latter would only resign himself and take his unconscious teacher, thus advancing to where his companions were. Now, how do we leave it? That's true, I'll finish them off, Izuku would say in a dry and cold manner to the villains. You're exhausting my patience, kid, Tamura, the leader of the villains, exclaimed while scratching his neck. Hurting my tutors and my group was sentencing their fate, prepare to feel the cold embrace of death, Izuku would say with an annoyed tone and look. Stupid kid playing hero, Nomu, kill him already, Tamura would shout, pointing at the green-haired boy. At great speed that thing would be in front of the boy, who dodged it with difficulty and quickly created an ice sword. You're in the way, Izuku would say in a neutral, low voice, and instantly make a cut. The Nomu would attack again but would be dodged again and would receive several cuts all over its chest, but it would begin to regenerate the damaged part. It's true, I forgot that this thing can regenerate, Izuku would think, dodging and attacking with his sword. You don't understand, he is destined to kill the symbol of peace, you will achieve nothing, Tamura would exclaim with a clear tone of superiority. At one point the beast increased speed without warning, and with great force the beast grabbed the green-haired boy by the head and brutally slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Ha 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 ha, I told you, kid, you're not strong enough to save them all, Tamura would exclaim with a sinister smile upon seeing the scene. Let me go, Izuku would say in a low voice, so the beast's hand would be frozen and torn off. Arg, the Nomu would shout. You are a very tough bastard, Izuku would say with blood falling from his forehead. The beast would regenerate its arm, and on the green-haired man's side he would create an ice axe while he expelled ice from his breath. What are you waiting for? Izuku asked the beast in a challenging tone. The Nomu would let out a scream and quickly stand in front, trying to land a blow on the green-haired boy, who quickly froze his hand and with a kick would destroy it. How is it possible? The Nomu is supposed to kill All Might, but this kid is standing up to him. This doesn't make sense, Tamura would think from a distance, while scratching his neck in despair seeing all of this. At one point in the battle between the beast and the student, the latter froze the beast and, leaping with the axe in his hands, decapitated the Nomu. Ah, damn, Izuku would say, sighing with exhaustion and wiping the blood from his forehead. No, it won't end like this. I'll finish off one of you, Tamura would exclaim, lunging towards a green-haired girl who wouldn't be able to react. Time passed in slow motion. Since the fight of the green-haired boy, he looked away from his opponent and saw how the villain was about to finish off that girl. Meanwhile that girl, sister of the green-haired boy, could only see how her life was about to end. Is this how my life will end? Here and now? No, I don't want to end like this, please someone help me, Izumi would think as he saw the villain's hand approaching to finish her off. Die! Shouted Tamura. No! Izumi would shout. Blood splattered and the villain's smile appeared. So after all, you do care about others, huh? Ha ha ha, Tamura asked the figure that had stood in his way. Drops fell from an arm, and the unfortunate man's grimaces of annoyance became apparent. The green-haired girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the figure who had saved her. A green-haired boy, wounded in the arm, was already in front of the girl. Arg! The green-haired boy, better known as Izuku, would complain. He staggered slightly as drops of blood fell from his arm. Hey, Izuku! What are you doing, idiot? Izumi would shout, worried and confused upon seeing her brother's condition. This hurts, Izuku would say in a low voice as drops of blood fell from his injured arm. Why, after everything I did to you, you saved me, Izumi would ask in a dry tone. Does that matter? Izuku would respond coldly, getting up to continue fighting. So you're going to keep fighting? Tamura would ask the green-haired boy, confused. Yeah, Chishizuku would respond with grimaces of annoyance, while he covered his arm with ice to stop the bleeding. It's okay brat, Nomu, change of plans Tamura would mention turning to see a dark-haired girl who had arrived with her other companions. Huh, Izuku would say confused, until he realized who the villain was looking at. Nomu finish that girl, Tamura would exclaim with a malicious smile. The beast, once regenerated from the damage it received except for a mark near its neck, would turn to look at the girl. Yaoyorosu, arg, run away, Izuku would exclaim to his partner. At high speed the Nomu would be a few meters away from her, the latter would be paralyzed with fear upon seeing the thing just a few meters away from her and thus the beast was about to deliver a strong blow to end her life. No, it can't end like this, please someone help me Momo thought in her mind while cold sweat ran down her forehead and she closed her eyes. Yaoyorosu-san, one of the classmates would exclaim. All of her companions were shocked by the speed of the Nomu, it seemed that it would be the end of the girl. Everything happened in slow motion when the blow of the beast was about to end the girl's life. A wall intervened causing the impact wave to push the girl away to her companions. The leader of the villains would turn to see the green-haired man noticing that he had his arm raised. You're a pain, said the leader of the villains known as Tamura. This isn't over yet said Izuku with his annoyed look. It's over, Tamura would say neutrally. The Nomu would rush in front of the boy at great speed and with great force would hit him on his right side, breaking his ribs and making him spit out a large amount of blood. The force of the impact would send him against a wall in one of the areas, leaving him stamped there. It's finally over, now let's finish off the other brats Tamura mentioned, until his feet were frozen and a large spike was about to pierce him. But when it was about to be pierced, the Nomu would position itself so that it would receive the damage. You're still alive, huh? You heroes are really annoying when you put your mind to it. Nomu, finish him off this time Tamura gave the order neutrally. Stop hiding, bastard Izuku mentioned in a dull tone. The Nomu in a quick movement grabbed the green-haired boy by the head and with great force began to stamp him on the ground again and again. At the same time he began to hit him without stopping causing blood to fly all over the place. Then the Nomu was called by the leader of the villains. That's all. Without that annoying brat we can finish off the other students and break the symbol of peace Tamura would exclaim. As he was about to leave he heard a low voice that made him stop. How is it possible that you are still alive? It doesn't matter, allow me to end your life Tamura would say with a grim smile turning around. It doesn't matter. That my body is destroyed. My desire to win will lift me up because they're very big and I will defeat them no matter what happens Izuku mentioned with a low voice and with his hair covering his face. I'll finish this once and for all said Tamura who was about to approach the green-haired man. But he would stop when he received a blade of ice very close to his neck, which made him bleed slightly. Huh? That brat, Tamura would exclaim in amazement. From afar, the entire class, seeing how their green-haired classmate fell without strength and finally defeated, would shout, Midoriya. We have to go, Kiroshima would say to his companions in a dull tone. Huh? We can't leave Izuku-kun here, Uraraka would say upon hearing what her partner was saying. You're right, we have to go Todoroki would say in his characteristic tone. You too Todoroki-san, Uraraka would exclaim. He told me that if something went wrong we should leave here. I know that's not manly but we can't do anything. I want to help but now we would only make the situation worse. You saw what he did to Midoriya. Damn it I want to help exclaimed Kiroshima hitting the ground. Uraraka-san is right. We can't leave our partner here, we are a group and we must support each other, Momo would mention in a tone of anguish and despair. When the Nomu was about to attack Class 1A, the entrance door would be destroyed and the figure of someone known would appear. Finally a ray of hope arrived. Don't be afraid, because I am here, that voice would exclaim, referring to All Might. The professional hero would pull off his tie and quickly notice his seriously injured teammates N13 and Aizawa, but his anger increased when he saw how one of his students was seriously injured and would be held by the neck. How could they? I won't forgive them All Might would say with a tone of clear annoyance and replacing his smile with an angry face. The professional hero, clenching his fist tightly and at high speed, would hit the beast, which would fly away and crash into some rubble. So the big fish finally came thought Tamura when he saw the hero. In a quick movement he would pick up the green-haired student in his arms and in a low voice he would mention him. "You did well, kid, you did well. Now let me help you with this. League of Villains, I will not forgive you for what you did to this student," and my classmates All Might would say in an annoyed tone, turning to look at the villains. Among the students, the ebony girl quickly remembered her friend and her electric partner, so she went to them to see how they were. The professional hero would rescue the green-haired boy's companions who were near the place, and after moving a few meters away he would tell them, "Go to the exit and meet up with the others," All Might ordered in a serious tone. All Might. The green-haired girl was about to say something, but she would be stopped by All Might. "Relax, I'll be fine," All Might would mention, raising his thumb in a positive manner. "Symbol of peace, you're getting weaker," Tamura would mention in a mocking tone. Quickly the hero noticed that the Nomu stood up. With great speed and strength he attacked the beast. "Carolina, SMASHH, All Might would exclaim with a fist in the Nomu's face. As he got back into position to attack, he noticed a large wound near the Nomu's neck, and in his surprised mind he said, "Wow, young Midoriya, did you really get him pregnant?" All Might would think that he would quickly attack again. "What are you thinking so much, Symbol? Do you think about what will happen to your students when you die?" "Ha ha ha," Tamura would mention with a tone of sarcasm and mockery. "My punches aren't very effective?" All Might would ask in a low voice. "It won't work, he has shock absorption. If you want to defeat him, you'll have to destroy him with all your strength." "Ha ha. That brat did significant damage to him." "The kid did a fair amount of damage, but he was no match for me, though I have to admit he was a real pain," Tamura said angrily, touching the wound on his neck. "Thanks for the information, now I can finish this," All Might would say, grabbing the Nomu by the abdomen and trying to do a suplex. Damn. The little student known as Mineta would exclaim in a tone of terror. "Shit," Izumi would say with a stunned face upon seeing the scene. "So this is what you wanted to do?" asked the shadow villain known as Kurogiri. "Oof," All Might would exclaim with a grimace of pain. He would be held tightly by his sides by the Nomu, while a portal separated the two in half. "The Nomu has your own strength, he will kill you, All Might," Tamura would exclaim with a tone of mockery and victory. "Shit, if All Might dies, it'll be gamer over for us. Mineta and Suyu, get out of here, I'll try to help All Might," Izumi would shout at them, worried and nervous. "Are you crazy? That thing will kill you," the student known as Mineta would mention. "Idiots. If Almgid dies we're all dead. I'll help him," Izumi mentioned with an annoyed tone while generating fire from his hand. Just as he was about to approach the Nomu to attack it, an explosion came his way. "Get out of my fucking way," Katsumi would exclaim, launching an explosion and damaging the fog villain. "Bastards, I heard your plan to kill All Might. The symbol of peace won't fall so easily," Todoroki would mention in his characteristic tone. "It's not funny at all, damn shadow, or is it?" asked Katuzumi with a mocking face as she had the metallic body from which the villains of the fog came out. "A freezing attack. Was it you, young Todoroki? Thanks, kid. Now I can free myself," All Might would say as he freed himself from the Nomu's force. "Hey, Shadow, did you think I didn't notice your physical body?" asked Katsumi, holding the metallic body of the fog villain. The villain of fogs by the explosions and having no other option released the professional hero and the Nomu. "Nomu, finish off that brat and let's end this once and for all." "Huh? Why is she getting slower and weaker?" Tamura wondered with a confused face. "I see. After receiving all that damage from young Midoriya, it seems that he has weakened it," thought All Might as he saw how the Nomu was getting slower. "Damn, that brat ruined my plans, but the Nomu can still fight. Nomu attacks," Tamura would exclaim in a more serious and distressed tone. The beast would continue fighting even though its attacks were getting slower every minute of the fight. Once again it launched itself with a strong blow that made All Might retreat a few meters back. "Don't you know the truth?" All Might would ask the leader of the villains. "Right? That injured boy almost defeated me and he didn't care about saving the other brats, touching right. The question. Why did he do it? An act of heroism maybe. In the end you are a hero and I am a villain. Who decides violence? Society. You are not the symbol of peace. You are just a hypocrite, and once we finish with you the violence will become known." "Ha ha 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 ha," Tamura would say with a tone of mockery and madness. "You're crazy. All Might would mention in an annoyed manner. We can defeat them, we are 5 against 3, All Might Todoroki would suggest to the professional hero. Thank you, but please escape, I'll take care of it, All Might would mention with a determined tone. We'll finish the game and we'll be victorious, Tamura would mention, launching himself against the professional hero. I am the symbol of peace. All Might would exclaim, trying to attack the leader of the villains. Before the hero could attack the leader of the villains, he would be stopped by the Nomu. Despite his injuries that were beginning to appear, the beast would stand in front and the exchange of blows would begin. They are fighting face to face. Izumi would think when he saw the hero fighting against the Nomu. I must end this as soon as possible, this is all beast, plus ultra. He would be starting to accelerate his blows, but he would notice that the Nomu's strength and attacks were weakening rapidly. When at one point the Nomu stood still without any further reaction and ice began to flow from his wound, slowly freezing him. No, but how did this happen? Tomuta would ask with an annoyed tone and a look of astonishment. Detroit SMASHH, exclamaria All Might. In another area of the place some students were having problems. If anyone does anything I'll kill this kid, a villain who was holding the electric boy in a state of stupidity would say. Kaminari, Momo exclaimed with her hands raised. He caught us, damn it, Jiro would exclaim in a low voice. Don't worry, it'll just be a moment, as a fellow electrician I wouldn't want to kill him, the villain would say confidently. Out of curiosity, why did you choose to be a villain? There are too many things you can do with your peculiarity, Jiro would ask, trying to attack by surprise. Did you think I didn't realize what you were going to do? The villain would ask, looking at Jiro. Shit, Jiro would say, annoyed in a low voice. Choose, your life or his? Asked the villain, pointing a gun at the electric boy. At that moment a shot would be fired in the direction of the villain, who would release the electric boy who was in a state of stupidity. They're here, All Might would say to himself, as he began to lose his muscular form. Shots. Arriving with duty, Iida would exclaim along with the professional heroes. This time I failed, but I'll come back and we'll kill you next time, Symbol of Peace said Tamura, who disappeared into the portal along with the fog villain. With the wounded heroes. Huh? Izuku-kun. Izuku-kun. The brown girl known as Uraraka screamed and woke up. What's wrong, Uraraka-san? Iida asked, confused. Iida-kun, help. He is losing a lot of blood and at this rate he will die, Uraraka would exclaim with tears in her eyes and in a worried tone. Damn, Midoriya has lost a lot of blood, we have to apply first aid or he could die. Iida would say, but would be interrupted by a bicolor. Step aside, I'll proceed to stop the bleeding, says Todoroki with a tone of slight concern and trying to stop his partner's more serious injuries. All of his teammates and professional heroes gathered, concerned about the serious health condition of the green-haired boy who was losing more and more blood. Damn Deku, you have to survive, you heard me, exclaimed Katsumi with a worried tone. Aizawa is in serious condition, but he will remain stable for the moment and so will 13, mentioned one of the heroes. Listen, this kid is in bad shape. We need to get him to an emergency room quickly. He has internal broken bones and serious injuries that may cause bruises. He's also lost a lot of blood. If he comes out alive, he may not be able to continue being a hero. A heroine would mention neutrally. In Izuku's mind, the green-haired boy would slowly open his eyes, which would meet the darkness of the place. Wow, I'm dead. One thing less, I guess, said Izuku sarcastically. No boy, you are still alive, but soon a great threat will come. Shao Kahn, Emperor of the outside world, wants to take the land and for that reason I am here present. Boy, do your best because we will need your help for the next tournament, a voice would speak in a tone of authority. Wait a minute. Shao Kahn. Tournament? Izuku asked in the darkness of the place. In the Mortal Kombat tournament, believe me, I would like to tell you everything, but it's time for you to wake up. You may suffer temporary memory loss from all those bruises on your head, but don't worry, everything will be answered in due time, said the voice that was beginning to take shape in the darkness. If what you say. By the way, who or what are you? Asked Izuku, who saw the silhouette and felt his vision become blurry. You know me as Lord Raiden. We'll see each other soon when the time is right, said the figure, his eyes flashing blue. Before the green-haired boy could say anything else, his eyes closed again. In the hospital you could see the light in a room and still green-haired on a stretcher slowly waking up. I see you're awake. How are you feeling? A woman dressed as a nurse would ask the green-haired man. Who are you? Where am I? What is my name? Izuku would ask with his downcast and bored look. Doctor. The sick woman shouted outside the hallway. A doctor would quickly arrive at the scene to examine the green-haired man's condition. After a few questions, he would come to a conclusion. Although he wasn't sure until he did some more tests, he deduced that it was dawn, although what he didn't know was whether it could be mild or severe. Okay, kid, you're currently in the hospital. Apparently, you had a serious accident that caused you to lose your memory, but don't worry, they'll come for you in a few minutes, the doctor would say in a calm tone. Who's coming? Izuku would ask in a dry and neutral manner. Then at the entrance a man in a strange suit would enter the place and ask to speak to the boy. I'll leave you two to talk, and if you need anything, you can call the nurse. I'll leave, the doctor would say as he left the room. Hello, brat, how are you feeling? The voice of the man in the strange suit would ask. And who are you? Izuku asked without removing his cold expression. It's me, brat, the man in the strange suit would say. You look familiar, but I can't remember anything about you, Izuku would say without taking away his bored look. Okay. I'm Subzero, your master, the stranger now known as Subzero would mention. I guess it's okay, said Izuku, unable to remember anything. You really don't remember me. What a problem you have. If it's serious, well, your companions are waiting for your departure, Subzero would mention calmly and firmly, looking at the boy. Guys. I don't know you, come on, you're messing with me, I'm out of memory or you're forgetting, Izuku would exclaim in a bored tone. Okay kid, I understand, although. Ping, Subzero would hit his student on the head. Ouch. That hurts, you know? Izuku would complain, annoyed, rubbing his hand where he received the blow. Where is your respect for your master, brat? Subzero would exclaim angrily. I'm just recovering from who knows what, I don't even know who he really is, Izuku would say, rubbing his head. It's true, I'm sorry, brat. I arrived a few days ago and I found out that you were almost dead and decided to come here, said Subzero, turning his back on the green-haired boy. I understand, but who are you really? I mean, I don't remember anything and I don't know if I have family, said Izuku in a neutral tone. I am your master and let's say I'm your father's family, that's all, Subzero would answer without turning around. So you met my father. Do you know if I have siblings or other relatives? Izuku would ask without removing his bored face. I'll explain it to you little by little, brat, Subzero would mention. In another room in the hospital, the hero and symbol of peace was recovering. Under these circumstances I won't say anything, the heroine nurse recovery girl would say. I'm sorry for my recklessness, I've been neglecting my limit. By the way, has young Midoriya woken up yet? All Might would ask. As far as I know, the boy lost his memory and can't remember anything. The doctor said it could be temporary or irreversible. Damn, if only I had gotten here sooner, All Might would exclaim, clenching his fist. The door would open and a voice would say, I'm going in, a man wearing a hat and a suit would say. Sukachi. It's you. So you came, huh? All Might would say to the man. Hello All Might, it's been a while. The students are fine, although things could have gotten worse, the man now known as Sukachi would mention. That's true, but the students also fought bravely, they are true heroes. Especially young Midoriya, who sacrificed his life and protection in order to protect his classmates, but in return All Might would say that he would stop. Did something happen, All Might? Sukachi would ask with doubt. The boy lost his memory because of that Nomu's blow. The truth is, thanks to his help, that beast was less difficult to defeat, All Might said with sadness and frustration in his words. It's really sad to know that a student ends up like this. Without your help the story for the students would be different, Sukachi would mention. The next day, wow, Midoriya was great, it's a shame he's like this, a student from class 1A would say. It's true, we almost had a heart attack, we almost died, mentioned another student from class 1A. Between the seats a blonde girl just looked at this without giving it importance, but she returned to her thoughts with a thoughtful face, and at that moment the door of the classroom opened where Aizawa would be seen entering with bandages on his face and arms. Is sensei okay? Iida would ask with a shocked face. Does that sound okay to you? Uraraka would exclaim in a low voice. Just when the class was about to start, the brunette girl would ask a question. "Sensei, by the way, how is Izuku-kun?" Uraraka would ask her teacher. The whole class fell silent and everyone paid attention. They shouldn't know, it's a bit complicated to say, but he lost his memory. Almost the entire class would exclaim in unison, "What? Did that nerd lose his memory?" Katsumi would ask himself in a worried tone. "It's a shame to talk about it, but all this wouldn't have happened if you had followed my orders and stayed where I told you. It would have saved us trouble," Aizawa mentioned in a carefree and dry manner. "That stupid Deku sacrificed himself for this band of useless people and to help him. Don't fuck with me that if he had followed your orders everything would be fine. Most of these extras would be dead. Although Deku is a complete idiot, I know that nerd well enough to know that he would give his life for everyone," Katsumi would exclaim in an annoyed way to the comment. A dark-haired girl did not stay seated and also stood up from her table to say a few words. "Excuse me, sensei. What my partner Katsumi says has some truth except for the rudeness and bad vocabulary he used, but he saved us from the villains. He saved your life, sensei, and he saved me from that thing. He did a stupid action, it's true, but he helped us anyway and we wouldn't be here if it weren't for him," Momo would say, getting up from her seat. "Katsumi, I don't want to give you a report, so sit down. As for you, Miss Yaoyorosu, listen. Everyone, listen to what I say. It all depends on how Midoriya is improving. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow, or so they say. Although, I doubt it after hearing all his injuries. Anyway, the sports festival is getting closer. You're an idiot, brother," Izumi would think with a frown. "At a meeting of professional heroes. From what I've researched, this one has a kind of disintegration ability that causes everything it touches to disintegrate. His name is Shigaraki, as far as my research is concerned. From what I've learned about the shadow type, he has a black mist type teleportation quirk. Many of the criminals are in their 20s and 30s, unregistered, and seemingly used as decoys and pawns," a man known only as Tsukauchi would say. "What's wrong, All Might?" the director would ask the symbol of peace. "The ringleader along with that thing," All Might would say. "To start with, we only have the name of the ringleader, which isn't very informative. Besides, once he recovers, that guy will cause us problems. As I was saying, he and that Nomu caused quite a few problems and even affected a student," All Might would mention. "How did it affect someone?" one of the heroes would ask. "According to what he said, that thing was meant to kill me. Young Midoriya, in an act of heroism, risked his life for his sister Izumi Midoriya and also for young Momo Yaoyorosu," All Might would mention to those present. Flashback. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm the police detective. You're not old enough to be taken in for questioning, so please return to class," the detective would say. "How is Aizawa-sensei, hero?" asked the frog girl known as Suyu. "I'm not in a position to say anything, but Aizawa has a few broken bones, the sockets around his eyes were severely damaged, his arms are in casts due to fractures to them in his face, but he is out of danger. All Might is not in a critical situation either. He is in the infirmary under treatment from Recovery Girl, and Hero 13 is stable, but I'm afraid his back and the upper part of his arms suffered serious alterations, but he will be fine," the detective told the students. "Izuku-kun, how are you?" Uraraka would ask. "How is Midoriya?" Iida asked. "The truth is I don't know much about his condition, but from what I heard he has some broken ribs, injured organs, an injured arm and a broken arm, and he was in a state. I don't know," the detective would say as he left. End of the flashback. Also, thanks to young Midoriya I was able to defeat him easily, although the villain's attitude resembles that of a child with that fallacious phrase, "He thinks he can do whatever he wants, he's like a kind of adult child," All Might would mention to those present. "This doesn't make sense. Like an adult child?" asked a confused hero. "Maybe in the garden he did something and discovered that," mentioned the heroine Midnight. Returning with Izuku, "What am I going to do with you?" Subzero would say to his student. "I'm fine, I understand everything you told me," looking at him with a bored and listless face. "Rest, brat, at this rate, you'll be back to studying tomorrow," Subzero would say. "I understand, sir," Kuai Liang Izuku would say as he lay down again. "Huh, what did you say?" Subzero asked in a somewhat uneasy tone. "Did I say something wrong?" "I said I understand," Izuku would say with a confused tone. "No, just rest, Brat Subzero would mention as he left the place. The next day, "Hey Iida, do you think Izuku will come?" Uraraka would ask her friend with glasses. "I really don't know. Wait a minute, is that Midoriya?" He would say this, while his gaze would go to a green-haired boy. "Hey, if it's true, that's Izuku." "Hey Izuku," Uraraka would exclaim in a happier tone, while trying to reach the boy. The silhouette of a boy with disheveled green hair stood with a bored and listless face, something that didn't seem strange to the boy with glasses and the brunette, but the green-haired boy just moved forward without paying attention. "Hey, Midoriya," Iida would exclaim, trying to get the boy's attention, and when she didn't receive a response, he went after him. "Do I know you?" the green-haired man would ask without enthusiasm in his words. Cough. "Izuku-kun, how are you feeling?" Uraraka asked with a tired tone. "I don't have time." While he was somewhat annoyed, he began to generate ice from his hand. "Hello, little brother," Izumi said in a mocking tone. "Would you be so kind as to get out of my way?" Izuku would say with his bored face, looking at that girl. "As you told me, I'm going to teach you respect." In an annoyed tone, Izumi would stand in front of her brother. "Respect is earned, not asked for." Move, Izuku would mention with his hand ready to attack. Luckily, at that moment a man wearing a suit very similar to the suit Izuku wore during the villain's attack appeared. "Excuse me, my disciple is not in a condition to talk. Come on." Izuku while he entered first and the green-haired man followed him later. "Huh, Uncle Kwai Liang," Izumi wondered in her mind. "Uraraka-san, let's hurry or we'll be late for class," Iida would mention. Using her quirk, she would quickly go to her classroom. "It's true, we must hurry." Somewhat worried, the brunette girl would go after her companion with glasses. When the young people arrived at their class, they were surprised to see the strange man outside their classroom and their green-haired friend in his seat with his most relaxed look. Excuse me, but who are you?" Uraraka would ask the man, confused. "Sir, this is the Hero Academy. I haven't seen you around here before. Are you coming with Midoriya?" Iida asked distrustfully. "It is none of your business to know of my presence here. I must speak with your master in charge." While he remained in his same position, Subzero would be waiting for the teacher of said class, but the silhouette of a girl very similar to his disciple appeared, which bothered him a little, and he firmly mentioned, "How long, Izumi?" He said this without turning to look at the girl. "Likewise, Uncle Kwai Liang," the green-haired man's sister would say with her serious look. "What?" the two students would exclaim in unison. No one saw this response coming from the green-haired girl. The boy inside the class, upon hearing the scandal, got up from his seat and went to see what happened. "Now what?" with his cold gaze. "Look, brat, she's your sister, Izumi Midoriya," the man mentioned to the green-haired boy. "My sister? What a surprise," said the boy with dry words. "You know, I don't like the idea of my brother being useless and an idiot either," the girl said to annoy her brother. "Anything else?" said the green-haired boy with a bored face and yawning. When he was about to enter the course, he felt someone take him by the shoulder and say, "Oh, you're old. I thought something bad happened to you," that voice mentioned, and the silhouette of a spiky red-haired boy appeared with a smile. "It's true, Midoriya, that was very risky, but you were great. Although you almost died and all that, you know, forget that last thing," said a blonde boy with a lightning mark in his hair. More and more students from Class 1A arrived and approached to talk to the green-haired boy. "How noisy, they are a nuisance," while the green-haired man was about to sit in his place. At that moment a man in a yellow sleeping bag suddenly appeared from Class 1A. "I see that your condition has improved, Midoriya, and you must be the new teacher." The silhouette of the teacher of said class appeared, Shota Aizawa. Do I know him?" he asked the man who got out of the sleeping bag. "What?" everyone would exclaim at this. "Take a seat, I'll introduce you to the new temporary teacher. His name is Sue." The teacher was about to say something but was interrupted by the visitor. "There is no need for me to introduce myself, I will do it on my own," the strange man would say. "My apprentices know me as Subzero. I am here because I am their temporary master, that is all, and a pleasure," this man now known as Subzero would say. "What will you teach us?" a student's voice came through. "I will teach martial arts and self-defense," Subzero said in a calm and firm tone. Then the question started. "What do you mean it's cold?" "Wow, Something very funny. I wonder what kind of martial arts he teaches. This is going to be a hit. Silence everyone, exclaimed the teacher, lifting his bandages despite his condition. There, almost the entire class mentioned. Well, you may leave, the master would say to Subzero. As the now new master left, he pointed to his disciple and said some pleasant words. As for you, if I hear any complaints, I'll give you a bone-breaking workout, understood? Subzero would say to the green-haired man before leaving. Understood, the green-haired man said with apparent unconcern, but with a slight shiver. The teacher asked the girl to explain to the green-haired man about the festival's theme. Well, Katsumi, can you explain everything about the sports festival? Said Aizawa with his disinterested and bored tone. A brunette quickly stood up from her seat and said, Sensei, I'll explain it to you. What did I do? What did I get myself into? He mentioned this, and at the same time the last thing came to his mind. Very well, you will be in charge of giving all the information at the end of the class. Well, let's start with the classes. Aizawa would say this to begin teaching. After classes. Hey Ida-kun, don't you think we should go talk to Izuku-kun? The brunette asked the boy with glasses. It's not a good time, Uraraka. Remember, Midoriya has no memory of us. This mentioned the boy with glasses as he moved towards the cafeteria. The silhouettes of two students were walking. One of them was a green-haired boy with a bored face and the other was a dark-haired girl who was talking and explaining everything about the festival. That's what the UA Sports Festival is about. Hey, did you understand everything? The brunette asked. Yes, well, if that's all, can I go? This was said by the green-haired man with his bored face. Sure, but, hey Midoriya-san, the brunette would exclaim in a nervous tone. Is something wrong? The boy would turn to look at the girl. I wanted to know if you wanted to go eat something, the brunette asked nervously but trying to look confident. No thanks, and I'm not hungry. Anyway, the green-haired man stopped but resumed his walk. When he was about to leave, he took a quick look and noticed how the brunette's expression changed, and when he saw her he said in his thoughts. Shit, I don't know why I'm going to do this, although it doesn't matter if I had something to do, I thought with boredom. Hey, the green-haired man shouted softly and reluctantly. The girl turned towards the green-haired man and asked, somewhat confused. Why yes, is something wrong, Midoriya-san? The brunette asked doubtfully. Okay, I'll go. Let's go. The green-haired man would advance, taking the brunette's hand, and they would advance. Ito. Midoriya-san is nervous as he feels like watching the sound. Is something wrong? He looked at her neutrally, without letting go of her hand. No, it's nothing, the brunette would give the green-haired boy a smile. As the figures advanced, someone familiar would call out to the green-haired man with signs, and when he saw that he ignored him, he approached the young men. Hello my boys, excuse me if I bother you, but I need young Midoriya to come for a moment, the hero All Might would call him softly with a bag of food. I'm accompanying this girl to eat, maybe it will be for later, mentioned the green-haired man who looked serious. Midoriya, be more respectful to All Might, the brunette would say this in a low voice. It's okay young Midoriya, I understand, it will be for another occasion. With this said, the hero would leave the place. I feel like I forgot something, but I don't know what it is. Izuku would say this unimportantly and in a somewhat comical way. Hey, why did you do that, Midoriya? The brunette would ask her partner, still incredulous. I wish I knew. Would you stay there? He asked, letting go of the girl's hand and looking at her. Sorry, the girl would nod and follow him. Both young men approached and picked up their food and then sat on a bench a little far away. Midoriya, I don't want to be too nosy, but don't you remember anything about yourself? The brunette would say this, inattentive to his answer. What's the point of that question? Said the green-haired man who was drinking his soda and looking at her. You're welcome, I was just curious. I mentioned this as I grabbed a cookie and ate it. I only have vague memories of a boring life, although every time I think about it I get a headache. The boy scratches his head and continues drinking his soda. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want you to feel bad. What the boy said made the brunette lower her head a little. It doesn't matter, although I remember saving a girl. Forget it, maybe I just imagined it or dreamed it, the boy would say, finishing his soda and looking at her. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Maybe I can make him remember some things, said the brunette with a happy look. Is something wrong? Asked the boy who was biting a cookie. It's nothing. Don't worry, you're just a nice person, the girl mentioned this calmly and with a smile. Hey, Yaoyorosu, right? Asked the green-haired boy with a little confidence. Yes, but if you feel more comfortable you can call me Momo, a little nervous but without taking away her smile. I'll keep that in mind. At that festival, you were telling me about the hero agency, right? He said, untying his tie and grabbing another cookie. Yes, as I explained to you at the sports festival, depending on your performance and efficiency, heroes and their agencies will be interested in doing internships, blah blah blah. The brunette would begin to tell the same thing as before. Boring, although it is less than before, the boy thought to himself. Then after that moment the bell rang and the students began to return. Oh, we have to go back now, the brunette would say this to pick up her tray and leave it in its place. It seemed so the boy would do the same and follow her. They both headed towards their course, but as they advanced, they would see students from other courses and other areas because of what they heard about the villains' attack on Class 1A. Isn't he the one who faced that thing? Yes, the one who lost his memory. I don't care, but I'll crush them. Who did you say you were going to crush? The green-haired boy asked dryly, directing his gaze to where the voice came from. Don't start a fight and let's ask permission to enter. The brunette would be in front of both of them. Deku, until you appeared and did what with her? Asked a blonde girl's voice who pointed angrily at the brunette. I don't know who you are. It's not up to you to know if I don't want to tell you. Having said this, the green-haired man would look the explosive girl in the eyes. Tisk, do you want me to crush you here, damn nerd? The annoyed blonde who was grabbing the green-haired boy's shirt would exclaim. Let me go and let me pass. Kacha, will you let me go? He asked with his neutral tone and without taking his gaze off the blonde girl's eyes. Calm down now, the boy with glasses would exclaim, annoyed and somewhat disciplined. A student with unkempt purple hair stepped out of the crowd and said, I came to see what you're made of, but I see that you're very arrogant. Some are in support and general courses because they failed in Heroes New. And based on performance, they can enter a heroism course. And also the opposite, I will just say that I am from the general course. And I'll mop the floor with you. Consider it a declaration of war. Wow, that boy, the brunette would say in her mind. He's quite daring, the boy with glasses mentioned in his mind. Whatever you say, you're not important to me and neither are the rest, the green-haired boy would say to the purple-haired boy. Now you're stealing my lines, the blonde would exclaim comically. Hey, I'm from Class 1B and I came to check what they said about you guys facing villains, is it true? Asked a silver-haired boy. That doesn't matter to you, and if you care so much, investigate. Saying this, the green-haired man would close the door. Hey, man, what did you just do? Did you declare us enemies? The red-haired boy approached with a surprised face. Once you achieve your goal, the others will be nothing to your goal. Mentioning this, the green-haired man sat down without saying anything else. Oh, man, how pure. The red-haired boy clenched his fist and shed a macho tear. He's got the touch, said a boy with his arms crossed and a crow's head. Midoriya, what mess did you get us into? Asked the blonde in a comically confused manner. Everyone trained in their own way. Everyone carried out their activities in order to participate. In the blink of an eye the 2 weeks were over. The sports festival began. The security is very dense, don't you think so? Mentioned a hero known as Kamui Woods. We also came with the intention of recruiting, but, another hero would say. Wow, it seems they're attracting professional heroes from all over, Yum mentioned a heroine eating a skewer. Waiting room 1A, everyone, are you ready? We're scheduled to start now. The boy with glasses exclaimed hurriedly. Damn, I really wanted my outfit, a pink girl sighed in disappointment. Yes, but I would count it as outside help, mentioned another student. Hey, Midoriya, the bicolor voice was present, approaching the green-haired boy. Now what? He asked in his neutral tone, scratching his head. Objectively, you may be one of the strongest, but that won't stop me from beating you, mentioned the two-colored man who looked at him in a challenging and serious tone. There's no need to say it, just prove it. The green-haired man looked at him unconcernedly. "Oh, this is a declaration of war between the two strongest in the class," the blonde boy with a lightning lock would mention. "Hey, man, there's no need to be aggressive," the red-haired boy with a calm tone would take him by the shoulder. "I'm not here to make friends, my goal is to defeat you." Saying this, the bicolor removed the redhead's hand. "If you're smart, you'll know when to give up," the green-haired man would say to the two-colored man in a dry manner. "I will crush both of you. Especially you, Deku. I will make it clear who is superior," the blonde girl would exclaim arrogantly. "As long as I allow it. The only one who'll crush him will be me." She looks at the green-haired boy with a challenging smile. "Oh, now comes the Chidori. I bet on the one who wins," the electric blonde would say, pointing at the challengers in a comical way. Leaving the stadium, in the first-year area, and the students are entering, now, the voice of the hero with glasses and messy hair would sound in that place. In the tunnel all the students of Class 1A would come out. UA Sports Festival, where the apprentice heroes will give it their all for first place. Point your throats at each other because our fight begins. Let me guess, everyone is here to see the future stars. From the Department of Heroism. The first-year class, exclaimed all this the hero present Mike. By Class 1A, there are a lot of people who don't believe it, said a member of Class 1A. You can give it your all, it's another great system at UA, another member mentioned. Hey, they're really praising us. I'm getting nervous, Bakugo, Kiroshima said in an amused tone. There's no way I'm going to get nervous, after all you're just a loser, Bakugo exclaimed angrily. Next are classes B, C, D, the general department, and then there are classes F, G, and H from the support and administration department, said the hero present Mike through the speakers. Man, they treat us like we're filler or something, mentioned one of the students from Class 1B. How annoying, said a student with his hair tied back and side. Well, play fair, the heroine Midnight spoke loudly and clearly, hitting the ground with her whip. In the public, hey, if it's the +18 heroine Midnight, said one of the spectators. He's the referee for this event this time, his companion replied. Students, hey, did you say +18? Isn't this just a high school? Is this okay? Asked the crow boy named Tokiyami with his characteristic attitude. Silence, lashing the ground with his whip. Okay, now the representative players. Representative by highest score, Izuku Midoriya, he exclaimed and glanced at where the green-haired man's silhouette was present. But isn't this the one from the heroism entrance exam? Whispered a student from Class 1B. Try it, they are just obstacles in my way and luck, you will need it, thank you. With that Izuku went down the stairs without looking at anyone. Perfect idiot, now they'll hate us, the green-haired man's sister mentioned in a sarcastic tone. Class 1A, don't push your luck, said one of the students from Class 1B, annoyed. What he's doing is showing an arrogant and superior attitude just like Katsumi. Even though you got us into trouble with the other classes, aren't you the same anymore? Izumi thought, seeing his brother bursting into a defiant smile. Very well, now we can start with the first activity of the event. In the preliminaries as they are known, many people end up drowning in tears. The first round of destiny is obstacle course, said the heroine Midnight. A race. Izuku turned around to hear the details. An obstacle course between classes 1A and 1B. The track is 4 kilometers around the stadium. Let's begin. On your marks, get set. With this he started the race. Interesting, Izuku said in our tone as he took off his coat from its heater and tied it around his waist. Get out. The heroine Midnight began. What a failure. Izuku sighed disappointedly, taking a step and freezing the floor as he slid forward on the ice. Wow, that boy from Class 1A is moving forward at the front, exclaimed the hero present Mike excitedly. The green-haired boy, seeing that the others barely reacted, didn't give it any importance and continued moving forward. Bastard, I can't move, exclaimed one of the motionless participants. That guy will pay for this, another said, shivering from the cold. You'll have to try harder. Midoriya, the two-colored man advanced, seemingly unaffected. We won't let you escape, exclaimed the other participants as they got out of the ice. Hello, live with Mr. Mummy. Ready to comment. Present Mike tapped the microphone and looked at his partner. After all, you brought me here, Aizawa said without enthusiasm because of the bandage. It's complicated to move and I still can't use my secret move, Uraraka said in a low tone, trying to get out of the ice. Ah, I'm already used to using this quirk, another student mentioned. How annoying. Saying this, the green-haired man stopped sliding and using his physique, he began to run faster, overtaking everyone by far. You won't escape Midoriya now. I'll use my killer move. Ice JDJFGJDJDJDJDJH. Mineta was about to say something else but didn't finish speaking because of the blow he received from the robot. Mineta! Kaminari exclaimed, making a sign of crossing himself and speaking in a low voice. Targets. Located. Mentioned a robot aiming at the students trying to pass. The villain bots from the entrance test, exclaimed almost all the participants in amazement. Now to start the obstacle will be the Inferno robot, said Present Mike grabbing the microphone with enthusiasm. Shit, what a waste of time. This one generating a spear in one of his hands threw it at the robot's head. So he was about to advance but two more robots stood in front of him, preventing him from advancing. I see, I'll have to face them anyway, he mentioned to stand still, and when the robots were about to react, Izuku's silhouette disappeared and in its place an ice sculpture would be present which would explode releasing several ice stamps that hit the robots, stunning them. There are too many to keep moving forward, said a student who was having trouble moving forward. Where do they get funding? Momo asked, creating a shield to protect herself. You don't learn, or do you? Said Izuku, seeing three more robots, so hitting the ground a giant ice pillar emerged crossing two robots, destroying it. He cleared the way for us, exclaimed one of the many students upon seeing the path clear, but the roar of the two robots in front of him would make him withdraw his opinion. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A is still in the lead. This boy is tough and cold. You got it cold, said the presenter hero in a funny tone. How the hell do I manage to move forward without difficulty, if we can barely move? Now what do I do? There are many of them, Izumi sighed in a tired tone. The first round obstacle is underway. Everything depends on how they act here. Anything goes to win. The camera bots that are installed in certain places can barely contain so much excitement. The hero raised his voice excitedly, barely containing his emotion. Someone was crushed. Could they be dead? Asked one of the students in Class 1A. So we can die here at the festival, exclaimed one of the students from Class 1B called Tetsu Tetsu. I'm not dead, idiots. Midoriya, you brought that robot down right here. Kiroshima sighed in pain, getting up from the rubble. I can't imagine if it had been someone else. Well, that person had to be me. Don't even tell me, damn it, said Tetsu Tetsu, removing some debris that had fallen on him. Ah, you're from Class 1B, Kiroshima said, dusting himself off. Tetsu Tetsu from Class 1B, I'm going to crush you, he said with a challenging smile, clenching his fist. Ah, who did the copy and paste? The redhead sighed in a frustrated, amused tone, taking the path once again. You thought you'd still have the lead. Deku, exclaimed the explosive girl who propelled herself with her explosions in the air. Wow, the student Katsumi Bakugo left the ground to jump on the heads of robots. How clever, the hero presenter spoke through the stadium speakers. You thought that we would let you advance. Tokiyami and Shiro spoke in unison, using their quirks to advance along the path. Wow, as expected of Class 1A. What a great show. Present Mike could barely contain his excitement. It's not like the Class 1B kids are easy to get along with. There are brief moments when they have to go unnoticed. They've been in dangerous situations, and each one is motivated by that experience, Aizawa said, referring to Class 1A. I'm a bit exhausted. I can barely move, Izumi sighed and ran her hand over her forehead. Not a drop of sweat. How will Izuku do? Her cheeks blushed and Momo shook her head. Ah, what am I thinking? Next phase. Okay, students, if the first barrier was just a child's game, what about the second one? You fall and you're out, Present Mike announced to all participants over the speakers. This test of passing through the rope is a blessing. Kiru, the girl named Suyu, put her finger on her chin and then jumped and advanced through the ropes. It's time for my props to take center stage. Look at the companies supporting my precious objects, a pink-haired girl with laboratory glasses spoke in a loud tone. Is all this legal? Mina asked, both amazed and frustrated. Yes, mine, they are from the support course. If that were not the case, I would say that this is fixed, Uraraka answered her partner, scratching her head. The guys from the hero department constantly do real training, right? To keep this equal, we brought support artifacts. It's time for the support department to show that the engineering we develop is great for other companies. Now look at my super baby, exclaimed loudly, and with that pink-haired girl jumped in with her invention. She held onto a rock. Okay, I have to cross this in the other test, so I'll win this round. I have to. Saying this, Izuku was about to create a sliding path of ice, but he wouldn't be able to finish because he was thrown by his sister. Oops, sorry little brother. See you at the finish line, if you make it there, ha ha ha. The green-haired girl let out a victorious laugh. She will be the daughter of. Now that I think about it, if I say that, it would be a mistake on my part. Attached to a wall, he would begin to climb, creating peaks and climbing this at great speed. Upon returning to the track, he noticed that he had been overwhelmed by most of his teammates and participants. Shit, doing things again. He let out a long sigh, and creating a wall of ice, he would propel himself back to the rink. That boy has taken the lead. He is one of the best in Class 1A, President Mike mentioned. Public. That boy's quirk is powerful, someone in the audience said. You have very good physical abilities and strength, his companion replied. After all, he is the son of the hero known as Endeavor. He is the number 2 hero, and that is why this same one's blood must flow, said someone amazed at what was happening. But that other green-haired boy was also quite persistent, resilient, and fast. It was definitely worth spending to get in. Even though I'm already out of tickets. As he said this last thing, he shed a few comical tears. Now an obstacle approaches. The minefield straight from Rambo 3. The mines are not lethal, but they will cause great pain. They're shiny, and that is the worst because 1 or 2 of your legs will explode. I mentioned through the speakers of the present Mike Stadium. After all, those bastards just wanted to entertain me, Todoroki said, annoyed. First place is mine. Don't you think you declared war on the wrong rival? Exclaimed the explosive girl who let out an explosion. Now rejoice media. Don't believe the girl. Katsumi, don't speak before time, said Izumi with a smile on her face, releasing a flame. At what point will you pay me extra? Katsumi exclaimed angrily, dodging the flame. A few meters behind the track. They're too far away. I won't reach them, or maybe if I do this. I hope it works, otherwise I'll be out, Izuku said in a low voice while he accumulated mines one on top of the other. Midoriya, what are you doing? Jiru asked, continuing on his way, thinking that Izuku was about to lose. Thanks, explosive girl. In a way, Izuku thought, standing on top of the mines with some of the robots. Boom. An explosion would be heard in the distance, and the green-haired boy would be seen approaching quickly. You, again. Damn Deku! Exclaimed the explosive girl without being able to react. Just watch. What a sight! Izumi thought, frustrated, shaking her head. Huh? The bicolor could barely reach that. Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A overtakes the 3 participants. Present Mike spoke at the top of his lungs. If I don't do it, no one will. Destructive ice strike. He let out a scream, and generating a huge explosion of ice clouded the place with a great cold. Damn eraser head, your class is crazy. What do you teach them? Present Mike asked his colleague. I didn't do anything. This is because of your competitiveness and intelligence, were the words Aizawa said. This guy is awesome. This name will be one to remember, Izuku Midoriya. He blurted out all these words that echoed throughout the stadium. It went well. Next time I shouldn't get too confident, said the green-haired man who was leaning against a wall of the stadium between gasps of exhaustion. A chestnut approached to congratulate the boy, excited by the race. Wow, Izuku-kun, you were amazing. You looked great. Uraraka mentioned this with a smile, raising her arms, congratulating him. It wasn't that bad. Izuku looked away, somewhat nervous about having a girl so close, but without losing his neutral expression. To think that with my quirk I was in a low position, Iida mentioned, demotivated. The green-haired boy walked away from the girl and the boy with glasses, who were still talking about how they both did on the test. UFFFF. This shouldn't be happening, Momo sighed in exhaustion. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone, I'm a genius, Mineta spoke. glued to the victorious jet black sword. You're the worst. How did Todoroki or Izuku do? What am I saying? I'm supposed to worry about myself, Momo thought exhaustedly, trying to get Mineta away. Mineta's sly little pervert fell paralyzed, detaching himself from his partner. Wow. Until you got tired, Momo shook her head and stretched to relax her body until she noticed a quick glance from her green-haired companion in the distance. And here are the results. Midnight mentioned to give way to the results. 1 Izuku Midoriya Class 1A, 2 Shoto Todoroki Class 1A. 3 Katsumi Bakugo Class 1A, 4 Izumi Midoriya Class 1A. For the 42 who advanced to the next round, but for those who didn't, there will be other opportunities. Don't be discouraged. Now the next test will be Cavalry Battle, Midnight said, arms crossed. Human Cavalry? Asked Kaminari from Class 1A. It's not an individual test. I wonder what it's like, Kiro? Asked the Frog Girl. It consists of forming a group of 2 to 4 people in the shape of a horse. The goal is to steal the rider's ribbons to get more points and avoid having yours taken away. I made myself understood. Midnight was about to finish her words until the students of Class 1A spoke up. If it's like the entrance exam, it'll be easy to understand how this works, said Sato from Class 1A. Which means that the value of each horse is according to the position we are in. I understand now. Kaminari hit his fist with the palm of his other hand. Don't take away what I'm going to say. To cut the crap, what I will say is that first place is worth 10 million points, said Midnight, looking at the green-haired man in the company of all the participants. Minus 10 million, huh? Interesting. Izuku's expression changed a little on his neutral face. If I were you, I'd go for first place so I could score points to improve my score. The sash should be worn on the forehead or neck, not anywhere else. The point of this is to show that even if you lose the sashes or your horse falls apart, you're still not out of the game, explained the heroine Midnight. There must be at least 10 horses in the competition, Sato said to Mina. So, there's no need to worry if your team's band is stolen, Mina mentioned. But if you're not careful, you can lose at any moment, Kirosuyu told the others. In this competition you can use your quirks. I want to see brutality in every movement, so form teams, now, Midnight ordered, whipping the ground. How strange, Izuku thought as he looked at the outskirts of the stadium. Outside the sports stadium. So here you are, Subzero. I thought I had killed him that day. I better keep watching. If I make a move I won't complete my revenge with that boy who is just like him. Your time will come, Brad exclaimed in an annoyed tone, the figure of a ninja who released a flame. Back to the stadium. Hey Bakugo, team up with me, said Sato, asking her partner to team up. Hey Katsumi, would you mind teaming up with me? Mina asked her partner with a smile. What were your quirks? And what's mine? Oh, now I remember, Kaminari smiled. Really? We're in the same class and you forgot? Sato said with a drop of sweat behind his head. Todoroki has already found a team. So Bakugo, let's team up, Kiroshima asked, approaching the explosive girl with a smile. Hey, thorny head. Don't bother me, Katsumi responded without enthusiasm and thinking about winning. My name is Kiroshima, explosive girl. What do you say you want to be the rider? After all, there's only one person capable of stopping and resisting your explosions, Kiroshima insisted again in a confident and determined tone. Hey, do you have the balls to talk, or someone as stupid as Deku? Katsumi asked with her arms crossed when she caught his attention. No, idiot, with my toughness I'll be a tough horse to knock down. So, what do you say? You accept? Kiroshima smiled at his partner. Wuaaaa, no girl. Sniff wants to. Sniff, team up with me, so please let me join you, Shoji. I'm too small to be a rider, but with your size I'll be able to hide and attack, insisted Mineta through tears to his partner. Mineta, that sounds like a plan, said his partner Shoji. They're ignoring me, I'll have to do it on my own, Izuku would mutter, not paying attention to anyone. Izuku. Uraraka would try to get the attention of her green-haired companion. I can defend myself, but with some quirks it will be a nuisance, the green-haired man would continue to mutter. Izuku, listen to me, exclaimed his partner Uraraka. Hey, did you lose something? Izuku asked his partner casually. Do you want to team up with me? After all, I'd like to team up with people who are my friends, and I feel good about being a teammate, Uraraka said, a little nervous about her partner's response. Okay. We just need to find another one. Izuku gave his partner a slight glance. Hey, what do you think about Iida? Uraraka asked her partner. We can't, the green-haired man said neutrally to his companion. But, why? Uraraka asked confused. Look, Izuku with his gaze made the brunette see that he was already on another team. Wow, you must be interesting. Let's team up. First place, said a pink-haired girl, placing her hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder. The green-haired man turned to see who it was. My name is Hatsume Mei from the support department. I don't really know you, but if I'm with you, I'll be able to promote my amazing babies and have a good chance of getting them noticed. She flashed a smile as she said this. Pass, Izuku said curtly. Oh, come on. The support department also helps with inventions for quirks, to support the hero's tasks. So you can choose any of all my babies, Mei told the green-haired boy excitedly. I only need you, Izuku said, this pointing at her. Claw sure, count on it. The girl from the support department mentioned this with a slight nervousness. The brunette girl was speechless at the scene and watched as her green-haired companion walked away. Tokiyami, right? Izuku asked his partner, arms crossed. It's you, Midoriya. What's wrong? Asked Tokiyami his partner. I don't know anything about you. My options are slim, so I'll be brief. I need someone else in this competition, Izuku responded directly. It's been 10 minutes, we'll start any moment, Midnight exclaimed to all the participants. Because we are lower than Class 1A, we must prove that we are better, said a member of Class 1B. Hey, Aizawa wakes up. It's been 15 minutes to form strategic teams. He made his partner get up. I see you've made interesting groups. Now let me sleep and don't bother me, said the teacher of Class 1A, who closed his eyes again. Show honor and courage in this competition with a shout, the heroine spoke to all the participants. Uraraka, Tokiyami and Hatsume, ready? Izuku spoke to his companions before starting. Do you know why I brought you here? Because you're the best of the best, and above all, you're a balanced team. Kaminari, you will go to the left with your discharges. You will cover us an attack for defense or attack. Momo, you will go to the right and provide us with blankets or any other items we need. Iida, you will go forward with your engine. We can advance and dodge attacks. Understood, the two-colored boy gave the order and asked his companions. Hey Todoroki, can you change your side to fire or ice, right? Asked one of his companions. I won't do it in combat. I'll never use that fire side. Saying this, the bicolor gave a look to his father, the number 2 hero Endeavor. Well, you better be ready because this starts in 3, 2, 1, said the hero present Mike. Groups 3. Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, Mei Hatsume and Tokiyami. 2. Bakugo Katsumi, Midoriya Izumi, Ashido Mina and Kiroshima Enjiro. 1. Todoroki, Momo, Kaminari and Iida. Start. I'm coming for you, brother, Izumi gave a confident smile. Our strategy is the best. So, saying this, one of the participants threw something sticky at Izuku's group. Shit, we're going down in this, said Izuku, using ice to detach himself and his team. Jiro, a member of the girls' group, gave the order. Yes, Jiro would launch her hacks, but would be stopped by Dark Shadow. Good, Dark Shadow protects our blind spots. Tokiyami congratulated his quirk. That helps us in defense. Be careful. Saying this, Izuku would use a burst of ice to repel an enemy attack. At that moment they were greeted by an attack from most of the teams, but Izuku would press a button activating a jetpack. How annoying they are. Your inventions turned out to be more useful than I thought, said Izuku while he was in the air throwing more bursts of ice at the teams. Thanks, I guess. Just a little gift from the support department. The girl known as Mei scratched her head. They're all trying to attack us. Tired of that, the green-haired man froze the floor. Hey, what just happened? One of the participants fell in that attack from Izuku. Don't pay attention to the others if we're right in front of you, exclaimed his companion called Shoji, who was trying to attack them. Careful, Midoriya, exclaimed Tokiyami. We have you, Midoriya, said Mineta on Shoji's back. Close. Kiro with his tongue he tried to remove the tape from Izuku's forehead. The big one has great strength. What I was missing, Izuku dodged an explosion with an ice shield. Let's make it clear once and for all who is better. Deku. The explosive girl tried to hit another explosion. I'll pass. The green-haired man counterattacked with a blast of ice that was avoided by his sister. Let's be clear that I'm the best here. No need to say why she gave her brother a challenging smile. Both girls went for the green-haired man's band, one of them was close. I got you, Deku. Shine. Katsumi would launch a strong explosion that would be avoided by the green-haired boy. I almost have it. That's all. Brother Izumi would be about to snatch the tape from him according to her. Both girls already had the advantage, but they would be arrested by Dark Shadow. Hey. What the hell is that? The green-haired man's sister and her flames would be arrested. Get out of my sight. Izuku angrily launched an ice attack that made Katsumi's group retreat and almost destroyed it. Deku. The explosive girl was barely recovering, and in a quick moment the ribbon on her forehead disappeared. As easy as taking a chocolate bar away from a girl, ha, said a student from Class 1B who was carrying several ribbons. You son of a bitch. Give me back the tape, I swear I'll kill you. Katsumi would be so upset that she would try to finish him off. Don't you think it's pathetic to lose your ribbon like that? Since All Might is here, there are girls like you who just want to show that they are strong. But the truth turns out to be something else than pathetic, ha ha ha. We'll advance to the next round while you go cry. The boy from the other class mocked while showing them the stolen tapes. Hey, the other classes are surrounding us. Mina warned Katsumi and the group. Change of plans, said the explosive girl with a fulminating and determined look. What are you planning to do now? We're in no condition to lose any more tapes, Izumi said to her explosive companion. Before going after that pathetic Deku, I'll send these guys to hell. As he proclaimed this, a murderous aura formed around Katsumi. Well, from now on everything should be easier, right Izuku? Uraraka asked, somewhat agitated by the situations before. The green-haired man said nothing and just exchanged a look with the two-colored man. Ah, time to take that ribbon. Who's going to get the 10 million, Midoriya? Todoroki asked his rival in a defiant yet neutral manner. Take it away. Then Izuku looked back at the bicolor. Let's get out of here. Saying this, Izuku clenched his fist, which slowly froze. I see you're popular, Midoriya, Tokiyami said ironically to his partner. Focus, was what the green-haired man managed to say to his teammate. As you say, boss. With that, Tokiyami deployed his dark shadow. Let's go, Iida. Todoroki ordered his team. Understood, Iida replied. Yaoyorosu raises a defense and creates a weapon, said the bicolor neutrally. Yes. Momo nodded to the request. Kaminari. He was about to finish saying, but his partner already understood him. I've got it. You guys better be careful. Electric shock 1800 volts. The electric guy released a large amount of electricity. Participants who were in the attack area received the Kaminari attack. We must be on the defensive. There are less than 6 minutes left, Todoroki ordered his teammates. Hey, what are you trying to? One of the participants from another team was barely trying to react. The bicolor and his team were snatching ribbons as the floor froze. I use Kaminari's electric shock to clear a path for the other participants. He does so very cautiously in this obstacle course, so the students were able to evade his attacks, Aizawa explained to everyone. What a fabulous explanation. The hero present Mike would raise his finger. Hey, my tape, exclaimed another unfortunate participant. I'll keep this, Todoroki said, snatching the ribbon. Damn. It got stuck. Izuku would see how the jetpack's engines failed and began to fall. My babies need improvements, the girl from the support department mentioned. I'll take care of this, Uraraka said determinedly to the others. There are too many of us, we won't be able to escape, Tokiyami said. Now Yaoyorosu. Todoroki ordered his partner. The brunette with a very large medal threw it in the direction of the green-haired team, but Dark Shadow came out preventing the attack. That ability is a nuisance, Izuku mentioned to his partner Tokiyami. The real problem is Kaminari. This makes Dark Shadow useless, Tokiyami replied. Flashback. I need someone else in this competition. The green-haired man looked at his partner, waiting for his answer. Okay, but do you know Dark Shadow's weaknesses? Tokiyami asked the green-haired boy. No, but it will do, was what Izuku said. Then we'll use my quirk as a defense, was the last thing Tokiyami said. End of flashback. Damn, have they noticed your weakness? Izuku asked, repelling attacks. No one knows about this weakness, Tokiyami replied to the green-haired boy. We can take advantage, said the green-haired man, thinking of something that would help them. Besides, haha. Your ability is very efficient, the student from class 1B mocked. Boom. Shit. I'm avoiding Katsumi's attack, Kiroshima mentioned annoyed. Son of a bitch. The explosive girl, very annoyed, let out a loud explosion. But mine is much better. That student would avoid Katsumi's attack with Kiroshima's ability. He repelled Bakugo's attack. Again. Damn, Kiroshima tried to think of a plan. Unfortunate. He's copying our powers. Katsumi just clenched her fist in annoyance. Presenter. Monoma Nato Quirk. Copy. You can copy someone's ability by touching them for 5 minutes, but you can't use a skill at the same time. Returning. You finally understood, idiot. Hey, are you messing around, Gondo? Saying this, the man now known as Monoma avoided an attack. I'm sorry, Monoma, but we don't have enough points, another student from the same class responded. Here, see what you think of this. Roast yourself. The green-haired man's sister would have a fiery fit. What stubborn and idiotic people, the student known as Monoma shook his head and smiled. We can't move forward, Kiroshima sighed tiredly. This is nothing personal, but you started the attacks and your idiot teammates started this competition. With provocative words Monoma and his team still maintained their points. Tisk, I'll only say it once, moron, I'll be the best fucking hero in all of history, I'll be the best #1 hero in history. As she said this, the explosive girl let out explosions. Returning with the one team. There's only 1 minute left and Todoroki has created a barrier around the entire place to challenge Midoriya. It's surprising that Midoriya's team is still standing, evading all enemy attacks for 5 minutes in that small ring. Yeaa, the hero present Mike said this with clear emotion. Back, Izuku ordered his teammates. Now Todoroki. Biker explosion start. With this, Iida activated her special attack with her quirk. In a quick attack, the bicolor team thought that Izuku's ribbon had been taken from them, but when they saw it, they couldn't believe it. Do you have it, Todoroki? Iida sighed tiredly. If I have it, damn it, I don't have it, the bicolor would say, annoyed and incredulous, upon seeing a 200-point ribbon. Is everything okay, Todoroki? Momo asked. No, damn it, I don't have the tape. Todoroki tightly squeezed the tape he snatched. What? How is that possible? Asked Iida. Todoroki went back to look and saw an ice sculpture which was destroyed and from it the boy with the 10 million ribbon could be seen. Well done Midoriya. Tokiyami gave a slightly animated congratulation. Well done Izuku-kun, said Uraraka happily. Todoroki, I have a little energy for you to make one last attack. As she said this, Iida's legs trembled from exhaustion. Let's leave it there, Todoroki. We have what it takes to advance. It's very risky to launch an attack. Todoroki. Todoro. How foolish, Momo complained. The bicolor gave the order and launched a final attack towards Midoriya's team, but in that, the bicolor unconsciously activated his fire side to attack. The green-haired boy repelled the attack with his ice, thus preventing Todoroki's team from being able to remove the tape. I can't take it anymore. Iida stopped dead in her tracks, barely able to stand. We can still do it, exclaimed the bicolor, annoyed and eager to give it his all. Enough Todoroki, we didn't make it, for once stop being so unconscious, Momo complained to her partner. You have 20 seconds left, Present Mike announced over the speakers. By Katsumi. Ah, I see, the King of Cold still has his points. I think I overdid the points, said a Monoma from Class 1B. Scoreboard. Midoriya. 10 million points. Todoroki. 2,000 points. Monomial. 1,360 points. Kendo. 520 points. Tetsu. 200 points. Bakugo. 0 points. We return with the story. I see you'll never give up. Huh, Monoma from Class 1B turned to look above his head. Don't do things alone, Bakugo, Kiroshima reproached his partner. Wretched man. Katsumi shouted in the air with an explosion. Take it. The green-haired man's sister released a burst of fire. You know that won't work, Monoma said confidently. The conceited blonde didn't have time to say anything since Katsumi had removed the ribbons from Monoma's neck. He took my tapes. Monoma was all he could say. Wow, Bakugo girls team has recovered the ribbons and moved up to 3rd place, Present Mike spoke. Scoreboard Midoriya. 10 million points Todoroki, 2,000 points. Bakugo. 1,200 points Monomial, 750 points Kendo, 520 points. Tetsu. 200 points returning to history. As long as we have this, we'll stay in the game, said the man known as Monoma, watching his tape. It's still not enough. Let's get the points back first and then go for the 10 million, Katsumi commented, determined. The explosive girl in a very quick movement jumped and with one pull snatched the ribbon. That's it, without mercy, Mina said happily to her partner. Let's go for Deku and the half and half. With that said, the explosive blonde gave a confident smile. Back in history. If you know the result. Why do you continue? Izuku mentioned this with his gaze in the bicolor's eyes. Damn, I don't want to use my fireside, the bicolor responded annoyed, seeing his father in the distance. Present Mike. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Deku, said Agrigo Katsumi who rushed to remove the tape. Present Mike. 4, 3, 2. Midoriya, exclaimed the bicolor, coming out of his group to take the ribbon from him. Present Mike. 1. Both young people, as well as the two-colored boy and the explosive girl, were held back by a wall of ice that had covered the green-haired group. Present Mike. It's over. The girl, explosive in frustration, hadn't stopped and fell face first onto the floor, while the two-colored boy was upset at not achieving his goal. If I continue like this I'll become what my father said, he said as the bicolor looked at his hand. Well, the upcoming events will begin in an hour, let's have lunch together. With that, Present Mike let out a sigh of excitement. What's the reason for your call? Izuku asked, crossing his arms in his neutral tone. What relationship do you have with the new teacher? The bicolor asked. That was it, said the green-haired man, who was about to turn his back on the two-colored man. Not until. Todoroki was interrupted by the green-haired man. I don't have to explain anything, the green-haired man would say with a cold, humorless look. Okay, but could you tell me how you're so strong and why you have better control over ice than I do? You forced me to break my word, Todoroki mentions to the green-haired boy while frowning. Training, I think. Izuku answered quickly. As you know, my father is Endeavor's #2 hero. I think you already know that. But you're standing in my way of being the best, and that's why I have even more reasons to surpass you, the two-colored man continued. On the other hand at the stadium, it's been a while, it seems like 10 years since we last spoke to each other, said hero #1 All Might to hero #2. Really? Well, as you already said, I'm leaving, responded the hero known as Endeavor, not wanting to talk. Oh, Endeavor, don't be so cold. Appearing in front of him, while All Might appeared in front of him, at that moment, young Shoto used only half of his power and still achieved enormous results. I'm sure it was thanks to your education, continued explaining the #1 hero. What do you want? Endeavor asked in an annoyed tone. Just ask you one thing. It would really be good to know some tips for a successor, All Might exclaimed loudly and clearly, waiting for an answer. You think I'm going to tell you? That direct and abrupt attitude irritates me. Excuse me. That boy is destined to surpass you and become the new #1 since that is his purpose, said Endeavor angrily, referring to his son. What are you talking about? All Might asked, not quite understanding. He's in a rebellious phase, that idiot, but he'll get over you, I guarantee it. With that, the flame hero continued on his way. Back to the above. My father isn't a person who gives up easily, and it's hard for him to accept defeat. No matter how hard he tried, his attitude kept him from beating the living legend All Might. Since he couldn't beat him, he thought of another plan, the two-colored man said, his face downcast. Should I be interested? Do you want to share something about yourself, or am I mistaken? Izuku said in a simple tone. You're quite perceptive, Midoriya. But hey, have you heard of the Quirk marriage? The two-colored man asked his partner. You ask that knowing that I don't remember anything? Luckily for you. I heard something about that, the green-haired man replied, letting out a sigh. My father forced my mother to get married because he was wealthy and well-known, so he convinced my mother's relatives and I got her Quirk, Todoroki began while looking at his shoes. When your father got married, he wanted to obtain something capable of surpassing that All Might, right? Izuku asked without turning around. Correct, but I will never be like that trash and I will not give him the privilege of using his power. As far as I remember, my mother always cried, and when she saw my left side she said, "That side is horrible," and threw boiling water on me. With that said, the bicolor touched his scarred side. We're not that different, Izuku replied, still with his back turned. What do you mean? The bicolor asked, confused. My mother did it to me because of something she didn't like about me, the green-haired man said, turning around and lifting his green-haired hair. The young bicolor saw this. In a certain way both had suffered, but in different ways. It seems that way, but I also have my own reasons to show my old man that I will achieve my goals without needing his quirk. Without his power I will be number one, and I will prove it by rejecting his methods, said Todoroki, recovering his neutral tone. I'm not looking to be number one, I'm just interested in honoring someone's memory. As he said this, the green-haired man looked at his hand. I'll overtake you with my right side. Excuse me for taking your time. The two-colored man made a reference and left the scene. You guys, get out, Izuku exclaimed seriously, turning to look at one of the hallways. Suddenly a female silhouette slowly came out. How the hell did you know I was here? Asked the girl who slowly appeared, referring to Bakugo. Tell the person with you to leave too, insisted the green-haired man, arms crossed. Another female silhouette emerged from the same place at a quick pace. How did you know we were here? Brother, the green-haired boy's sister said sarcastically. Don't call me that. I hate you even though I lost my memory. The bad experiences in me were not erased. After saying this, Izuku walked towards both of them. Her companion, the blonde girl, was about to say something but noticed how her companion, the green-haired one, stood in front of the other girl. You have no right to call me that, the green-haired man said while looking at his sister with his neutral expression. Hey, what do you mean? Bakugo was about to ask, but he saw the green-haired boy walking away, and when he tried to move his foot was frozen. Both girls remained in an awkward silence until the explosive blonde broke this by asking. How did you lose that right? What the hell was Deku talking about? Bakugo asked his green-haired companion. It's nothing. Maybe I'll tell you another time. Azumi's expression changed to an uncomfortable one and she helped her companion free herself from the ice and go to the rest. The girls of Class 1A including Izumi and Katsumi were tricked by the perverted duo of Class 1A. Oh, now what just happened? Present Mike asked, not understanding. What are you supposed to be doing? Mineta and Kaminari. Aizawa sighed, just closing his eyes without enthusiasm. What happened to Class 1A? Mineta and Kaminari. I'm going to get paid for it. How could I have fallen for those two idiots? Momo exclaimed angrily, falling to her knees in frustration. Those sons of bitches are going to pay for this. I'll make them suffer slowly, Katsumi shouted angrily with small explosions in her palms and a furious face. They're going to kill us, but it's all for the fanservice, Kaminari said from behind the changing room corridor. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to accept. We did it, Mineta said triumphantly as the song, "We Are the Champions," played. We're beginning this next stage of the sports festival. The winner will be decided by the four who pass. These will be direct one-on-one battles. Let's begin. With that, Present Mike opened the way for the battles. Finally I'll have the opportunity to participate and appear on television, Kiroshima said with a smile. But wasn't there a tournament last year? Mina asked. Okay, we'll hold a drawing to determine who will be the best. That said, we'll continue the recreational events before starting the tournament. The 16 tournament participants can choose not to participate in these activities. It's fine if you want to rest and conserve energy, the heroine Midnight indicated. I want to be left out. One of the students from Class 1A known as Ojiro raised his hand. Why Ojiro? One of her classmates asked. You won't get another chance like this. Another classmate warned. My participation in the cavalry battle was at a high point in the last few seconds. I can't remember anything, probably because of that guy's quirk, Ojiro mentioned, giving a slight glance to the purple-haired boy. I know it's a very big opportunity and I shouldn't waste it, but everyone gave their all to get here, I'll never be able to do the same. But that doesn't matter, it's time to take advantage of this, replied Hagakure, one of her companions. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be just like you? Mina asked, trying to stop him from doing that. It's more a matter of dignity, I didn't want it to end like this, Ojiro said in a discouraged tone. A boy from Class 1B spoke up saying that he wouldn't participate either. Some of the boys complained about such a decision and then Midnight spoke up. Such innocent words. With that, the heroine Midnight lashed her whip on the floor. I like it, I accept, and students Ojiro and Shora drop out of the next round. The Kendo group members then take the empty spots. The orange-haired girl from Class 1B known as Kendo spoke. And if we give those kids the opportunity, I think they'll put in the effort. We are not friends but I think you should be friends, said the girl known as Kendo. Girls, Tetsu mentioned with tears of joy that he wiped away. Present Mike. We are going to show you the combat table. Combat table, Izuku Midoriya vs Shinzo, Todoroki vs Shiro, Shozaki vs Kaminari, Iida vs Hatsume, Ashido vs Izumi Midoriya, Tokiyami vs Yaoyorosu, Tetsu vs Kiroshima, Uraraka vs Bakugo. So you're Midoriya, huh? Thought a purple-haired boy passing by Izuku. The green-haired boy gave a slight glance without saying anything until his Ojiro companion approached to tell him a few things. Midoriya, I see that you didn't respond to his provocations, keep going like that and don't answer him for anything, Ojiro warned his partner. Whatever, Izuku said simply, analyzing the other participants. The two-colored boy looked at the board and in his mind said. Facing him so soon is a bit unexpected, Todoroki thought with his usual expression. Uraraka, huh? The explosive girl asked with a simple expression. Why does misfortune haunt me? Thought the brunette girl, miming a complaint. We'll put the tournament aside for a moment and stop the recreational events. Let's enjoy the recreational events. Present Mike said over the speakers. After a few minutes of recreational events and the girls from Class 1A introducing themselves as cheerleaders, the battles began. Well, after all these events, we come to the most important and interesting fights, Present Mike mentioned. Elsewhere, Master, any advice? Izuku asked in a calm tone. The only thing I can say is that you show what you are worth and what you can do. Prove that you are a great Lin Kuei, said his master Subzero, placing his hand on his student's shoulder. Thank you, I'm leaving. The fight is about to begin, the green-haired man bowed and walked off. Good luck, kid, Subzero said in a low voice. Returning to the fights. Present Mike. First fight, the student who has given us great surprises by staying in first place until now, Izuku Midoriya. Contra, excuse me, he's just a student from the General Studies class, Shinzo Hitoshi. The rules are as follows. If your opponent leaves the ring, can't move, or decides to surrender, you'll win. Don't worry about injuries, as Recovery Girl will treat you in the infirmary. Start. Do you understand why you're here, Izuku Midoriya? This battle is to test our resolve. Throwing away an opportunity like that, don't you think it's the stupidest thing ever? The student known as Shinzo spoke and questioned. On the other side of the combat arena, the green-haired boy would have his neutral gaze and would not say a word, walking slowly towards his opponent, who began to throw provocative words in order to make the boy give in to the provocations. You think you're better than everyone, but you're not above anyone. You're just an idiot with family problems and someone's frustration, right? Shinzo spoke loudly. The green-haired man paid no attention to the provocations and continued advancing towards the general education student, generating an ice bar. You're just your father's frustration. Do you hear me? Shinzo exclaimed, somewhat more desperate to make him yield. What the hell did you say? Izuku stood still, bowing his head. The victory is mine. Now how about you leave the ring for me? Shinzo said with a slight smile. Apparently the green-haired boy was leaving the ring with a clumsy and fake step to the top of the ring. Shit, I told him not to talk, Ojiro said in an annoyed tone. Present Mike. Did it stop moving completely? His face blank and motionless. Could it be because of Shinzo's quirk? Deku! Exclaimed Uraraka looking at her partner without knowing what would happen. Why doesn't it come out? Well, it doesn't matter, I'll do it with my hand then. Well, this is my victory. Shinzo advanced until he hit him to get him out forcefully, but he would hurt his hand. Upon observing, I would see that the green-haired man covered himself with his forearm, which was covered in dense ice. Victoria? Izuku asks in a slightly sarcastic tone. But how were you able to get out of my mind control? What an incredible quirk you have. That makes me envious because you were born with a great ability and some weren't blessed with a quirk like yours. It's unfair, isn't it? Said Shinzo, slowly backing away with a worried expression. The purple-haired man only watched as his opponent advanced with no intention of retreating or giving in to his quirk, so he shouted at him. Why don't you speak, bastard? Shinzo complained angrily to his opponent, trying to provoke him. He was interrupted by a blow to his abdomen that knocked the wind out of him and made him stagger backward. Cough. Cough shit you are a. Shinzo could barely speak as he realized he was just a few meters away from leaving the platform. When he looked back in front of him, he lost sight of the green-haired boy, and when he turned around, he received a blow to the chin, raising him a few meters off the ground and being received by kicks in the air until finally, charging an attack in his hands, he threw it, freezing the purple-haired boy. I'm done. Izuku saying this kicked his opponent out of the platform. Present mic. Contestant Shinzo is out. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Advance to the next round, Midnight said, pointing at the green-haired boy. Finally, the fight was over, and the green-haired boy left the platform and walked down a long, seemingly empty hallway. But as he walked further, his ears met the sound of other footsteps. A lemon soda, Izuku thought, until he reached a mini-room where he took money out of his pocket and put it in a vending machine. The silhouette of a jet-black girl appeared behind the green-haired boy who was opening the can of his soda. Hey, Izuku Midoriya! Exclaimed the dark-haired girl known as Momo. Can I help you with something? The green-haired man asked as he drank his soda and put more coins into the machine. I just wanted to congratulate you on your fight. Also, why are you treating me like this? Momo congratulated and asked indignantly, crossing her arms. Thanks and no thanks. You don't like my way? Don't talk to me then, Izuku said, still with his back turned. You're a selfish. Huh? The girl had barely finished speaking when she felt a soda in her hands. She stared at the soda for a few moments, and when she looked up, the boy was already walking away. Her cheeks flushed slightly until she came to and looked at the floor. Midoriya. You're a idiot, Momo exclaimed in a low voice, opening the can of soda. On the other hand, your performance was unpleasant, Shoto, Endeavor scolded his son. It doesn't matter, the two-colored man ignored his father. If you'd used your left side, you would have won the cavalry battle and the obstacle course. I'm sick of your childish behavior. You are made to surpass All Might, you understand, you are different from your older brothers, you are my masterpiece. Endeavor expressed with arrogance and annoyance. I don't care about your power, I'll win this with my mother's power. I'm never going to use your power, do you understand me? Todoroki claimed, slowly walking away. Even in school, you'll soon reach your limit, Endeavor reminded him. Returning with Izuku. This pain isn't letting me concentrate, I'd better go to the infirmary, the green-haired man spoke in a low voice, placing his hand on his head. Hey, you're a nerd. The explosive girl wanted to say something else, but instinctively she opened her arms and caught the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy tried to stand up, but was grabbed by the girl who helped him by making him lean on her. Tisk. Deku idiot. You're burning with fever, let's go to the infirmary and don't think I care about you. Katsumi told him while carrying him, and when she saw his gaze she couldn't help but get nervous and blush. You're not used to dealing with this, are you? Izuku mentioned, leaning on Katsumi. Shut up, Deku. You're a. The explosive girl wanted to say something. Lose. I'll go watch the fights, saying this Izuku let go and walked with a little difficulty. While walking through the hallways he was stopped by the blonde girl, who stood next to the boy and helped him by making him lean on her. Huh? The green-haired man sighed, confused. What? Just shut up and don't say anything, said Katsumi, annoyed and nervous. Okay. I won't say anything, Izuku replied, walking down the aisle until he slowly reached the stadium seats. Aren't those Izuku-kun and Katsumi together? Uraraka asked as she watched them both head to other seats. That's true. But they should be with the group, I'll go tell them to come here, Iida mentioned, as she was about to get up and go for them. Leave them, Iida, it would be best to let them be together and get along better, don't you think? Hee. Uraraka said with a smile. In the seats that the green-haired man and the blonde girl took, it was noticeable how they both talked, or well, more. I'm not interested in being here at all, but you're still weak and I don't want you to die without defeating you, Katsumi said, looking away. Are you worried? Izuku asked, looking at her. What? Of course not. Who would worry about a Deku? Katsumi said, shaking her head with a blush on her face that she hid behind every scream. I got it now, the green-haired man, seeing the girl's actions, just looked away. Hey, do you remember anything? The girl asked. About me? I don't know. Saying this, Izuku crossed his arms. If you don't want to, don't answer. I complained when I saw the green-haired boy's action. What did I do? The green-haired man wondered as he saw his companion looking away. The fight between Todoroki and Shiro ended in favor of the two-colored man who immobilized his opponent with an attack. Wasn't it exaggerated? Shiro could barely speak as he was frozen and unable to move. Shiro, can you move? Midnight asked the frozen boy. Do I look like I'm able to move? Shiro demanded, shivering from the cold. Shiro can't continue. The winner is Todoroki. Saying this, the heroine pointed at the bicolor. Excuse me, I went a little overboard, the two-tone spoke in its neutral tone. It doesn't matter, Shiro replied, trying to get up. Present mic. Todoroki advances to the next round. Abara from Class 1B versus Kaminari. The battle lasted a few minutes, as the young man of electricity lost consciousness when trying to attack and was left in a state of clumsiness due to the excess of his quirk. Present mic. It was an instant defeat. The winner of the second round is Shiozaki-san. I am grateful for the opportunity that has been given to me, said Abara, the girl from Class 1B. Present mic. 2 of the hero course versus Hatsume of the support course. That acceleration is impressive, Iida-kun. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's because of the mechanism that helps your movements, and since I have the piston hydraulic system, dodging your movements is easy. Mei explained from the support course. What the hell are you trying to do? Iida said, confused. Iida-kun can do those movements thanks to my auto-balancer. Mei continued speaking with a smile without taking damage. Present mic. What the hell? She has the soul of a saleswoman, Aizawa thought in his mind. After 10 minutes. I have nothing left to regret, Mei said, wiping her forehead and leaving the platform. I was tricked, Iida said as he fell to his knees in frustration. Hatsume is out of bounds, Iida is the winner, Midnight pointed out to Iida. Oops. Sorry for using you as I please, said the girl from the support department, scratching her cheeks. I hate you, Iida complained comically. The next fight was Mina versus Midoriya Izumi, with Midoriya winning by launching a light fire attack. The match between Momo and Tokiyami. Begin. Midnight gave way to the fight. Tokiyami released Dark Shadow, which went straight to attack the brunette, who in turn created a shield to protect herself, but the impact was so strong that it sent the shield flying. I don't know why I can't concentrate, Momo thought, not intending to lose. She quickly created a shield, but the next impact was stronger, and without realizing it, the last blow had knocked her out of the limit, making Tokiyami the winner. Tokiyami advanced to the next round. Midnight pointed to Tokiyami as the winner. In the stands. Where are you going, Deku? You still haven't recovered, asked the explosive girl, confused. I'll be back later, Izuku said as he headed out towards the hallways. As the green-haired boy walked slowly through the hallways with his hands in his pockets, he turned a corner and ran into his sister, who was heading for the bathrooms. Where are you going, Deku? Oh, should I say little brother? Izumi asked in a sarcastic tone. Move aside, Izuku replied, waiting to pass. Nice way to treat your sister. Shouldn't you be more respectful to your older sister? Izumi asked, moving and blocking her brother's path. Faced with this situation, the green-haired man pushed her, creating a wall of solid ice behind him. Finally, taking a few steps further, he found the brunette sitting down, while she covered her face with her arms. There you were, Izuku said, appearing behind her. Don't you have better things to do? Laugh, after all I am weak. Asabache continued covering her face while tears fell. You could have won, but you didn't, said the green-haired man, sitting next to her. I know, now what? Momo said angrily, looking at her partner. What were you thinking? Izuku asked, looking at her. I wasn't thinking about anything, the brunette replied, wiping away her tears. When you created the second shield, you did it slowly, you weren't focused on the fight. It's not always about winning, but learning from your mistakes. I don't remember who I am or anything, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop. If you want to win, you have to persist and give it your all, the green-haired man said in his neutral, but slightly more relaxed, tone. But, the girl saw the green-haired man quickly take something out and brought it close to her face, causing her eyes to narrow because of the tears. Get up, accept your mistake and learn from it or continue failing. By the way, this is yours, Izuku said, giving her the jet black handkerchief. Izuku. She slowly took the handkerchief, meeting the green-haired man's gaze. The green-haired man smoothed her disheveled hair and patted her on the head to get up and walk back. You did well, were the last words of the green-haired man as he walked away from the place. The girl just watched him walk away, her hands shaking, and her heart racing, having never had such close contact with a boy. She let out a small scream, which she silenced as she covered herself with her hands. Why did he do that? Midoriya, you fool. Fool, were the words she thought to herself as she covered her face with her handkerchief. Oh, it's you, Izuku-kun. Weren't you with Katsumi? Uraraka asked when she turned around and found her partner. I'll go later, said the green-haired man, sitting down and looking ahead. I see, hee. Kasanya smiled and looked ahead as well. I can tell you how to defeat her, Izuku commented while his gaze was neutral. That will help you, Uraraka. You should listen to Midoriya, Iida spoke to her partner. No thanks, I'll do it on my own, Uraraka replied with a determined look. As you wish, said the green-haired man, sighed and settled into his seat. The brunette stood up and walked towards the platform after Kiroshima and Tetsu tied, but before continuing she gave one last look to her teammates. Good luck, Uraraka, Iida said encouragingly. From his green-haired companion he received a thumbs up with a relaxed expression. Present Mike. The famous one who comes from school. The one who is not at all honest, Bakugo Katsumi from the hero department. V's. I'd like to support you from here, Uraraka Ochako from the hero department. You're the bitch who makes things float, right? I'm talking to you. Leave now, because one? Ouch. Won't stop me from crushing you, Katsumi said, cracking his knuckles. In the stands, Midoriya, sorry, but my mother is calling me so I'll leave you, Iida told him before leaving down the hallway. Whatever you say, he replied without taking his eyes off the arena, she doesn't stand a chance. The green-haired man's gaze went behind him to notice his companion, the brunette, who told him the following. Hey Izu, who do you think will win? Momo asked with a slight expression of joy. Who, me? Asked the green-haired man, pointing at himself with a confused expression. You. Who else? The brunette replied angrily, crossing her arms and hitting him on the head. You said Izu. And by the way, why did you hit him? Izuku asked, confused, in his neutral tone. Forget it, but who do you think will win from before? Momo asked, watching the fight. The explosive one, the green-haired man responded directly. Poor Ochako, but could she win? The girl asked again. If he manages to throw her off, maybe, Izuku replied, arms crossed. By the way Izuku, said the girl a little unsure of saying anything. Huh? The boy exclaimed, confused. I wanted to thank you for what happened before. You really helped me a lot, the brunette thanked. Okay. Izuku answered instantly. You needed support, that's all, let me watch the fight, said Izuku, crossing his arms. Returning to combat. I can't give up this battle, it's not an option, said the brunette, dodging an explosion. Boom. This is bad, I know this is bad, but I can't react, were Uraraka's thoughts as she avoided another explosion. Die already. Katsumi would launch himself to attack with an explosion. As he approached and the smoke dispersed, he noticed it was the brunette's jacket, but she wasn't there and he reacted when he felt it coming from behind him. Don't underestimate me, the explosive girl said angrily. Present Mike. Wow, she floated her jacket as a decoy. If only I could make it float, Uraraka thought, panting tiredly. Boom. In the stands of Class 1A, she's keeping her eyes very sharp before making any moves, Shiro said, scratching his head. With that reaction speed, even smoke isn't necessary. Uraraka's quirk activates if she touches something to make her float, but it's ridiculous that it works against those reflexes. Kaminari tugged at his hair. Back in combat. Too slow, Katsumi said, unleashing an explosion against his opponent. Boom. I'm still standing, said the brunette, agitated and hurt. Boom. Present mic. She's been pushing the offense hard without stopping, but seeing this. You're going to give up now. You're annoying me with your useless attacks, the explosive girl said angrily. I thank you for not letting your guard down, said Uraraka, smiling at her strategy. Huh. Confused Katsumi would look above her, seeing fragments of the platform floating. Now, exclaimed the chestnut, dropping the fragments on the explosive girl, I win. In the stands, it seems that Ochako managed to get it right Izuku? Momo asked happily, turning to look at her partner. Look closely, said the green-haired man, arms crossed. The smoke dispersed as the explosive girl stood with her hand raised and without a scratch. You've got to be kidding. In one fell swoop, the brunette's smile disappeared as she was hurt and barely standing. With this I make it clear who is better. I just need to crush Deku in the half and half. The explosive girl declared victorious. So you want to keep fighting, then let the real fight begin. Uraraka. My body can't move. It's not responding, was the last thing the brunette said before falling limp. In the stands, Bakugo-chan went too far with those attacks. Hey, where are you going? The brunette asked, confused. The boy got up from his seat and began to slowly descend the steps. When he arrived, he almost jumped and reached the platform, spinning in the air and landing on his feet. Hey, what do you think you're doing, Deku? Katsumi asked, annoyed and confused. Present mic. The winner is Katsumi Bakugo. I pointed at Katsumi. What an appearance by the contestant Midoriya. The green-haired boy advanced slowly, bending down and carrying his defeated companion in his arms before turning and walking with slow steps off the platform. Can fight, the brunette spoke with little force. In the stands, you went too far with her. Wasn't it enough to just explode and get her out? Shiro asked, scratching his cheek. That was unladylike. Your attitude is more like that of an angry man. Kaminari spoke, but when he noticed that a vein had formed on her forehead he stepped back, covering himself behind Shiro. I don't care about that. My goal is still to crush that bastard Deku, she exclaimed annoyed, hitting her fist against her palm. So it's because of Midoriya, Hiro? Tsuyu asked with a finger on her chin. Shut up. If you're going to say nonsense. Katsumi said this while looking away, a little blushing. In nursing, in the end I ended up losing, exclaimed the brunette, already awake. Your strategy may have been brilliant, but it was definitely illogical and useless, the green-haired boy said in his neutral tone. I thought I would win that battle, but I lost focus at the end. The girl repeated, unmotivated, hiding her face between her knees. It's over now, there's no going back. Are you okay? The boy spoke in his characteristic tone, raising an eyebrow. Yes, thanks to Recovery Girl, she treated my superficial wounds. On the other hand, Bakugo is very strong. He beat me in a minute. Next time, I'll give it my all, Uraraka mentioned, raising her face and giving a smile. Next time, plan your strategy better, he sighed, and with that, the boy walked out into the hallways. While thinking about his next battle, he came across the number 2 hero. Lost? Izuku asked ironically, raising his eyebrow and crossing his arms. I came to witness your battle, boy. You have a skill equal to Shoto's. I have just observed your great handling of your skill. Endeavor responded, arms crossed. I should feel flattered by your comment, but I have to go, the boy said, placing his hands in his pockets. Shoto will defeat you. He's tasked with dethroning All Might, and with you, it'll be a small demonstration. So, try to give it a good try, understood? Endeavor said in a haughty and confident tone. Okay, I'll do a little demonstration, the green-haired man replied with simplicity in his words and continued on his way to the platform. Present mic. Both competitors are the best in their classes, and will compete to prove who is the best of the two. And now the two of them are finally face to face. Todoroki versus Midoriya. Begin. Both would go up on their side, each look denoting a different expression. On the bicolor side, it was one of anger and hatred, while the green-haired man's look was calm and without much interest in what the public was shouting with excitement. Present mic. Let's fight. At the start of the fight, the first to attack would be Shoto with a large pillar that was aimed at his opponent with the intention of taking him out, but would be destroyed with a great blow from the green-haired man. You'll see that I'm the best of both. We never had a comparison, Midoriya, exclaimed the bicolor, launching another blast of ice from the ground. Predictable, Izuku replied, dodging the attack without difficulty and the ones that kept coming. I won't hold back. The bicolor would launch another ice attack with more intensity. You're right about something. Extending his hand, he created an ice hammer. I never had a comparison. The green-haired man would stop the two-colored man's attack and counterattack. Present mic. This guy is going all out. Now we'll see how Todoroki will respond. On the part of the son of the number 2 hero, he would receive him with another pillar of ice that was destroyed without problems by the green-haired boy. But how is something like this happening? He continued attacking Izuku without ceasing, to the point that his arm began to paralyze at times and tremble. I just want to defeat you and show my old man that I don't need his power to be the best, and in this fight by finishing you off I'll let him know, dodging the green-haired man's attack. The force of the impact sent him back a few meters before being taken out, creating another wall of ice, preventing him from being taken out, and instinctively counter-attacking with his left side to avoid punishment from his opponent. I don't see the point in continuing if you don't give your all, the green-haired man said in a bored manner, giving a discouraged sigh. Shut up. Tisk. Gaining momentum, the bicolor generated an ice ramp above him, and in a quick reaction he threw a punch where his opponent was. I've got you. Grabbing his hand would push his opponent 2 quirks away from him without much work. Bo-ring. If you're going to keep fighting like that you'll lose. Pushing himself forward, he hit the bicolor in the face, sending him several meters away from him. You don't know anything about me, you're just an obstacle, he exclaimed in an annoyed tone, creating a pillar of ice and propelling himself forward. He tried unsuccessfully to hit his opponent who was surpassing him. Do you need your father to fight? He asked as he dedicated himself to dodging each blow and destroying the ice pillars that came from the bicolor. Don't provoke me, he exclaimed angrily, throwing a glacier in the direction of the green-haired man and unleashing a blow. He managed to hit his opponent's cheek, sending him flying. Apparently he had won, since the green-haired man was lying on the platform floor unresponsive. "IW win," said the confident bicolor, panting in exhaustion with his nose bleeding. He turned his back on his opponent and was about to leave the combat platform. My turn. Those words were enough to put concern on Shoto's face before he spun around, his feet frozen, and he began to receive strong blows to his sides and abdomen. Painfully, he brought his hands to his abdomen, trying in an effort to land an attack on the green-haired man who wasn't letting him breathe. Grabbing him by the wrist, he lifted him up to throw him a few meters away. Arg! Cough! Cough! On the ground he coughed and spit up saliva with a little blood, writhing in pain in his body. I don't expect anything, and yet you managed to disappoint me, said the green-haired man who was walking slowly towards Todoroki. On the ground the bicolor leaned and stood up, staggering, still coughing and catching his breath. Is this the son of the number 2 hero? He exclaimed, dodging a flame by grabbing Shoto's chin, and out of the corner of his eye he would turn to look at the public, searching for the gaze of his opponent's father. Tisk. Cough. MMIS serious. The bicolor was about to speak but would be sent to the ground, slamming his face against the platform floor, and would move him away with a kick. He would continue advancing to grab the collar of his shirt, where he would look at him frustrated, and stepping on the floor of the platform he would freeze him with just a couple of seconds and hit him mercilessly. Participant Midoriya, stop or you will be disqualified, exclaimed the heroine Midnight, who was ready to use her quirk. In the stands. Oh, my god, Midoriya is killing Todoroki. I doubt any girl will ever talk to him again, Mineta said in surprise, looking at her classmates. Who? Kaminari asked doubtfully. I don't think it's both of them, he replied, looking at him. Hey guys, did Todoroki do something to Midoriya? Zero asked the others nervously. Aren't you going to stop the fight? Asked the frog girl known as Suyu, distressed, although she couldn't be seen. Back to the fight. I've won, he said, giving the two-colored man one last kick in the face and sending him to the edge of the platform. In a gesture of respect, he bowed and bumped his fist into the palm of his hand, then walked slowly off the platform. Participant Izuku Midoriya wins. The heroine Midnight was about to declare the green-haired man the winner, but she noticed how the participant lying on the sand began to move. From one moment to the next the place began to heat up until a large flame erupted from the left side of the sun of the number 2 hero, who slowly and with difficulty stood up. Are you ready now? He asked in his neutral tone. This is still not over, Midoriya, the bicolor exclaimed weakly, setting his left side on fire. Well, let's fight a little more, he mentioned, releasing cold air from his breath against his flame opponent. In the stands. The fight has already started. What did I miss? The brunette girl asked with her swollen eyes. What happened to your eyes? Quick, go see recovery girl, Iida exclaimed, worried and a little exaggerated. I've already been there. My eyes aren't hurt, he replied to his companion while trying to see what was happening in the fight. Midoriya took this seriously and left Todoroki badly injured, but he doesn't seem to be fighting seriously, Tokiyami said as he stopped crossing his arms. Somewhere in the stands. SHOTOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO beginning begins, you are my blood so you must surpass me. And realize my ambition with you. In this fight your purpose is to win and show that no one is at your level, said Endeavor, who expressed a smile despite the state of his son. Returning to combat, Midoriya, don't underestimate me, I won't hold back now, said the bicolor, who launched a flare of fire in the direction of his opponent. He was about to create a wall, but a discomfort in his head and a sudden dizziness made him lose concentration, allowing Shoto's flare to hit him. Tisk! Damn! He was barely able to cover himself from the flame with one of his arms but received the attack head-on. At that moment, a smokescreen formed, and all the spectators were attentive to find out what would happen and who would win in the match between two promising young heroes. That won't be enough, right, Midoriya? Todoroki asked, looking in the direction of the smoke screen. One mistake is all, it won't happen again, he replied, revealing a part of his suit incinerated by that attack from the two-colored man. Take this seriously, the bicolor said angrily, creating a pillar of ice in the direction of his opponent. The attack could barely be dodged by the green-haired man while the latter's vision became blurred and his body slowed down. Let's get this over with. The green-haired man would point his hand and throw several ice spikes at his opponent. That doesn't work anymore. Did you really want to fight or not? Asked the two-colored man, who extended his left hand and generated a flame, avoiding the attack. Your body is about to give out, Izuku spoke weakly, covering himself from the bicolor's flame attacks. Midoriya, you are strong and for that reason I will beat you no matter what, said Todoroki, who advanced at a fast pace and generating ice caught one of his opponent's feet. The green-haired boy managed to free himself with some difficulty and jump. He was met by his opponent, who launched several ice attacks in his direction, which he barely managed to dodge. Seeing his opponent land on his back, the two-colored boy launched a powerful flare that apparently hit his opponent squarely. You can't, and deep down you know it, Izuku said with his gaze downcast with his hair covering his face. The green-haired man could barely stand, and his arm showed signs of minor burns. The crowd didn't say anything, the entire stadium was completely silent in the face of such a battle. You're pushing me to my limits, so let's end this once and for all, Todoroki commented as he noticed how his right side was trembling, so he released his cold and fire sides. Come on, challenged the green-haired man, who covered his arm with ice and, raising his gaze, ran in her direction. Pro Heroes Midnight and Cementos shouted for both of them to stop and went to stop the impact from both sides. We must stop the fight, exclaimed the hero Smontos, who was about to react. It's too late, replied the heroine, who instinctively covered herself from the wave of the attack. Both failed to stop the attack and a clash occurred on both sides. The entire field was clouded by a stream of steam and cold. I have to admit that it was an incredible force, said the hero Smontos, who could barely open his eyes. Present Mike. What the hell was that? What the hell is in your class, man? The cold air simply spread because it was compressed before, Aizawa commented simply, searching with his gaze for the winner. Present mic. Who won? Nothing can be seen among all this. A silhouette was distinguished between the cold current and the steam. It was the green-haired man who was barely standing on the platform. On the other hand, the two-colored man was unconscious outside, embedded in the wall covered by a large glacier of ice. It's over. I won, Izuku exclaimed in a low and weak tone, blowing cold air out of his mouth. This one, contestant Todoroki is out of bounds. Contestant Midoriya advances to the next round, the heroine pointed out to the green-haired boy who was staggering off the platform. Present mic. Wow, these fights are getting more and more interesting, don't you think, Aizawa? Whatever you say. Don't shout so much, Aizawa complained in a low tone, somewhat annoyed. Present mic. After this great fight we will move on to the next confrontation, but first the platform will need to be fixed with cement. The entire audience shouted with excitement at that battle, which so far had been the best of all, while the freckled green-haired man walked with difficulty, leaning against the walls of the hallway with his head bowed and his other hand on his forehead. What are you doing here? Izuku asked angrily in a weak tone, as he fell to his knees. What am I doing here? A girl's voice exclaimed angrily. Go away. I'm fine, the green-haired man said, while trying in vain to stand up. It's obvious, Izuku Midoriya. I worry about you since you're my friend, the same brown-haired girl exclaimed again, annoyed. I don't need help. I'm fine. Argah. He mentioned this and then he complained and began to writhe in pain on the floor. Izuku. Izuku wait calmly. I'll go get help, but I can't leave you here, said Uraraka nervously and worriedly, wanting to use her gift to get her partner there more quickly. Oshacho-san, I'll help you with him, said the voice of a girl who had followed them. Present mic. This next fight is between two students from Class 1A. Student Katsumi Bakugo versus Student Enjiro Kiroshima. Come with everything you've got, said the redhead, his gaze fixed. If that's what you want. Ha, Katsumi mentioned, launching himself with a frontal explosion. I'm the only one who can withstand your explosions. I speak to activate his hardening quirk and avoid the explosion of the explosive girl. It turned out he's not just a tough guy and I can't even unbalance him, Katsumi thought as she dodged blows. Come on, finish her off, said student Tetsu from the stands. So yesterday's nemesis is today's comrade, a student from Class 1B spoke ironically. Present mic. Student Katsumi fails to land a single hit on her opponent. In the hallway, both girls from Class 1A were pulling their green-haired boy, who was moving from side to side and was dying of a high fever and headache, on a makeshift stretcher with difficulty. Thank you very much, Yaoyoru-san, Uraraka said in a kind and calmer tone. It was nothing. Besides, I assumed Izu would be in trouble, said the Asabache girl who directed her gaze at her companion. Izu, hehe, I see you two get along really well, and that you care a lot about Izuku-kun, the brunette responded with a smile and looking straight ahead. Well, it's natural to worry about this idiot. Besides, I'm only doing it because he helped me and it's my duty as the vice president, Momo answered in a nervous tone, looking elsewhere. If you say so. Despite being so serious and quiet, he cares, his way is so cold and warm. Don't you think so, Yaoyoru-san? Asked the brunette, looking out of the corner of her eye and noticing how she saw the green-haired boy, so she blinked her eyes and let out a laugh. Returning to combat, you can't keep that armor on your body any longer, right? Katsumi asked mockingly, landing a direct blow. I just need to wear you down since in that state I only need a few hits. Damn, Kiroshima mentioned this, frowning and recovering from the blow. I win, shine. The explosive girl propelled herself with an explosion and in the air she let out a loud blast. Present mic. Wow, student Katsumi won the match and advances to the semifinals. Izumi Midoriya versus Tokiyami is the next fight on our list. Tokiyami. Let's get this over with. Izumi. I see this won't be so easy, will it? Starting to warm up briefly. Tokiyami. Then I will attack to finish this. While I am behind his back he released Dark Shadow. Izumi. Come on, you think that will defeat me generating a powerful flare. Present mic. Midoriya vs Tokiyami. Midoriya's attack cannot be stopped. Tokiyami, thanks to his quirk, advanced quickly, but this time he is on the defensive. In the infirmary, it was just a fainting spell from overusing her quirk, nothing to worry about, said the sick and heroic recovery girl. So he'll be okay? Asked the brunette next to the heroine. I already said yes, stubborn girl, replied the heroine, who gave her a subtle, playful hit on the head. Ouch, ouch, now I understand, don't give me another one, he rubbed his head, the chestnut. The nurse left the room, leaving the two women and the boy alone. Uraraka looked at the brunette, who was staring at the green-haired man, so she shook her head and, smiling, sat down next to her. It worries you a lot, doesn't it? Uraraka asked as she looked at her fingers and played with them. Yes, I am worried, but as I said, only for the mere fact that I am the vice president and I care about the well-being of my colleagues, Momo answers, a little uneasy and nervous. You're doing a good job then, hee. I'll leave it to you, and if anything happens, let recovery girl know, don't touch it too much. With that said, the brunette withdrew while scratching her head and letting out a slight smile. In the stands, Tokiyami, what are you doing? You went all out against us before, Mina claimed in a playful way while pulling Kaminari's hair. Oh, Oshacho, you're back. What did I get lost for? Hee, sorry if I disappeared, I just went to drink some water, Uraraka said, sitting next to them. By the way, Midoriya and Yaoyorosu aren't here, did you see them? The pink girl asked doubtfully. Nope, I just got back too, the brunette replied a little nervously and smiling. Back in the fight, I underestimated her, I don't have time to recharge Dark Shadow, if its power runs out everything will be over, was what Tokiyami could barely say with his worried face. So you were trying to exhaust me, Izumi said with a smirk. Victory is mine. I don't believe it, Dark Shadow catch her, exclaimed Tokiyami, who released his shadow known as Dark Shadow. I've got you. The green-haired girl released a large flare, then jumped behind her opponent and launched a powerful flare. Present Mike. I can't see anything. What's going on? Did you know? Tokiyami asked on the ground, subdued by his opponent. You should be more careful when talking about something like that, it's like jumping into a river full of piranhas, bleeding. Izumi mentioned with a smile. Do you want to continue? I give up, exclaimed Tokiyami, who was trying in vain to stand up. I win, Izumi proclaimed, letting go of her opponent and standing up, raising both arms, receiving cheers from the audience. In the stands, just a couple of minutes later, a cold breeze made everyone shiver, accompanied by the distinctive voice of the green-haired man and someone who accompanied him. I said I'm fine now, Izuku said to his partner Asabache. You're stubborn, you're still not recovered, Izu, she complained, annoyed, and grabbed the green-haired man's arm. Midoriya and Yaoyorosu, what are you doing holding Midoriya's arm? Kaminari asked confused, then showed a smile and shook Zero with his elbow. You called him Izu, Yaoyorosu-san? Mina asked confused and about to join the chaos of her classmates Kaminari and Zero. I meant Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. He quickly let go of the green-haired boy's arm and covered his face. Don't think anything else. By the way, Izuku-kun, your fight is about to begin, said Uraraka, looking at her partner. Is it my turn? Izuku said, frowning and putting his hand to his head. Midoriya, you should go to the infirmary, Mina mentioned when she saw her partner's condition. We'll go with you or she'll. Kaminari was about to say something until he couldn't hold back his laughter and pointed at his Asabache companion. The green-haired boy's companions burst out laughing until he spoke. They are very annoying sometimes, said Izuku, turning around and starting to walk down the stairs. Present Mike. Participant Izumi Midoriya advances to the semifinals, and we continue with the semifinal rounds. The boy who surprised us at this sporting event, Izuku Midoriya versus the student Tenya Iida. Begin. I'll show you my effort, Iida said with a determined look. You talk too much, were the words of the green-haired man whose gaze was covered by his hair. With a quick movement he launched an ice attack at the boy with glasses, who dodged it with difficulty in a jump. I need to finish this before my engines run out in 10 seconds, if he manages to vanish and dodge my blow I'll be finished, Iida thought as she attacked. That's it, Then I'll finish this. Izuku blocked a kick from his opponent. Well, that was what I expected. The boy with glasses spinning with his other leg landed a kick to his opponent's head. I just need to get him out of bounds and be done. I only have 8 seconds left. The green-haired boy, his vision blurred, tried to hit his opponent without success, landing on a knee that sent him back a few meters. The speedster, at high speed, grabbed the back of his shirt collar, and as he was about to throw him off the platform, the green-haired boy reacted. When did you freeze my engines? Iida would stop dead, which made him hit the ground and roll a few meters. You were very predictable. I saw it coming. Izuku spoke weakly, standing up, staggering in the process and walking weakly, slowly approaching his opponent to stand in front of him. I can't go on, Iida exclaimed, frustrated, lowering his gaze. Present mic. Participant Iida is unable to move. Participant Midoriya advances to the final rounds. The next fight is between. Outside the sports stadium. ? Fame, money. These guys aren't ashamed to call themselves heroes. He's the only true one. All Might. Hey, show yourself a false hero, exclaimed the one known as the hero killer. I don't know who you are, and I'm not one of those you call heroes. I only have one goal, and you're interrupting it, so move along, the specter known as Scorpion said. So you're not a false hero, but I still have to put an end to all this evil, said the hero killer, showing the katana and launching himself in the direction of the ninja. I don't have time. The Scorpion ninja disappeared in a flash of flame and appeared behind the stranger. Nice try, but not enough for you to win. The hero killer didn't ask to finish his sentence as he had to dodge a harpoon. Get over here, exclaimed Scorpion, who tried to grab his opponent with his harpoon. Then I'll kill you so you don't get in the way of me purging the false heroes, the hero killer spoke angrily, gripping the handle of his katanas tightly. Back to the sports stadium. That was amazing, Iida-kun, the brunette encouraged her partner. Thanks, but I couldn't make any progress, Iida said, frustrated but grateful. Calm down, but seriously, I wouldn't want to face Midoriya, Kaminari mentioned, hugging Minetta's head. If the girl from Class 1B defeated you, Zero said ironically. Shut up. Some of us are not favorites in life, exclaimed the blonde boy with lightning bolts, who was letting go of his companion's head. In a few moments, both of them will face each other, Uraraka said to her companions, referring to the fight between Izumi and Katsumi. It's going to get interesting. Unless it's like that battle in that ninja series, between both girls. Saying this, Kaminari scratched his cheek. Ring, ring. Hey, what's that? Asked the brunette, looking around. It's my phone. Hey, it's my mother. I'm leaving, Uraraka. With that, the boy with glasses walked down the hall. Outside the sports stadium, it was a real pain, but I finally managed to get out of that alley and lose sight of that guy, the hero killer spoke in a low voice on top of a rooftop. I've been looking for you, hero killer, or should I say Stain, a black, glittery eyeshadow mentioned. The hero killer stared at him, took out his katana and threatened the presences there. Put away your sword, we have similar interests. Would you like to give me some of your time? Asked the shadow known as Kurogiri. To be continued. Comment down your favorite part from this video. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.